Chapter 1. In the hotel room. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as soon as he opened them, pained by the sunlight outside the window. He raised his right hand to shield his eyes and looked around. He saw a woman lying next to him. And there was a mess all over the floor. The woman was facing away from Yi Chen, her upper body was naked. Yi Chen was shocked. Because he was also naked. Now, his head really hurt, and he knew it was the result of a hangover. He really had a hangover last night. He patted his head and quickly thought back. He clearly remembered that last night, his girlfriend, Li Aiwei, wanted to break up with him. The reason was because his father's company had run into some problems and was on the verge of going bankrupt. He didn't want his girlfriend to know, so she wouldn't worry about him. But Li Aiwei had somehow heard the news that his family was going bankrupt, and she insisted on breaking up with him. In fact, after his father's company received financing, it quickly returned to normal, although its assets shrank a bit, and it was not bankrupt, but the rumors outside were still spreading everywhere. So after breaking up with him, his girlfriend quickly hooked up with another rich man. Yi Chen was also heartbroken. After all, it was 3 years of relationship, so he went to a bar to get drunk. As for what happened afterwards, he couldn't remember. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was showing off her beautiful back and had her back turned to him, he was really panicking. He must have been drunk, and she had kindly helped him here. But he was. He gently leaned over, feeling every muscle in his body ache. My goodness! How fierce was he last night? Just as he retrieved his pants from the clothes scattered all over the floor and pulled them up, there was movement in the bed. Ah! The woman screamed, causing both of them to fall into an awkward silence. The woman pulled the quilt over her face and shouted at Yi Chen, "You, turn around." Yi Chen dared not say no and immediately turned around. He heard a few thuds behind him, as if someone had stumbled and fallen to the ground. Then, a pair of slender hands reached over and took away a small garment from Yi Chen's feet. Yi Chen took a deep breath to calm down. After waiting until there was no sound behind him, Yi Chen dared to ask, "Are you done? Can we talk?" "We don't have anything to talk about." In fact, there wasn't anything to talk about. Everyone was an adult, and what happened last night was just like nothing that happened. Goodbye. Yi Chen had already turned his head at this point, and was about to say something when he saw a young girl rubbing her knee while walking towards the door. Since the woman was so carefree, Yi Chen naturally didn't have anything to say as a man. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Yi Chen massaged his temples in pain, but in the corner of his eye, he saw something shocking. On the bed sheet were red flowers. As a man, he naturally understood what this meant. It turned out that he was an animal. He had eaten and slept with a woman he had never even seen before. This is. But the girl doesn't want to be responsible for me. Maybe I should check the surveillance cameras at the hotel to see who it was? It would be nice to take better care of her in the future. After all, I did something ridiculous to her, so I should take responsibility somehow. While thinking about this, he looked for clothes to put on. And under one of his clothes, he found a student ID card that covered the neckline. Yi Chen quickly picked up the student ID card and looked at it. Lu Yaina, Senior, Art Department. Looking at the photo on the student card in front of him, he realized, this is Lu Yaina, from the same school and year as himself. She is the school's acknowledged beauty queen. The dream girl of all the men at school. Surprisingly, she is so innocent. My goodness. This is shocking. Chapter 2, The School Beauty Gave Birth to Triplets. Although Yi Chen is also somewhat good-looking, Lu Yaina is the kind of beauty who is aloof from the world. She is so beautiful that people can't touch her. Everyone usually praises her beauty behind her back, but they dare not blaspheme at will. Yi Chen is after all a man, and naturally he has had a flutter for beautiful women. I really didn't expect that I would actually eat her. And on the back of the student card, there was also a small piece of writing. If you find this, please call 134, thanks. Yi Chen immediately took out his phone, wrote down Lu Yaina's phone number, and then sent her a WeChat friend request. It wasn't until the afternoon that Yi Chen wrote in the friend request, "I have your student ID card." Only then did Lu Yaina approve Yi Chen as a friend. Yi Chen quickly sent her a message, "I'm really sorry. Where are you now? I'll bring you the student ID card." Lu Yaina didn't reply for a long time, and then she said, "After class, before 6 p.m., put the student ID card under the bench next to the third trash can on the second campus road. I'll pick it up. We shouldn't meet again in the future." Yi Chen looked at the message on his phone, his face in some pain as he covered his face. He sighed inwardly, exclaiming to himself that he really was an asshole. In this way, 3 months passed, and soon it was time for winter vacation. After this winter vacation in the 4th year, the 2nd semester would basically be spent interning, and then after passing the exams, he could graduate. In the city maternal and child health hospital. In the hospital corridor, Lu Yana was holding a test report and an ultrasound sheet in her hands, her eyes hollow and lifeless, tears falling helplessly. The words of the doctor kept echoing in her head, "Congratulations, you are pregnant, and you are pregnant with triplets." This is a very rare case of natural pregnancy with triplets in our city, and even in the whole country. She had only wanted to have a one-night stand with her beloved, but now she was pregnant. And it was triplets. It was already 3 months old. The doctor said that if she aborted, she would probably not be able to become a mother again in the future. Her family doesn't know yet, and she doesn't know what to do, nor does she know what to do with the baby. So, she picked up the phone with trembling hands and dialed Yi Chen's number. "Yi Chen, are you free right now?" The moment the phone connected, she couldn't hold back her sobs any longer. On the phone came Lu Yina's painful cries. Yi Chen was also shocked by her call. "What's wrong? Don't cry, okay? I'm always available. Where are you right now? I'll come right over." "I'm at the hospital, the city maternal and child health hospital," Lu Yana sobbed into the phone. Yi Chen soon found Lu Yana at the hospital, sobbing. Yi Chen sat down next to her and handed her a pack of tissues. "What's wrong? Are you sick?" Yi Chen was also very puzzled. He had always been very clean and self-disciplined, never messing around, so he shouldn't have a disease in that area, right? After wiping away her tears, Lu Yana, with red eyes, handed Yi Chen a report in her hand. Yi Chen took the report with puzzled eyes and read it carefully. After a while, Yi Chen inhaled sharply. "Triplets. Yes, Lu Yana is pregnant, and with triplets at that, already 3 months. 3 months, it's already past the best time to have an abortion. If she really doesn't want it now and forces an abortion, that would be too cruel." Lu Yana was also helpless and reluctant in her heart, so she had to call Yi Chen's phone to see what kind of idea he had. If he was really willing to take responsibility, then she would give birth to it. If not, she really didn't know what to do. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen's reaction, and tears came again. "I originally thought that I had menstrual disorders, and it was winter, so I ate a lot and that's why I didn't pay attention. But recently, I always felt a hard feeling in my stomach, so I searched a little and it seems that I am pregnant, so I came to the hospital to check." Chapter 3, The School Beauty Has Always Had a Crush on You. Yi Chen is still in shock, his eyes wide open. Lu Yana wipes away her tears. "Actually, from the beginning of the school year, I have liked you, but you already had a girlfriend, so I didn't want to bother you. That day on the street outside the school, I saw you arguing with your girlfriend, and then that day I saw you drunk coming out of the bar and I didn't care, so I don't blame you for any of it. It's all because I like you. I really didn't want to break you up. But now, the baby is already 3 months old, and it's triplets. If you really don't want it, I will definitely cooperate with you. But if I really hit the baby, I may never be able to be a mother again." Yi Chen came back to his senses and looked at the woman in front of him who had confessed her love to him deeply. His heart also warmed up. He also had a good feeling about Lu Yana. After all, she was the school flower. It's just that at the time, Li Aiwei was chasing after him, and it was easier for a woman to chase after a man, and men understand this. To be honest, he really wasn't ready yet. He's going to be a father before he graduates, and it's really hard to put into words. But, not to mention how much abortion hurts a woman's body, if I accidentally get the baby aborted, and Lu Yana can't get pregnant in the future, won't I be harming her for the rest of her life? Moreover, she is such a woman of virtue. To be honest, in today's society, there should be very few such good girls, right? And she is so beautiful. If he can marry her home, he will have a wife and children. Besides, he is not the kind of irresponsible man who pulls up his pants and denies responsibility. And these are triplets, so he can have 3 children at once. It's just that the mother will suffer, having 3 at once. Therefore, he absolutely cannot be a coward like Chen Shimi. He must take responsibility, he must be the father of the children, and he must be a good father. As a man, he should take the responsibility that a man should take. Drip. Congratulations to the host for making the most correct choice and awakening the good father system. The first system binding was successful, and the host will be given a set of 200 square meters of luxury townhouses. Suddenly, a very mechanical voice rang in Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. What system? Isn't that only in novels? He was a big fan of novels and naturally knew what a system was. What he didn't expect was that the system's first gift was a villa. And it was a villa in the city. A 200 square meter villa in the city wasn't very big, but the price of real estate in the city center was at least 20 million yuan. My goodness! What kind of local tyrant system is this? Yi Chen muttered to himself. Hello, host, the system assistant is here to answer your questions. May I ask what you would like to know? Oh my god! It really is a system. So I wasn't dreaming after all. At this point, Yi Chen was certain that he had been chosen by the system. So he hurriedly asked the system, "Excuse me, where is this townhouse located?" Hello, host, the system assistant is answering your question. The villa that the system rewards you with is located in the city center at Royal View Garden. It is already decorated and ready for you to move in. The property deed will be sent to you soon, so you can just move in directly. Yi Chen couldn't help but be secretly surprised. It really was like a dream. He actually had a system. In other words, his life was about to start. After thinking about it, Yi Chen's heart couldn't help but become extremely excited. I really didn't expect it. In just one day, I have a wife and children, and a super awesome system. Now it seems that I made the right choice. Now that I have a house, I just need money. After all, to support a wife and 3 children, not including the money spent on medical checkups during pregnancy, and the 3 sets of formula, diapers, and everything else needed when the children are born, the pressure is not small. Maybe I won't be able to handle the 3 children, and I'll have to hire a postpartum care provider and a nanny. After all, no matter how hard it is, I can't let my wife and children suffer. And this system is not sure whether it is stable or not. If you want to make money, you have to find a stable job first. Chapter 4, Finding the System to Get Rewards. However, he still didn't fully understand the entire system, so he asked, "So, what do I need to do to get more rewards?" My lord, as long as you spend money on your children and interact with your wife and children, you can get corresponding rewards. In addition, there is a chance to trigger special rewards. After completing enough tasks, you can also upgrade. So you need to care for your wife and children more, so that you will get richer rewards. After listening to the introduction of the system, Yi Chen was a little overwhelmed. Can I get rewards just like that? If it's that easy to get rewards, then that's not bad. At least for him, an unemployed bum, it's pretty good. Now, with the help of the system, the pressure on him in the future won't be so great, so he can just focus on making money. Phew! Yi Chen let out a deep breath after a moment of silence. He embraced Lu Yana in his arms and said with a determined look in his eyes, "Let's get married." Lu Yana dried her tears and looked up at Yi Chen, her eyes full of surprise. Yi Chen actually wants to marry her? Her Mr. Right actually wants to marry her? At this moment, she finally understood what the TV drama meant by a mother relying on her son's status. Without children, that night between her and Yi Chen was ultimately just a dream. However, she also understood even more the pressure Yi Chen would face if he married her. Is this for real? Then your girlfriend. Really, she was very touched, but if she got someone else broken up because of her intervention, then she would really be guilty. I broke up with Lia Yi a long time ago. That time you saw us arguing, we were breaking up then. Yi Chen answered truthfully. He didn't want Lu Yana to feel burdened either, and wanted her to understand that when the two of them were together that night, they were 2 single people. So, are you willing to marry me and bear me children? Yi Chen's eyes were full of expectation. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen's hopeful but firm eyes, bit her lip, and said, "Yes, I do. Being with you is something I never dared to hope for before." Yi Chen was equally excited and hugged Lu Yana tightly. "Don't worry, I will never let you and the kids go hungry. I will be responsible for you." Now that winter vacation is approaching, Yi Chen had originally planned to go home and stay there, but now that he has a wife and children, he has no choice but to temporarily take the villa here in Fragrant City and then invite both sets of parents to come together to discuss the marriage. It's okay to solve the problem with his parents, but he just doesn't know how to solve it with the woman's parents. This is also a troublesome matter. After all, it's a troublesome matter he created himself, so he has to go through with it even if he has to grit his teeth. Yi Chen returned to the dormitory and sorted out what he needed to do. His first priority was to clarify things with his parents, and then notify the parents of the woman's side. Thinking about this, he sent a WeChat message to Lu Yana. Lu Yana quickly replied, "I'll do whatever you say." Yi Chen, who had received the message, felt a strange emotion in his heart. After all, his first girlfriend was beautiful and feisty, and he put her first in everything. Now Lu Yana gave him the feeling of being more like a woman should be, gentle and considerate. Soon, Yi Chen received an urgent delivery in the evening, which was the villa's property deed. Ye's parents also received Yi Chen's message and hurriedly drove from the suburbs with the household registration to find Yi Chen. In the private room of the hotel. "You brat! Tell me. What on earth is going on? How can it be said in the message that we are going to be grandparents? It's going to scare me to death. Didn't you break up with Li Yi a few months ago? How come she's pregnant and getting married now? You broke up a few months ago, and now you're telling me you have a child? Is it even yours? Don't be a cheap father just because of love." Ye's mother kept pressing, but Ye's father just sat there with a serious expression, not saying a word. Chapter 5, Shocked Parents. Yi Chen quickly stepped forward to calm Ye's mother's emotions. "Mom, it's not Li Yi. I really broke up with her a few months ago, it's not her." "What? Then what about this girl?" Yi Chen's mother still looked very serious. After all, this was her son's lifelong happiness. She hadn't even met the girl, nor had she gotten to know her. She didn't like her son's previous girlfriend very much, she was too snobbish. She just didn't want to stop the young people from dating, even if it was her son's choice. Yi Chen just wanted to dig a hole and jump in. He didn't want to say that he had gotten into trouble after drinking, because that wouldn't be a good thing to say about the girl. "After breaking up with Li Wei, I got together with that girl and got pregnant. I've been pregnant for more than 3 months, and it's even triplets." Yi Chen had no choice but to tell a beautiful lie and get it over with. Three triplets? Ye's mother stared at her son in disbelief. She was going to have 3 grandchildren all at once? Her mind raced through the list of things she would need for her grandchildren, from formula and diapers to college tuition and wedding gifts. "I didn't hear you right." "Mom, you heard me right, it's true." Yi Chen tactfully placed the ultrasound sheet he got from Lu Yana in front of his mother. Looking at the test sheet in front of her, Ye's mother finally believed the truth of what Yi Chen had said. Yi Chen then told another white lie, saying that he had made almost 10 million yuan from stock trading in college, and then paid the down payment in the city center to buy a villa. He already had a wedding house, so his parents didn't need to worry. Yi Chen can be considered a little rich second generation. Even if his father's company had problems before, there is now only one factory left. However, Yi Chen used to have nearly 1 million yuan in spending money a year, otherwise why would Li Yi be with him? It's just that now the Yi family is down on their luck, earning less than 1/10 of what they used to, and if they want to raise a few children, their parents may have some money in their hands, but after a crisis, there shouldn't be much left. Ye's mother and father believed Yi Chen's words, and the 3 of them discussed some things about the wedding, as well as arranging for their parents to meet as soon as possible. Yi Chen and Lu Yana also communicated well on WeChat, and her parents would only arrive in Fragrance City by car tomorrow afternoon, so they could arrange to meet tomorrow night and take a tour of the new villa. Tomorrow, Lu Yana will have lunch with Ye's parents to meet them, buy some daily necessities and health products for pregnant women, and do all the things that need to be done. After all, once they enter this family, they will be family forever, and of course they need to get along well. After they meet, they will discuss the matters after the baby is born. Yi Chen is full of admiration. He never dreamed that in one day, he would have a wife, a child, and a house. Ye's parents stayed in the hotel that night, while he sent a message to Lu Yana. "Nana, do you want a midnight snack? I just finished talking to my parents and am going back to school. What would you like me to bring you?" Lu Yana was by her phone the whole time and blushed when she saw the way he addressed her. After all, she had never been in a relationship before, and now she saw the person she liked addressing her so intimately, her heart was filled with sweetness. She giggled a little and replied, "Great. I want to eat the roast chicken." "Thank you, dear." Now that they were about to get married, she was confident that she would make Yi Chen fall in love with her. After sending the message, she held her phone tightly against her chest and smiled sweetly. About 15 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at the bottom of the girls' dormitory with the roast chicken and sent a message to Lu Yana. Lu Yana looked a little clumsy in her bulky padded jacket, and her stomach was starting to protrude slightly. Chapter 6, Pleasing Your Baby for the First Time. When the people around them saw this, they started whispering. "Holy cow, when did the school beauty get a boyfriend? Oh my god, does that mean I don't stand a chance?" Who is this guy? He looks kind of handsome, but she's got her eye on him. Everyone was very curious about Yi Chen, and at this time someone recognized him. I know, isn't that the former boyfriend of Li Yi from the music department? Is that him? Is that the man who was dumped by the flower of the music department? I heard that his family went bankrupt and he was dumped. Now Li Yi has hooked up with a rich second generation. I really didn't expect it. After being dumped by Li Yi, he turned around and hooked up with the school flower. That's enough. When did these two get together? Lu Yana took over the late-night snack from Yi Chen amid the murmuring of the crowd. She stood on tiptoe, kissed Yi Chen on the cheek, and said to him, "Honey, don't care what others say, you're the best." This left everyone around dumbfounded. They had originally thought that Yi Chen was the one chasing after the school beauty, but unexpectedly, it turned out that the school beauty had a crush on Yi Chen. This was huge news. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in Yi Chen's head again. Ding! First time pleasing the baby, first reward of 1 million yuan. Holy shit! So I can have 1 million yuan? The phone dinged, and a message came in saying 1 million yuan had been credited to the account. It was just that Yi Chen didn't look at the phone. Instead, ignoring the strange looks of the crowd, he embraced the bloated Lu Yana in his arms. His wife and son, he would protect them from now on. Absolutely no one could hurt them. The people around them booed and dispersed. That night, the headline was about Yi Chen and the school beauty Lu Yana, and just now their interaction was filmed by the crowd and posted online, spreading throughout the entire network in their respective groups. The bankrupt second-generation rich man climbed up to the cold-looking school beauty and became her overbearing boyfriend. The daily life of the stunning school beauty and her loser boyfriend. And so on, and below these videos, there were even quite a few lemon essences making snide remarks. After Yi Chen and Lu Yana parted ways, he returned to his dormitory. At this time, his dormitory roommates were waiting for him. One by one, they watched Yi Chen slowly walk into the dormitory. Li's only Lizzie couldn't wait to ask Yi Chen. "President Ji, I really can't believe it, you hit it so well." "Yes. When did you guys get together? Why are you only disclosing it now? Hurry up and tell us? Did you have sex yet?" Master Chen Shaoan asked with ill intent. As soon as Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, he lay down directly on the computer sofa chair. He was really tired after a long day. The few people in the dormitory immediately gathered around him. Yi Chen saw everyone chasing after him and asking non-stop, "Don't look at me like that, I'm in a relationship with her." Hearing Yi Chen's words, the few people in the dormitory immediately started gossiping. Lu Yana. This is the only school flower of their Xiangqing University. She is also the goddess in their hearts. Now she's with that guy Yi Chen. How can they not be jealous? Damn, you're something. You even got the school beauty. Awesome. Even I, a master of the art of love, have to admire you. You even got the cold and aloof goddess Lu Yana. I still want to know, have you had any in-depth exchanges? However, Yi Chen's next words shocked everyone even more. She and I should be getting married soon. If we can agree on a wedding date, please come as our guests and join us for our wedding banquet. Hooray! Yi Chen's words sent the three people present into a state of shock and silence. After a moment, Lu Ming spoke first. "Are you serious? You've really gone all out, haven't you? You got married right after graduation?" Yi Chen said with certainty, "Yes, I've decided. I think I'll get married this winter vacation." Chapter 7, Encountering the Ex-Girlfriend. After all, Lu Yana is now 3 months pregnant, and it is even more obvious that she is pregnant with triplets. I don't know what she means, whether it is to get married after getting a certificate, or to have a wedding after having a baby. It is best to discuss this with both sets of parents. The three people in the dormitory were still shocked by the news that the two were getting married. After agreeing to Yi Chen's request, they got busy again. After all, they still didn't believe Yi Chen would actually get married, and just thought it was a joke. Early the next morning, Yi Chen came to the girls' dormitory building to pick up Lu Yana to have morning tea with his parents. While Yi Chen was waiting for Lu Yana, a little incident occurred. Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend Li Yi unexpectedly appeared downstairs in the girls' dormitory building, as if she intended to run into Yi Chen. Li Wei walked towards Yi Chen, full of derision, saying, "Yi Chen, you're something. You've even hooked up with Lu Yana. Your father is now bankrupt, so what capital do you have to be with Lu Yana? Yi Chen was also a little speechless. Who told you my father is bankrupt? At that moment, Lu Yina's voice came from behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned his head at the sound, and Lu Yina had already walked up to him, hugging his arm and extending her right hand towards Li Aiwei. Hello, I'm Yi Chen's girlfriend. Li Aiwei, however, gave Lu Yina a cold stare. I don't think you two will last long. After saying that, she stormed off. Lu Yina withdrew her hand somewhat awkwardly. Everyone around them was also talking about it. After all, Yi Chen had already broken up with Li Ai, so what right did he have to scold anyone? Last night, because Lu Yina was the school flower, the story of the three of them had spread throughout the school. Yi Chen hurriedly explained to Lu Yina, I really have nothing with her, you can believe me. Are you kidding? A woman who just broke up with you less than 5 minutes ago and then gets into the car of another man. Lu Yina smiled and said, I know. Let's go, we don't want to keep the uncles and aunts waiting. Yi Chen looked at the gentle and lovely Lu Yina and felt a little moved. Yi Chen let Lu Yina hold his arm like this, and they left the school to meet his parents at the hotel. On the way, there were quite a few people talking about it, but the two of them just ignored it and walked on their own. Yi Chen's parents were a little relieved to see their son getting along so well with his girlfriend. After all, they were also worried that the two would get married on impulse because of the baby. After all, getting married is a major event in life. The moment Lu Yina saw Ye's parents, she greeted them very obediently. Hello, uncle and aunt. Ye's father finally smiled and nodded at his serious face. However, Ye's mother went up to her. You must be Yina, hello. The two quickly hit it off, and Ye's mother really liked Lu Yina's obedient and easygoing nature. The family just chatted while eating breakfast. After the meal, Ye's mother already knew Lu Yina's basic family situation. Lu Yina's mother was a teacher and her father ran a business with a company. The family's financial situation was not bad, and their background was simple. The family education was very good. The marriage still had to wait until Lu Yina's parents came to discuss it together. After the few people had just finished breakfast, Lu Yina's parents called. Nana, are you at school right now? Or are you somewhere else? Ye's mother asked a little anxiously. Lu Yina replied with some confusion, Mom, I'm not at school right now, I'm having breakfast with Yi Chen's parents. Why? Your father and I have already arrived in Xiangcheng, we just got off the highway, where are you having breakfast, shall we come and find you? Mom, how did you get here so quickly? I thought you weren't arriving until this afternoon. Lu Yina asked with great surprise. After all, her parents were in the county seat, and it would take 3 or 4 hours to drive to Xiangcheng. Yesterday's estimated time was the time it would take to take the bus, because there were no more tickets for the high-speed train. Chapter 8, A Nervous Family. But they never expected that their parents would arrive at 11:30 a.m. Your father and I learned about your situation last night and couldn't sleep. We took a taxi at 6 or 7 a.m. and couldn't wait any longer. Send us your location on your phone, and we'll come find you. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yina quickly sent her parents her location and told Yi Chen and Yi Chen's parents that her parents would be there soon. After listening to her, Yi Chen's parents immediately said that they would host a banquet in the private room to entertain Lu Yina's parents. Soon, Lu Yina's parents came to the private room. The parents of the two families exchanged polite greetings and sat down. The in-laws probably haven't had breakfast yet, so should we order first? Ye's mother asked Lu's mother with a smile. The breakfast has already been cleared by the service, but after all, it is the first time we meet, so it is not good to let others see some leftovers. The waiter handed each person a menu and waited quietly on the side. Lu's mother glanced at the menu and said to the waiter, just order the signature dishes from before and see what else they want. Ye's mother smiled and said, we don't need anything else. We just finished breakfast with Nana, so we'll have a few signature dishes and a vegetable dish. Lu's mother nodded, and the two exchanged pleasantries before getting down to the business of discussing their two children's marriage. Lu's mother glanced at Yi Chen. What is your family's attitude towards these two children? Ye's mother said, in-laws, you don't need to worry. I'm very happy about Nana. After the two children get married, they can live on their own if they want to, or they can live with us if they want. After they have children, it depends on Nana's wishes. When the time comes, we'll definitely need a nanny for the triplets. Don't worry, our family will never treat Nana badly. Our Yi Chen is a good boy, and he definitely won't let Nana down. Yi Chen immediately interrupted, Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely treat Nana well. We're already at the stage of getting married, and my wife is not only good-looking and talented, she's also giving you children. You definitely have to be good to her. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen and smiled sweetly. I really didn't make the wrong choice. Lu's mother glanced at her silly daughter and her heart also eased. But she still had some doubts in her heart, so she asked, what about their house? Yi Chen said, Auntie, I've already bought the house. It's a small villa of 200 square meters in the city center. It's a bit small, but if you want a bigger one in the future, you can buy another one. We have a car at home, and we'll buy a new one when we get married. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother was quite satisfied with the marriage. Not only did they have a house and a car, but the in-laws also seemed to have quite a bit of financial resources. Yi Chen also seemed like a nice person, not like those men who fool around. Thinking about this, Lu's parents let out a sigh of relief. After all, they also want their daughter to have a good life, not that they want her to marry someone who was super rich, but at the very least, they want her to marry someone who was reasonable and not barbaric. But now, the in-laws family is not too bad, and they have chosen a good son-in-law with good character, and both sets of parents are relieved. However, they are also worried that the other party is just saying nice things and not being genuine, so they suggested going to the couple's wedding room to take a look, so that they won't get lost if they come to visit their daughter in the future. So the family discussed it and decided to go to the Royal View Garden after lunch to take a look at the environment. After lunch, the group took a 7-seater car to the Royal View Garden. When they got off the car, Yi Chen carefully helped Lu Yana off the car, as if he was afraid that she would have an accident. Lu Yana held Yi Chen's hand, feeling warm in her heart. Ye's parents and Lu's parents looked at the young couple and smiled knowingly. As long as their children are doing well, they will feel at ease. The 6 of them walked directly to the sales department. Chapter 9, Receiving the Property. Hello, are you here to look at a house? The salesperson immediately greeted them. Yi Chen calmly took out the red booklet and said to the salesperson, Hello, I'm here to pick up the keys to my house and look at the property. The salesperson looked at it and realized that it was indeed the red booklet for their property. So, he immediately called the manager to come and serve them. The manager came out of the office, took a look at the red booklet, and immediately came forward to greet them. Number 8, Royal View Court? Oh. It's Mr. Yi. I received a notice from my superior last night, and I've been waiting for you here. I have the keys with me, I'll show you the house. Last night, the superior suddenly sent a notice to him, saying that a Mr. Yi would come to the site to see his villa the next day, and he was instructed to receive him and give him the keys. Seeing this, the parents of the Lu family were relieved that their daughter had finally bought a house. To be honest, it is really difficult to get married without buying a house. They had planned early on to discuss with their respective parents and have the two families combine their resources to buy a house for the couple. After all, the couple had just graduated and had not yet started working, and they already had a child. Life was definitely difficult, and they could help out a little if they could. Now that they see that the in-laws are so supportive, it's not bad. Looking at the 200 square meter single-family villa in front of them, the Lu parents like it more and more. Mr. Yi, this villa has been decorated for a year, you can move in at any time, and the materials used inside are the best and most environmentally friendly, you can rest assured. The sales manager explained. This is the city center, it should be quite expensive, right? Lu's mother asked. The sales manager replied, Mr. Yi bought his house a year ago, when the price was only about 100,000 yuan per square meter. This year, the price has risen by nearly 200,000 yuan. Small villas like this one are still quite popular, especially villas like ours, which are surrounded by perfect facilities and have places in the elementary school, kindergarten, and middle school. Many people choose our real estate. Yi Chen also didn't know when he bought his house. He only knew that he received the house deed yesterday. If it has been decorated for a year, then this house can be moved into at any time, even by a pregnant woman. After all, Lu Yana is pregnant now and it is not suitable for her to live in the dormitory anymore. It is also good to move in earlier. Mr. Yi, if there is nothing else, then I will not disturb you. Well, okay. Yi Chen replied. The sales manager led Yi Chen and the others to the front of the villa, greeted everyone, and then hurried off. Yi Chen said, Nana, why don't we just move in here first? Lu Yana glanced at her parents and then at Ye's parents, and smiled, I'll listen to you. After getting to know Yi Chen these past 2 days, she was even more satisfied and fond of him. She was naturally overjoyed that the person she liked turned out to be such a nice and responsible person. The Yi parents were also very happy to see the young couple getting along so well. As parents, they just wanted to see their children happy. However, Ye's mother quietly pulled Yi Chen aside and asked, Where did you get the money? You bought it a year ago? Yi Chen replied, Mom, don't worry. My money is clean and I won't do anything illegal. I'm not afraid to tell you, in the past few years, I've earned a lot of money by investing in stocks, using the pocket money you gave me. But if we get married, then you may have to pay a bit. Yimu was relieved. We've been saving up for your wife's dowry. I'm still worried about your future life together, and we'll help you as much as we can. Chapter 10. With a system, everything is fine. Yi Chen thought at the time, in the future, with a system, there is no need to worry about money. So he said to his mother, Mom, don't worry, I will definitely go out to work then. I won't let Nana and the kids suffer with me. I will take responsibility. Lu's mother also heard this, thinking that this young man is quite responsible. In the future, the young couple can still help each other if they can. Now it's almost winter vacation, so they will come here to help them again. Lu's mother looked at this small villa and was very comforted. She sighed that her daughter has finally found a good family, but she is a little sorry that she became a mother at a young age. So she also pulled Lu Yana aside and whispered, Are you really sure about this? Lu Yana whispered, Yes. Lu's mother sighed, Then you'll have to put your studies aside. After all, carrying triplets is quite an ordeal in the later stages. I can see that your in-laws are sensible people, and Yi Chen is a responsible man. I hope you haven't made the wrong choice. After you get married, don't act like a child anymore. Focus on your family and take good care of it. Lu Yana whispered back, Yes, Mom, I understand. Lu Yana glanced at Yi Chen and thought that the man she would spend the rest of her life with was the man she loved, and her heart filled with a sense of sweetness. So, after the two families had finished touring the villa, they quickly agreed on the marriage of their two children in the lobby above the villa. In the afternoon, they would let the two children move in here first, and then hire an aunt to help take care of their daily lives. The wedding would be held after the children were born, and the bride price from the man's family would be 288,888 yuan, while the woman's family would give the bride a car and some other trivial things. In the afternoon, they went to the dormitory to pack some clothes, and Lu Yana basically had to change into all maternity clothes, because she was pregnant with triplets, and her belly was now as big as a normal person's belly in the 4th month. So they went shopping together in the evening to buy all the things they needed. In the evening, their parents also returned home. The parents of the Lu family were staying at a hotel. Tomorrow was the day they would get their marriage certificates. Yi Chen looked at the living room, which was crammed with things, and felt that time had really passed quickly. In just 2 days, his life event had already been decided, and everything really seemed like a dream. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana, who was sitting on the sofa resting. Perhaps because of the pregnancy, her previous face, which was a sharp melon-shaped face, had now become a round oval face, with a high nose and round dark eyes, and delicate features. Lu Yana is the goddess-level beauty of all the boys at Xiangda. Her beauty is naturally beyond doubt, and unlike those plastic surgery women, she is a bona fide natural beauty. Unfortunately, she always looks aloof and unapproachable. So, the boys only praise her behind her back, giving her the title of the most beautiful school flower, but few dare to talk to her. Perhaps it was also because of this that by the time they graduated, she had never been in a relationship. Yi Chen, for one thing, with his handsome face, although he was no match for the school's grass, he had charmed a group of female classmates. Yi Chen was also a man, and when he had not yet been pursued by Li Yi, naturally he had also had a crush on her. Unfortunately, Li Yi made her move, and Yi Chen, seeing that Li Yi was infatuated with him and not bad-looking, naturally agreed. Even now, Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana, who was sitting in front of him resting, and he really never thought that he and Lu Yana would have come to the point of getting married. Lu Yana also noticed that Yi Chen was looking at her, and her face flushed. She blinked a few times and asked in a sweet voice, Why are you looking at me? Is there something dirty on my face? Yi Chen smiled and said, You look really good. Lu Yana also didn't expect that the words of praise would be so bluntly spoken by Yi Chen, and her face immediately turned red to the ears. Chapter 11 Are you really sure you want to get married? Yi Chen's words quickly brought the two closer together. Looking back on all the times they had spent together, Lu Yana also felt that it had really gone by too quickly. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen foolishly, and it seemed that she also had something on her mind. She asked Yi Chen in a low voice, Are you really sure you want to get married with me? Yi Chen was taken aback, and then immediately said, Why do you have such a thought? Do you think we are getting married too hastily? I still have a good impression of you. I originally wanted to get close to you in my freshman year. You probably heard about what happened later, and I don't want to mention it again. I have really considered it very, very carefully. You are the woman I, Yi Chen, want to spend my life with. After Lu Yana heard this, her eyes widened, and for a moment, she couldn't speak. Yi Chen, he actually has feelings for me? Then we are mutually attracted. Yi Chen looked at the excitement and expectation in Lu Yina's eyes and immediately went forward, grabbed Lu Yina's right hand, and knelt down on one knee. Then he took out a ring box from his pocket, opened it, and said to Lu Yana, "Miss Lu Yana, I will definitely be responsible for you. Will you marry me?" Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen, who was kneeling on the ground, stunned, covering her mouth tightly, her face full of disbelief. "Yes, I do," Lu Yana said with a choked voice. Yi Chen put on the engagement ring he secretly bought today for her and tightly embraced her in his arms. "Silly, don't cry." At this moment, the system rang. Ding! The system rewards 2 million in wedding funds so that the baby can have a complete family. Ding! 2 million was transferred into Yi Chen's account. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement in his heart. No way, just like that, proposing marriage also resulted in a $2 million windfall. That should be enough to get by for the rest of his life, but after that, apart from spending time with his wife and child, he still needs to find a proper job and ask what he needs to do to trigger special missions. Let's just get the money first. After all, you still need money to support a family in the future. Yi Chen and Lu Yana just held each other for a few minutes, and Yi Chen asked Lu Yana, "Are you hungry? How about I heat up the dumplings I just got back from the takeout?" Lu Yana smiled and replied, "Yes. Yes, everyone knows that pregnant women need to eat more." So Yi Chen had already packed a takeaway meal of dumplings in advance while eating, and now he was also feeling hungry. Seeing that Yi Chen cared so much about her, Lu Yana really felt very happy. But she had to say that the fully furnished apartment was really good, with all the appliances and fittings in place, and her parents had already cleaned the master bedroom, so they could live here tonight without worry, and tomorrow they would hire someone to do a proper clean up and tidy up the place, so that everything would be ready. Yi Chen brought the dumplings and carefully instructed, "Be careful, they're hot. Tomorrow I'll go buy some groceries. I noticed that there are no kitchen utensils here yet." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the small task of cooking for your wife and child. The system rewards the host with advanced cooking skills and 1 million in cash. Yi Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart, advanced cooking skills? What the hell is that? Do you want me to be a domestic cook? I'm a man, and naturally I have to focus on my career. But now that my wife is pregnant and unable to do it, it can still be useful. Lu Yana smiled sweetly on her face and said, "Thank you." Yi Chen patted her on the head and said, "Silly, don't say thank you to your husband." Yi Chen watched Lu Yana happily eating the dumplings and took another careful look at the hall. He said with some emotion, "From now on, this will be our little home for the 5 of us." Lu Yana also looked at the place while eating, and handed Yi Chen a dumpling, looking at him with joy. The two of them had a warm late-night snack together, then went upstairs to get ready for a bath and rest. After they both finished bathing, Yi Chen was a little embarrassed, and holding a quilt and pillows, he said to Lu Yana, "Why don't I go next door?" Chapter 12, The Baby's First Movement. Lu Yana pulled Yi Chen back. "We are already almost husband and wife, how can we sleep in separate rooms? We don't have to be so formal, you can just sleep here." Obviously, this was still the first time the two had slept in the same bed so seriously, so they were still a bit awkward. Yi Chen also reassured her, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, after all, you're not comfortable right now." Oh, Yi Chen also wants to, facing such a stunning wife, but Lu Yana is pregnant now, so he has to hold back, otherwise it could be dangerous. The two of them are a little stiffly lying on the bed. Yi Chen is a little bored watching the phone, originally planning to play a game. Just then, Lu Yana suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" Yi Chen immediately nervously asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong with you?" Lu Yana's face immediately flushed with joy. "I just felt the baby move a little, very slightly. It's amazing." On hearing this, Yi Chen was also very excited. Lu Yana was carrying his child, and it had moved. Yi Chen immediately asked excitedly, "Can I listen?" Lu Yana smiled and looked at Yi Chen. "Sure, lie down and listen to see what the baby is doing." Yi Chen immediately lay down on Lu Yana's stomach, pricked up his ears and listened intently. "Baby, I'm your handsome father." However, he didn't hear the baby move, but the voice of the system rang in his head. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have completed the first close encounter with your baby and have completed the small task of intimate contact. The system rewards 100,000 yuan, with a daily limit of 3 times. Yi Chen's heart was filled with joy again. "I can't believe it, I just want to spend more time with my child, and I get a reward. 100,000 yuan is in the bag. And I get 3 chances a day. I won't have to worry about formula money anymore. Lu Yana was also amused by Yi Chen's words and laughed. They are only 3 months old now, they shouldn't be able to understand, right? Yi Chen, however, did not think so. At 3 months old, the baby was basically already formed, and naturally had a brain, so it could definitely understand. Be good, don't move, let me talk to the baby. Lu Yana was also amused by his actions and laughed out loud. Looking at Yi Chen, who was lying on his side on her stomach talking to the baby, she was already immersed in happiness, and happiness was written all over her face. The relationship between the two had also become closer because of the baby, and at the same time, it had also dispelled the awkwardness of the two sharing the same bed for the first time. Of course, the blackout was forgotten. The two of them had already started to look forward to the happy life of the future family of 5. Early the next morning, the parents of both sides drove to the door to pick them up. They each took their household registration books and ID cards, went to take wedding photos, and then went to the local civil affairs bureau together. With one hammer blow from the staff, the two of them had become legally married. The two of them held their marriage certificates and looked at each other and smiled. Finally, they had received their certificates. The 6 of them returned to the villa with their bags, and at this time, their parents also asked the nanny at home to come to the villa to take care of their daily meals and living. At the same time, while they were shopping, they also asked someone from the housekeeping company to go to the villa to do a big clean and put the things in the house in order. So when they returned to the villa, everything was already arranged. Lu Yana's parents were also very satisfied with all this arrangement. As for the wedding, let's wait until the baby is born. The family sat on the sofa, talking about the baby. Nana, since we are also quite busy at home, I can't stay here to take care of you for a long time. I have hired an auntie to come and cook for you. Auntie Zhang has been in our family for more than 10 years, so you don't need to be polite with her. Ye's mother said to Lu Yana. Lu Yana sweetly replied, okay, auntie. You should stop calling her auntie and start calling her mom. Ye's mother teased. Lu Yana covered her mouth and laughed, okay, mom. Dad. Ye's father nodded with a smile of satisfaction. Chapter 13, Discussing the Bride Price and Dowry. Lu's mother smiled as she watched her daughter so happy. In the future, I will occasionally come over to visit you too, but I won't be a third wheel. Ye's mother said with a smile. Oh, yes, Yi Chen, send me Nana's account details later, I'll transfer the bride price to her. You must accept it, Nana, it's a matter of etiquette. Lu Yana glanced at her mother, who nodded, and Lu Yana agreed, thank you, Mom, thank you, Dad. In the future, at the wedding, there will be all the trimmings, don't worry. Ye's mother said with great generosity. Lu's mother also agreed, so should the car be bought now or when the child is about to get married? Yi Chen said, Mom, there's no rush about the wedding car, we can buy it then. The most important thing right now is to take care of Nana. Lu's mother and father nodded with relief, Ye's mother said to Auntie Zhang, I'll leave the care of Yi Chen's family to you in the future. These two are still children, so you should remind them if you have any advice. I understand, Auntie Mei, so you can rest assured and leave these two children to me. Auntie Zhang replied with a smile. Ye's mother's given name is Zhang Mei, and she is a relative on Auntie Zhang's side of the family, so they both share the same surname. Ye's mother is a few months older than Auntie Zhang, so Auntie Zhang calls her sister. Auntie Zhang also has a husband and children at home. Her children have just graduated and are starting work, and they are in the same city as her. Her husband stays at home and grows plants. Now, Auntie Zhang has also benefited from the Yi family's care over the past 10 years, and has sent both her son and daughter to university. Her daughter is now a sophomore in college in another city, so she still can't retire. After all, it's really hard to find a good boss like the Yi family. Ye's mother is also very relieved to have entrusted her son and daughter-in-law to her. After she finishes her current work, she will definitely come here to take care of this little family. Normally, a woman has a hard time carrying one baby, let alone triplets. Besides, after this crisis, the family business has shrunk quite a bit, so in many cases, Ye's father can handle it alone. So, after a harmonious dinner at the villa, the family went home separately. On the way home, Ye's mother looked at Ye's father, who was driving, and asked, how much money do we have left? During this time, we can save as much as we can. Although the in-laws said that the bride price was just a formality, we can't really give 28,888, can we? And the in-laws are also giving a car as a dowry. In my opinion, we'd better withdraw the whole reserve fund. We spent all of Chinchin's money on his wedding because of the company's business, and now Nana is pregnant too. We can't let the in-laws think that we're being ungrateful. So, the dowry money must be increased, and the reserve fund must be withdrawn. Yes. We are going to be grandparents soon, and I feel so happy. We can make a profit even after spending the money. As long as everyone is happy, that's all that matters. Ye's father was also very emotional. When he first received Ji Chen's call, he was still in a daze, and these past 2 days have been like a dream. Everything has happened so quickly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed it. The thought of having a grandchild is truly a great joy for a man of his age. Ye's mother finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, she really wouldn't use the emergency fund unless absolutely necessary. Although she had a few 100,000 yuan on hand, she felt like the money would quickly run out when faced with Nana's triplets. After all, it was hard to make money these days. Fortunately, her son was smart, and he hadn't spent his allowance recklessly. He knew how to invest it, and he had even prepared the wedding house himself, saving her a lot of worry. Chapter 14. Do you sleep together? If her son hadn't bought a wedding house, even if he withdrew the reserve fund, he couldn't afford this small 200 square meter villa. Then she took out her phone and opened WeChat, found her daughter-in-law Nana, and immediately transferred 200,000 yuan to her as a congratulatory gift, and left a message asking her to take care and rest. Lu Yana also received the message and immediately replied, "Got it, thanks mom." At this time, Yi Chen was being taken by Auntie Zhang to the restaurant on the first floor to talk. Auntie Zhang asked, "Chinchin, are you sleeping together now?" Yi Chen was a little confused. "Yes, we are sleeping together, what's wrong with that?" Auntie Zhang whispered, "Nana is only 3 months pregnant, even if she is a little further along, it is still impossible to do that kind of thing. After all, she is pregnant with triplets, you'd better be careful. As a man, if you can hold back, just hold back for a while, a few months will soon pass." Auntie Zhang has been in the Yi family since Yi Chen was 5 years old. Ye's parents were busy running their business, and Auntie Zhang was the only one who spent time with Yi Chen. You can say that Auntie Zhang is like a half-mother to him, and their relationship is relatively close, so they can say whatever they want to each other, and there is never any distinction between employer and employee. Yi Chen finally realized what Auntie Zhang was talking about, and immediately laughed, "Auntie Zhang, I'm a man, and she's pregnant now, so of course she's not going to mess around. Don't think of me as such a beast." Auntie Zhang also laughed, "That's enough. You know better. After all, you're a university student, so you should understand this. I won't say any more. I'm going to tidy up the utility room. We bought a bit too much today. By the way, ask Nana what she wants for supper tonight, I'll cook it for her." Yi Chen immediately replied, "Auntie Zhang, you go to bed if you're tired. You've been cleaning all day, you must be tired too. I can cook. Hee hee, there's a reward for cooking a midnight snack. How could I waste such a good opportunity?" Auntie Zhang also yawned, "Okay, you guys figure it out." After Yi Chen finished chatting with Auntie Zhang, he went up to the bedroom on the second floor and planned to cultivate a good relationship with his children. When he opened the door, Yi Chen saw Lu Yana lying on the bed playing with her phone, so he asked, "Honey, what are you doing?" Yi Chen said that the word's wife had been coming quite naturally to him these past 2 days, but every time Lu Yana hears him call her that, it makes her heart melt. Lu Yana smiles sweetly, "I'm booking high-speed train tickets for my parents for tomorrow. They have to go back tomorrow." Yi Chen, "Oh, then let's go see my parents off tomorrow." Lu Yana, "Yeah, and buy some local specialties for them to take back. Oh, by the way, just now my mom transferred 200,000 yuan to me as a marriage gift. Isn't that too much? Should I accept it?" Yi Chen laughed and said, "Just take it if she transfers it to you. Why wouldn't you accept it?" Lu Yana felt a little embarrassed and said, "I just feel that it might be a bit too much. Just now my aunt also asked me for my bank account number, saying that in the future, for large amounts of money, it would be safer to go through the bank account." Yi Chen said, "Then just give it to her. My parents have said that they will definitely not treat you unfairly, and neither will the baby you're carrying. Don't worry about any of that. Don't think about anything right now, just focus on keeping the baby safe. Let me hear if the baby was good today." Although Yi Chen was lying on Lu Yana's stomach for the second time, he was so skilled at it that he found the right position very precisely. "Babies, I'm the cool dad. When are you going to come out?" Yi Chen said adoringly. Lu Yana also looked at the man she loved with a face full of adoration. He was lying on his stomach, chatting with the baby in her stomach. Every time she saw this, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. Ding! The phone's message alert sounded, and Yi Chen knew that his system reward had arrived again, 100,000 yuan. Chapter 15, A Generous System. No way, he can have 3 chances a day, so he has to cherish them. After all, he is currently unemployed, so if the system rewards him 300,000 yuan a day, then he will have almost 9 million yuan a month. Wouldn't that be more profitable than working for someone else or even running a company? He is already thinking about whether he should really start a company, so that he can spend his money in a legitimate way. If he relies solely on an intangible company or stocks, sooner or later the truth will come out. But for now, these things can wait until after the baby is born. The most important thing now is to take care of his wife and child. Anyway, he has money now, so he can support a family even if he doesn't work. If he wants to take good care of his wife and child, then he needs to learn how to be a good father now. System detected that the host has made up his mind to be a good father, and rewards 1 million in cash. Holy cow! There's a reward for that? System, in your eyes, is money just a bunch of numbers? Yes, master. Ha! The system can even answer me. Interesting. Yi Chen quietly lay on Lu Yina's stomach and talked to the baby. Suddenly, the baby in her stomach moved. There was a very obvious rolling motion in the area where Yi Chen was leaning his face. Lu Yina also felt it clearly at this moment. One of the babies in her tummy seemed to have rolled over or something. Anyway, it moved a little. The two of them immediately looked at each other in surprise. The baby moved. Yes. I felt it too. I have to say, it's really amazing. Looks like I have to go buy a heart rate monitor to come back with. I want to hear the baby's heartbeat. It must be very loud. Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time he had been in such close contact with a baby. At that moment, the system rang. The host had close contact with the baby, and the performance rewarded the host with 100,000 yuan. No way. After dropping Lu Yina's parents off at the high-speed railway station tomorrow, I must go to the mall and buy some things like baby bottles, strollers, and diapers. I'll wash them and keep them ready. Yi Chen said to Lu Yina, "Honey, what time is mom and dad's train tomorrow?" Lu Yina looked at her phone and said, "I just bought them a ticket for 10:20 tomorrow. They don't need to get up too early, they can have breakfast first and then go by car." Yi Chen planned in his heart, first he would send his parents back by high-speed train, and then go shopping for baby products. When he went shopping today, he only bought some small household items, quilts, supplements, etc., but he still had not bought baby products. After thinking it over, Yi Chen said to Lu Yina, "Tomorrow, let's go shopping for baby supplies together again, see what we need to buy, and then go out to eat after we're done. In the afternoon, you can come back and take a nap. If you're tired, I can go by myself." Lu Yina would never miss the chance to spend time with Yi Chen, so she was naturally willing to go alone. "I'll be fine, my tummy isn't that big yet, and I don't have any symptoms yet, so let's go together." Yi Chen patted his stomach, "Then let's go together as a family of 5. After saying that, Yi Chen smiled at Lu Yina. Lu Yina looked at Yi Chen's smile and instantly felt like she had fallen in love. She just loved watching Yi Chen smile so brightly, smile so charmingly. Lu Yina looked at Yi Chen blankly, her eyes full of love. Yi Chen also noticed Lu Yina's days and smiled even more brightly. "You little cutie, do you know you're playing with fire?" Then, he directly pushed Lu Yina onto the bed, but did not press on her stomach. The two looked at each other ambiguously in a man on top woman below position. When Lu Yina reacted, she awkwardly tried to break free from his restraint. Yi Chen buried his head in Lu Yina's ear and whispered like a subwoofer in her ear, "Fool, what do you think I want to do?" After that, he snickered a few times. Chapter 16, Money is just a number. Just then, Lu Yina suddenly stopped struggling. Suddenly, her hand wrapped around Yi Chen's neck, and she lightly placed her lips on his cheek. Yi Chen's entire body stiffened, and he let out a breath. "Woman, get ready to put out the fire." Yi Chen lowered his head and kissed her directly and domineeringly. Lu Yina felt like her brain had exploded. Just as Yi Chen's hand was wandering over Lu Yina, the system voice suddenly sounded, and it also brought Yi Chen's reason back. "Congratulations, the host has triggered a special reward, the prize is 5 million in cash." Yi Chen's hand movement came to an abrupt end, and he suddenly pulled away from Lu Yina and jumped off the bed. "No!" Yi Chen was finally brought back to his senses by the system voice, and he kept breathing deeply to calm the fire in his body. Lu Yina was a little embarrassed, not sure if it was because of the kiss just now. her whole face was flushed. Yichen panted while pulling open the bedroom door and said to Lu Yana on the bed, "I'll sleep in the next room tonight. If you need anything, remember to call me. I need to calm down a bit." Lu Yana blushed, smiling as she watched Yi Chen's fleeing figure. She knew that Yi Chen would never act like that. Lu Yana gently placed her hands on her face and lips, biting her lip and reminiscing about the deep passionate kiss the two of them had just shared. Sitting alone on the bed, she covered her mouth and giggled, reminiscing. Yi Chen had just closed the door when he discovered Auntie Zhang was actually hiding outside the door eavesdropping. Shocked, he immediately pulled Auntie Zhang aside and whispered, "Auntie Zhang, what are you doing here?" Auntie Zhang raised her hand and hit Yi Chen on the head, and scolded him, "You almost set the house on fire. Didn't I tell you to take it easy? In just a few months, how could you not be able to resist?" Yi Chen was also a little aggrieved. "I didn't do anything, just a little kiss." Auntie Zhang was also helpless, not even a kiss is allowed. What if something happens from a kiss? You must not make any mistakes. Luckily your mother sent me here to supervise you, almost causing a problem. Yi Chen was also a little embarrassed. Yes. Auntie Zhang, I know, I won't do it again, just holding hands, okay? Auntie Zhang was also full of disbelief, but there was nothing she could do. These two young people don't know any better, and as someone who has been there herself, she still has to be careful. Auntie Zhang whispered, "Go to sleep." Yi Chen let out a sound, and then opened the door to the guest room. He lay directly in a big shape on the big bed. The system just said that I triggered a special mission. What is this special mission? Is it a kiss? Or what? At this time, the system rang again. "Hello host, the system's special mission is random, so please seize the opportunity." Yi Chen was also a bit speechless. Isn't this nonsense? Isn't it just the system giving away rewards? This is too unreliable. It's just that he just kissed Lu Yana and unexpectedly got a reward of 5 million. Does that mean that in the future, if I just kiss my wife, I can get a reward? If I do something else, will there be even more rewards? Ha ha! Yi Chen was smirking, as if he was planning something. The next day, around 8:30, everyone had already got up. Yi Chen and Lu Yana accompanied their parents to have breakfast and then saw them off to the high-speed train. At this point, Yi Chen felt more and more that he had to buy a car to get around. He had nearly 10 million in cash in his hands, so he could buy whatever car he wanted. It was too inconvenient to go in and out without a car, and it was also inconvenient for Auntie Zhang to go shopping. They would need to buy an extra car for that. Now, they relied entirely on taxis to get around. Now that they had dropped their parents off at the high-speed railway station, they took a taxi to the mall to buy baby supplies. Chapter 17, Parents' Reluctance. On the train. Lu's father let out a heavy sigh. Lu's mother looked at him and asked, "What are you sighing about? Isn't your daughter doing well now?" Lu's father said with a deep tone, "My daughter whom I have raised for more than 20 years is getting married like this." Lu's mother said, "Now that Nana is pregnant and wearing a wedding dress will not look good on her big belly, but after the baby is born, they can have a second wedding." Lu's father gave Lu's mother a look and said, "You don't even understand what I'm saying." Lu's mother was taken aback by his words. She knew exactly what he meant. This was her only child. She was reluctant to let her go. But, after all, a woman should find a good family to marry into, have children, and raise them. Now she has found a good family, the son-in-law is also a good person, and her daughter is valued there. Isn't that great? But as she thought about it, she felt as if something had been lost in her heart, leaving her feeling empty. She should be happy that her daughter had married off, so why was she sighing and lamenting? Lu's mother also wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. "I'll retire in a few years, and your company will close down too, so we can come and live with our daughter. But for now, we just need to earn more money and buy a small apartment near our daughter's place, so that we can see each other every day. We'll settle down here and help her with the kids. It's not a bad idea, is it?" Lu's mother laughed as she spoke. Lu's father, however, said, "The company can't just close down. Unlike you, I can retire a few years early, but I can't close down the company. Those employees have been with me for many years, and they rely on me to support their families. If Lu's father were to close the company, he would never agree to it." After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said, "Why don't you give the company to your son-in-law? He's unemployed anyway. I'm an old employee, so I'll just come back to visit from time to time. If he does well and wants to expand, our company is pretty close by, just a 40-minute train ride away." It won't be a problem. Lou's mother nodded along. Well, that's fine too. How much money do we have in the bank? I have a few $100,000 here, and what about you? I have a few million in fixed deposits. I originally planned to use it as a dowry for Nana when she got married, but now Yichen is so capable and has a house, so we'll give her a car worth over 2 million yuan as a dowry, along with some other jewelry and things, and that'll be pretty much spent. Lou's mother nodded. Well, as long as the children are doing well, and fortunately the in-laws and Yichen's child are sensible, Nana won't be bullied when she marries into their family. The two leaned on each other, chatting about their children while looking outside the moving car. This way. Yichen and Lu Yana took a taxi to the largest shopping mall in Xiangqing, Demingfa. The two went directly to the maternity products section, where the salesperson was very enthusiastic in introducing the products to the two. Hello, sir and madam. The saleswoman looked up and down at the two of them, and her sharp eyes noticed the slight bulge in Lu Yina's stomach. Moreover, seeing the two of them holding hands and talking as they walked, she was quite sure that they were a newlywed couple buying daily necessities for their future baby. Do you want to buy bottles and things like that for the baby in advance? The saleswoman asked with a smile. Yichen, yes, the baby we're carrying is triplets, so we need to buy the daily necessities in advance, otherwise we'll be in a panic when the time comes. The saleswoman was shocked to hear Yichen's words. Triplets? My goodness. That's amazing. Congratulations. Thank you. Yichen and Lu Yana said with a smile. Under the saleswoman's guidance, Yichen and Lu Yana had already bought bottles, pacifiers, baby diapers and adult diapers, nursing pads, and of course, some baby clothes and toys. When it came time to pay, Yichen lifted all the shopping bags, and Lu Yana couldn't help but help. Hello, that's 2,330 yuan in total. Would you like to pay by card or cash? Let's pay by card, said Yichen, taking out his bank card. DDDD. The card was successfully swiped. Chapter 18, there are rewards for buying things for your baby. At that moment, the system rang. The host has spent money on a baby for the first time, and the host is rewarded 100,000 yuan. Yichen's phone rang again. Yichen was a little confused, too, that there was a reward for this. Never mind, this money is going to be spent anyway, and the reward is in hand. In the future, buy more things for the kids, and maybe you'll get even more rewards. Just as they were about to leave, the saleswoman came out with a bag containing a book. Sir, you look like a man who loves his wife and children. Our store has a rule that if a husband accompanies his wife, they will be given a free book on parenting. She handed Yichen the bag and took out a business card, saying sincerely, Sir and Madam, here is my card. If you need to buy milk powder, diapers, or anything else in the future, you can call me. If you are within 5 kilometers of the city, I can deliver it to your door in 30 minutes. Thank you for your support. With that, the saleswoman handed over her card with both hands. Seriously, a family that can afford to have triplets can definitely afford to raise them. That's not just any family, that's a big family. Yichen looked at the business card handed over by the saleswoman and indicated for Lu Yana to take it. He said to the saleswoman, thank you for being so considerate. If we need anything in the future, we will definitely call you. Yes, sir. Please take care. The saleswoman watched the two of them leave, really envious in her heart. This woman is really happy, with such a handsome husband, and the key is that he is so caring, accompanying her while she is pregnant and even when they go shopping. If she didn't have a rich family, she probably couldn't have achieved this. It was now 12 o'clock, and Auntie Zhang's phone rang. Lu Yana answered, Hello, Auntie Zhang. Nana, are you guys coming home for lunch today? Lu Yana turned to Yichen and said, Auntie Zhang is asking if we're coming home for lunch. Yichen whispered, Do you want to go back for lunch? Lu Yana covered her mouth and laughed, shaking her head. Yichen laughed too, then we won't go back for lunch. You tell Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang also laughed at the other end of the phone. Okay, I know, you eat outside, but don't eat anything unhealthy. I know, Auntie Zhang, goodbye. After hanging up with Auntie Zhang, Lu Yana asked, Where are we going to eat now? This seems to be the first time we've officially gone on a date and eaten together. Yichen nodded and said, Yeah, we should go somewhere fancy. What do you want to eat? Lu Yana, I don't care, I'm not picky. Yichen was also very helpless. Is this what women are like? Why don't we go to a Michelin-starred restaurant? The food there is really delicious. Lu Yana, a Michelin-starred restaurant? That's very expensive, don't you think? You see, this is what women are like. Yi-Chen, go, go, go. Expensive or not, we're going. After all, it's the first time we've gone out for dinner, how can we just go anywhere? Yi-Chen quickly coaxed Lu Yina, and Lu Yina also smiled sweetly. Yes, it was definitely necessary to find a nice place to eat on the first date. And this also shows that Yi-Chen values himself, which is really nice. Yi-Chen held a stack of shopping bags in one hand and took Lu Yina's hand in the other. The two of them smiled at each other, walked out of the mall, and walked towards the Michelin restaurant across the street. They entered this 3-star Michelin restaurant, went up to the second floor, and naturally found a seat by the window. The waiter was very attentive, poured the two a glass of water, and after delivering the menu, he retreated. Yi-Chen sat shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yina, and leaned over to her. Nana, do you want me to call you Nana or wife? Lu Yina looked at him and winked. You can call me whatever you like, and can I call you husband? Chapter 19, the relationship moves closer. After all, the two are newlyweds, and calling him by his full name Yi-Chen seems to have too much of a sense of distance. Yi-Chen said with a smile, I like to call you wife, and I like to call you Nana. Lu Yina patted Yi-Chen on the shoulder. Just kidding, then you can just call me wife. After last night, the two of them seemed to have taken their relationship to the next level. Lu Yina could clearly feel that Yi-Chen was not as distant with her and the baby as he had been before, and that his emotions were more naturally flowing. After ordering, Lu Yina snuggled up against Yi-Chen's shoulder and looked at her phone. Honey, have you told any of your classmates about our marriage yet? Yi-Chen froze for a moment. I had mentioned it to my roommates before, and when they heard that I wanted to marry you, I guess they must have thought I was bragging. After all, my wife is the school beauty queen, and they definitely never imagined that the school beauty queen would actually fall for me. Lu Yina laughed on Yi-Chen's shoulder. So what if she's the school beauty queen? She's still a human being. Not to mention that you're such an outstanding person and you're so handsome, of course I like you. Do you like me? Yi-Chen took Lu Yina's hand and said, I like you too, how could I not? Besides, we even have a child together, don't be silly. Lu Yina, so is it because of the child? Yi-Chen immediately turned his head and looked face to face with Lu Yina. I forbid you to think that way, I definitely didn't want to marry you just because you had a child. If it's because of responsibility, then at most I'll pay child support, but I won't marry you. We all need time to get to know each other better, so don't be paranoid. Lu Yina was a little depressed. I'm not confident in myself either. I feel like everything is happening too fast, and I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll lose you. Yi-Chen hugged her tightly. Silly, how can you think that? You need to know that it's enough for a husband to love you. Yi-Chen said firmly. Perhaps before, he might have been 80% married to Lu Yina because of the baby, and the remaining 20% because he liked her from the bottom of his heart. But now that the two of them have spent a few days together, Yi-Chen has also felt Lu Yina's kindness and her love for him during the few days he has spent with her. And Yi-Chen has also tried to respond to Lu Yina's love, and was surprised to find that everything he did felt so natural and so right. Now the two of them have confessed their love for each other, and their relationship has heated up dramatically. Just then, the system beeps again. The host has triggered a special mission, and the system rewards 1 million yuan. At this moment, Yi-Chen's heart is a little crazy too. What's going on with this system? Rewards for this and rewards for that? What's the rule? I'll go home and study it carefully to see how I can get the system's money. The two of them hugged each other tightly for almost 10 minutes, still reluctant to part. It wasn't until the waiter served them that they reluctantly let go. Honey, I heard that the food here is delicious, so go ahead and eat, I'll pay the bill. Yi-Chen gave Lu Yina a spoiled smile. Lu Yina smiled at Yi-Chen, her face red. I see. Lu Yina brought a piece of fruit salad to Yi-Chen's mouth. Ah, you eat one, this is quite delicious. Yi-Chen opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. Yi-Chen asked, what do you think of my parents? Lu Yina replied while eating, I think my parents are pretty good. What do your parents think of me? Yi-Chen said, my parents are quite satisfied with you. They told me to live a good life with you. What about your parents? What do they think of me? Lu Yina said, they are also very satisfied with you. I feel really happy now. I was scared at the beginning, but now I feel like I'm the happiest woman in the world. I have a husband who loves me, in-laws who dote on me, and a baby on the way. I really am so happy. Yi-Chen hugged Lu Yina's fragrant shoulders again. Me too, and my wife is still so beautiful, I'm really a winner in life. Lu Yina looked at Yi-Chen with gentle eyes. Of course, you're also very handsome. Yi-Chen looked at Lu Yina's tender eyes and couldn't help it. Let's eat, your eyes are making me lose control again. Lu Yana smiled sweetly, and the two became even closer. Chapter 20 Acquired the skill of never forgetting a face. After lunch, the two took a taxi home. Yi Chen now felt that it was really necessary for him to buy a scooter. Tomorrow, he would go with his wife to look at a new car. How much would it cost to buy a car for himself, a car for his wife, and Auntie Zhang's grocery cart? However, he still had more than 10 million yuan in his account, which should be enough. After returning home, Lu Yana went to her room and took a nap. For some reason, she always felt like she didn't get enough sleep lately. It must be because of the pregnancy, she had become lazy and didn't like to move. She always wanted to lie down, stay still, and sleep as much as she could. Yi Chen, on the other hand, handed over the purchased items to Auntie Zhang. When he saw the scientific parenting book that the clerk had given him before leaving, he was a bit curious and took it out to study it. This saleswoman sure knows what she's doing. She knows what first-time parents need. Yi Chen was also very excited, picked up the book and went into the study to study it. After all, he is the father of triplets. When the children are born, he can't be flustered and know nothing. Before this, he really hadn't come into contact with knowledge in this area, such as knowledge about pregnant women, what to do after the child is born, what to do when you are in the hospital, etc. Anyway, he knew nothing about it. So, he sat down at the desk and started reading. At that moment, the system beeped. The host triggered a special task, and the system rewarded the skill of retention. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Is this okay? This system really needs to be studied. Anything related to his wife and child may trigger a special task, and the rewards are pretty good. Like the moment you decide to marry Lu Yana, have a baby, buy your wife a midnight snack, propose to your wife, cook dumplings for your wife, hear your baby's first sound, spend money on your baby for the first time, and so on. How does this never forget skill work? System, report, host, just click to activate the skill, and you'll never forget anything in the future. Really? Yi Chen immediately said, let's activate the never forget function now. System, okay. Ding. Activated successfully. Yi Chen let out a deep breath. When he picked up the book again, it seemed that he was really able to concentrate more than before, and even after reading a dozen pages, he could still remember what was written earlier. My goodness. This skill is really great. Parenting knowledge, from the moment a pregnant woman becomes pregnant, to the time when the child turns 7. This book, which is 4 or 5 times as thick as a cell phone stacked on top of each other, Yi Chen read in just 10 minutes, and he can clearly remember what was said on any page you ask him. My goodness. Why didn't the system appear sooner? If I had this function a few years ago, I might have been able to get into a top university in the world. Yi Chen pressed down on the thoughts in his head and said that it was useless to say more. The most important thing was the present. It says that when a child is born, you should prepare formula, bottles, diapers, etc. right away, because after the birth, the baby must be fed some sugar water or formula to prevent low blood sugar. It also teaches you how to tell if the baby's stools are due to indigestion, what is considered good stools, and how to burp a baby, etc., in great detail. Another very important thing in here is that when a woman is pregnant, her hormones change so much that she is prone to temper tantrums. When Yi Chen saw this, he was still thinking to himself, why didn't I think that Nana would act like this? In the future, I should pay more attention to my wife's mood changes. If she's in a bad mood, it's likely that the baby won't be happy either. If the baby isn't happy, its development will definitely be poor. There's also the issue of morning sickness during pregnancy. If a pregnant woman is dry heaving and has a poor appetite, at this time, she can try to drink some carbonated drinks like Coke and Sprite to soothe her stomach. However, if she is vomiting sour water, she can drink some soda water and eat some soda crackers or something. Chapter 21 The Schoolflower's Secret Crush. Yi Chen couldn't help but nod. Nana didn't seem to have any particular reaction, which was good, unlike those women on TV who vomited until they died, and didn't have to suffer like that. There were also some dietary precautions for pregnant women. You can't eat too much junk food, it's not good for the baby. And you need to exercise a bit. Well, maybe I should see if I can sign up for some yoga or something? Or swimming would be good too. I don't know if Nana would like it. If she does, then I'll just sign her up, if not, then I won't bother. Yi Chen spent the whole afternoon in the study, until Lu Yana woke up from her nap. When she walked past the study, she saw Yi Chen poking at his phone while reading a book, seemingly researching something. There was also a notebook on the table, and every now and then he would write something in it. Lu Yana then walked in and hugged Yi Chen from behind. Honey, what are you working on? Yi Chen, seeing that it was his wife, picked up the notebook and said excitedly, "Honey, I'm researching some knowledge about pregnant women and babies. This book that the clerk gave me is really quite useful. I've written down some of the important things, so it's convenient to look them up in the future. You can read it too, and you don't have to read such a thick book." Lu Yana took the book and looked at the things to watch out for during pregnancy and with the baby, written in various colored pens, and her eyes reddened. Since the moment she met Yi Chen, Lu Yana had been attracted to his sunny personality and handsome appearance. At school, she often heard girls around her talk about him, saying that he was nice and good-looking, and was also the male god among many girls. So, from that moment on, she also occasionally paid attention to Yi Chen, and slowly fell in love with him in her heart. And after she had that night with Yi Chen, she was still very ecstatic inside. She had given the most important thing to the person she liked the most, and it was worth it. She didn't think about what would happen in the future, she just enjoyed the happiness of the moment. It was only when she found out she was pregnant that she was ready to take responsibility for it all, but she wanted to give it a try and fight for the child in her belly. Unexpectedly, she really had not chosen the wrong person. Yi Chen is a responsible man, a man with a sense of responsibility. Originally, when the two got married, she only thought that as long as he loved the child, she didn't care about anything else. In the end, in many marriages, isn't it just a piece of paper that remains, along with the child? She had just brought forward the time. At first, when she was at school, she heard people discussing that Yi Chen's family seemed to have gone bankrupt and lost everything. After getting to know each other over the past few days, she realized that Yi Zhen's family was not bankrupt, but just had a shrinking fortune. And Yi Zhen had made so much money from his investments that she didn't have to worry about him being able to support the baby alone. After spending so much time together, they had also confessed their feelings for each other. It turned out that Yi Zhen also had good feelings towards her, and because of the baby, he seemed to have a different kind of emotion for her, which should be love. Looking at this notebook full of love, Lu Yina's heart melted. She hugged Yi Chen and turned her face to kiss him on the cheek. "Thank you, honey, you've worked hard." "Silly. In order to take care of you and the baby, it's not hard work for me. By the way, for afternoon tea, what would you like to eat, honey?" "I'll cook it for you," Yi Chen asked with a smile. "Can you cook?" Lu Yana asked with a smile. "You probably haven't had anything your husband has cooked for you before, and it's at the level of an international master chef," Yi Chen said proudly. "Your husband has systematically acquired advanced cooking techniques, and the food he cooks is not comparable to that of a 3-star Michelin restaurant, but it's still better than the chefs in 5-star hotels." "Well, I'm going to be rude to you, wife. It's already so late, and I want to eat a big meal you cooked tonight. I'll skip afternoon tea, I'll just have some fruit." "Okay. I'll make you an apple salad. You take your time eating and watching TV, it'll be ready soon." Yi Chen got up, took Lu Yina's hand, and walked downstairs. Chapter 22, Cooking for his wife. After making a salad for Lu Yana, he sat her on the sofa to watch TV, while Yi Chen and Auntie Jean got busy. After eating the salad, Lu Yana watched TV and then fell asleep on the sofa. When Yi Chen woke her up, the table was already set with the food that Yi Chen had prepared. It smelled delicious from a distance. Looking at the table, there were 3 dishes and a pot of double-boiled soup, pigeon soup, braised chicken with chestnuts, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and salted vegetable hearts. The soup smelled delicious. Yi Chen has also put in a lot of effort for this dinner. Pregnant women need to supplement a lot of nutrients during pregnancy, but they can't eat a lot of meat and take supplements. Pregnant women's dinners should be light and nutritious. So he also went to the pharmacy and bought some Chinese herbs that are specially used for tonifying the body to stew this pigeon soup. Just smelling it makes you feel hungry. First, when he pulled Lu Yana over to the table, he had already served her a bowl of soup, which had also been left to stand for a while, so he woke her up to drink it. When Lu Yana saw the table, her eyes were full of disbelief. "Did you really make this? My goodness, it looks so much better than what I can make. You must have put a lot of effort into this stewed chicken with chestnuts. And, the soup really smells fresh, it must be delicious." Lu Yana was drooling just looking at it. Without saying a word, she immediately sat down and had a mouthful of the soup first. It's really delicious. I've never had such a delicious soup before. It's really sweet. Auntie Zhang, come over and have some too." While praising the food, Lu Yana also told Auntie Zhang to come over and try her husband's cooking. She also quickly pulled Yi Chen down to sit down and eat herself. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, ordinary dishes that could not be more ordinary, they were different when made by Yi Chen. Auntie Zhang hurriedly said from the side, "Ouch, Nana, eat slowly." Auntie Zhang also sat down and started drinking the soup. After taking a bite, her eyes lit up. To be honest, she was also very surprised. She had been by Yi Chen's side for so many years, and she had really rarely seen him enter the kitchen. She also thought that Yi Chen could not cook. But now this bowl of soup has amazed her. So, she immediately picked up the chopsticks again to try some of the other dishes. And it's not bad at all. It seems that this boy has really grown up and knows how to take care of his wife. Seeing the child she raised all by herself get married and have a child, and also willing to be a family cook for his wife, she is also happy for Yi Chen. I believe Yi Chen will also be a good husband and a good father. Yi Chen sat next to her, serving Lu Yana food and asking, "Is it delicious? I told you the food I cook is better than that of a 5-star chef." Lu Yana had already finished her bowl of rice by now, and her hands slowed down. "Did you really cook this? If you hadn't said you did, I would have thought it was cooked by a 3-star Michelin chef. It's really delicious." Yi Chen laughed, "Of course. I can cook for you every day if you like it." "That's not good. If I eat this much every day, I'll quickly turn into a pig." Lu Yana pouted. "It's okay, my husband won't mind if you gain weight." Lu Yana refused. "How can I do that? I'll mind if I gain weight, it's not easy to lose weight." Yi Chen laughed. Sure enough, girls still care about their weight. Beep, the host cooked for his wife and child and received praise, rewarding the host 100,000 yuan. "I'm going to get rewarded for that? In the future, if I'm nice to my wife and children, I'll get rewarded until I'm soft?" Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. "So I can occasionally cook for you in the future, is that okay?" Lu Yana smiled. "Yes. Husband is so good. Husband, I really have to say that your cooking skills are really worthy of being a culinary god." Yi Chen looked at such a cute little eater and smiled even more brightly. Chapter 23, Baby Playing Hide and Seek. After eating and drinking, the two of them sat on the sofa watching boring TV. "Honey, tomorrow morning, do you want to come with me to look at cars? I want to buy a mobility scooter, so it will be more convenient to get in and out. By the way, have you got your driving license yet?" "Lu Yana, I took the test, but I just got my license not long ago, and I'm still in the probationary period, so I haven't had a chance to drive on the road yet." Yi Chen laughed. "Your husband will drive in the future. So will you go with me tomorrow morning? Do you want to sleep in or something?" Lu Yana definitely didn't want to be apart from Yi Chen. The two of them were now gradually developing a good relationship, and she really wished she could be by Yi Chen's side 24 hours a day. "Go ahead. Tomorrow morning, remember to wake me up. I'm afraid I won't be able to get up. Lately, I've really been sleeping really well, and I'm falling asleep more and more. I eat and sleep and eat, and I feel like a pig. Don't worry, even if I turn into a pig, my husband can support me." Yi Chen smiled fondly and held Lu Yana in his arms. The two of them cuddled on the sofa for a long time. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yana's sleepiness returned, and she yawned repeatedly. "I can't take it anymore, I'm going to sleep, I'm so sleepy." "Yi Chen, don't go to sleep yet, I haven't had a chance to hear the baby's voice today. The fetal heart monitor I bought yesterday is ready to use today." Yi Chen is also very excited. He also really likes to be in contact with the baby, and now that he has bought the fetal heart monitor, he can hear the baby's heartbeat properly. Speaking of fetal heart monitoring, do we need to go for a prenatal checkup? I read an online post that said something about going to the Women and Children's Hospital to set up a file or something? Now that we are married, that would be good for getting a birth certificate and so on, right? Yi Chen suddenly remembered some posts he had searched out and read today, so he asked. "Oh, that's right. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have really forgotten to go for the prenatal checkup. Oh, my memory is really getting worse and worse." Lu Yana also woke up as if from a dream. She had also forgotten about it. "Then, shall we go for the prenatal checkup tomorrow morning?" Yi Chen asked. "So, we're not going to buy a car? We can postpone buying a car, but we can't delay this baby thing." Yi Chen decided right then and there to go for the prenatal checkup first, and then go buy a car. "Then I need to make an appointment first, otherwise, there will definitely be a long queue when we go there." Lu Yana immediately took out her phone and made an appointment for the prenatal checkup online. Fortunately, she had already created a card when she went for her pregnancy checkup before, so now she only needed to bind the hospital's medical card to make an appointment. After making the appointment, Lu Yana then said to Yi Chen, I made an appointment, but since the appointment time is too late, I can only make an appointment after 10:30. Shouldn't be too late, right? No, just take a taxi there early. Let's go back to the room and listen to what the baby is doing. We can talk about buying a car later. Yi Chen hurriedly went to find the fetal monitor he bought today. Lu Yana felt that her stomach had grown particularly quickly in the past 2 days, as if it had grown by half overnight. After all, there were 3 little babies inside, and she had been sleeping and eating a lot recently, so it should be related. She took a pillow, half reclined, and shyly lifted up her shirt to reveal her belly. Yi Chen was unpacking the device and studying how to use it. Lu Yana glanced at the device and understood that it worked on the same principle as an ultrasound machine, so she instructed Yi Chen. Hubby, take the white coupling solution in the bottle and squeeze a little onto the probe, then place it here and see what happens, said Lu Yana, pointing to her belly. Yi Chen immediately understood and quickly got it right according to Lu Yana's instructions. Little babies, your handsome dad is here. Yi Chen took the probe and turned on the monitor. He placed the probe on Lu Yana's belly, and the monitor immediately made a loud noise. Lu Yana felt a chill on her belly, and all her pores stood up. Ha! Are the babies playing hide and seek with Daddy? Where are they? Let Daddy listen. Yi Chen spoke softly to the baby while holding the probe, as if they were really playing hide and seek. Chapter 24, Hearing the Fetal Heartbeat for the First Time. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen in front of her, who loved children so much, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. The child will be very happy to have such a father. Suddenly, just as Yi Chen's probe was wandering over Lu Yana's belly, a loud pounding sound came from the otherwise noisy monitor. Yi Chen was also startled by the sound of the heartbeat, and his hands trembled. At the same time, the system's voice also sounded. Ding! The host heard the baby's heartbeat for the first time, and the system rewarded 1 million yuan. But Yi Chen couldn't care less. Now he had really heard his child's heartbeat, and any reward was just a cloud. Baby, Daddy has found you. Are you the first child, the second child, or the youngest child? Yi Chen's face was full of a father's smile, and he was so happy that his teeth were visible. Lu Yana was also stunned by the sound of the heartbeat. It was truly incredible. Life is truly amazing. Suddenly, the monitor transmitted another noise. Lu Yana also smiled. The baby has hidden again. Oh, is it hidden well? Mommy is coming to find you. Lu Yana also felt that the baby in her tummy seemed to have rolled over, and then the strong heartbeat of the rising sun disappeared, perhaps shy and hiding. The two interacted warmly and lovingly with the baby, and they both looked at each other and smiled. How warm and beautiful it all was. Zhang Yi, who was standing outside the door, was also very emotional. Chen Chen has really grown up. He knows how to love his wife and child, and he even cooks for his wife. Auntie Zhang quietly went back to her room. The next day, Yi Chen woke up first at around 9 o'clock. Looking at Lu Yana, who was still sleeping next to him, he stroked her flawless face, smiled, and got up to wash up. He had also been a little sleepless last night, because hearing his child's heartbeat had made him feel particularly magical. It wasn't until almost midnight that he felt drowsy, which was why he was getting up so late today. After washing up, he went downstairs. He was about to start cooking breakfast when he saw Auntie Zhang already doing so. So he went back to wake Lu Yana up. Honey, wake up. After breakfast, we need to go for the antenatal checkup. Ha? Never mind, I'm sleepy. Lu Yana rolled over, turned her head away, and tried to go back to sleep. Suddenly, it seemed like she remembered something, and she sat up abruptly. I have to go for a prenatal checkup today. How could I have forgotten? Lu Yana immediately jumped out of bed. She asked Yi Chen, honey, what time is it? Yi Chen smiled at her and said, take your time, it's still early. It's only a little after 9 o'clock. Brush your teeth first, Auntie Zhang has already made breakfast. I'll wait for you downstairs. Don't worry, take your time. Okay, good. You go downstairs first, I'll be right there. Lu Yana quickly rushed into the bathroom and started brushing her teeth and washing her face. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana with a smile and shook his head helplessly. Very soon. The two sat down together and finished breakfast. Not long after Yi Chen finished breakfast, he had already called a car in advance. After the two had breakfast, they walked hand in hand to the entrance of the community and waited for a few minutes before the car arrived. After arriving at the maternity hospital, they found the antenatal department and saw a queue of people with their names still waiting. the two asked the nurse about setting up a file. So they filled in the forms, provided the information, etc., and finally got the antenatal checkup booklet. Then the nurse told them to measure their blood pressure and weight first. After doing all this, it wasn't long before Lu Yina's name was called over the loudspeaker. After entering the department, the doctor glanced at Lu Yina, then at the computer, and suddenly exclaimed, "You're the girl who naturally gave birth to triplets? I remember you. Is this your husband? The young man is quite handsome, isn't he?" Lu Yina smiled and said, "Yes, this is my husband. Doctor, take a look, this is my maternity record book." The doctor took the book with excitement, looked at the data on it, and then calculated the dates. "You are now 25 days into your third trimester, almost 4 months pregnant. Looking at the data, your blood pressure is a little low, but it's okay, it's a little low in the early stages of pregnancy. You can move around a little more after 4 months. You can't have an ultrasound today, but you can come back next week. But you need to make an appointment first, and you have medical insurance, right? If you have medical insurance, you can get a partial waiver. 3 babies. You really need to pay special attention. Don't go to places with a lot of people. After 4 months, the baby in your stomach will start growing rapidly. You need to control your diet and prevent the baby from growing too big, so it's more troublesome. You need to pay attention to a balanced diet, don't eat too much sugar, and eat more protein." Then, the two of them stood one and sat one, listening carefully to what the doctor said, and nodded in agreement with the doctor's instructions. Chapter 25, Accompanying his wife for the prenatal checkup. The doctor continued, "Your husband is quite good, actually accompanying you for the prenatal checkup." Lu Yana smiled happily, "Yes, he is a good father and a good husband, good to me and the baby." Hearing someone praise her husband like this, Lu Yana was very happy, and cooperated very well with the measurement of the abdominal circumference. The doctor also laughed and said, "Ouch, that's really happy. I wish you eternal happiness." Yi Chen and Lu Yana laughed together and said, "Thank you for your blessings, doctor." After the two had finished their checkup, it was soon noon. "Honey, are you still going to look at cars today?" Lu Yana asked. "It's too late to look at cars today, let's do it tomorrow morning. You still need to take a nap in the afternoon, and after dinner you need to rest well, so generally it's only morning time." Lu Yana, "Actually, it's fine if I don't go, you can just look at them and buy them." "That's fine, but it's also fine. Seeing as you have difficulty moving around, it's not good to take you running around with us. I can go and have a look myself in the afternoon. Do you like any particular type?" Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, "I was thinking that if our 3 babies come out, we'll definitely need to hire some nannies. I'm afraid you'll get tired, so I choose something bigger for the car. How about buying 2 cars, one for when we don't usually take the baby out? After all, when the baby comes out, we'll also need to take it out for checkups and so on, and it would definitely be inconvenient in the usual car. If you buy another nanny car, there will be more people to sit in it, which will be much more convenient. What do you think?" Yi Chen had already memorized the parenting book, so he knew exactly what to do when the baby came out, such as medical examinations and when to start complementary foods. Lu Yana was full of admiration. "Honey, you're so thoughtful. But do you have enough money? If you don't have enough, I can ask my parents for some. They were also prepared to give me a car as dowry a long time ago." "You can't use your parents' money." "Don't worry, my husband is rich, there's no need to worry. After all, he has a system. Nowadays, the system has already rewarded him with nearly 10 million, so he can buy as many cars as he likes. I've made my own investments, and I've sold a lot of stocks, so you don't need to worry about money. Your parents' money is theirs, you don't need to ask them." Lu Yana is still a little worried. "Then I'll give you the 200,000 I received as a wedding gift." Yi Chen immediately objected, "No, my parents gave you the money for the change of name, how can I give it to you? You'd better keep it as pocket money. Speaking of which, honey, we've been married for a few days, and it seems that I haven't given you any pocket money yet. I really shouldn't have done that. Wait a minute, I'll transfer you 1 million yuan in a moment, as pocket money from your husband." After Yi Chen finished speaking, he immediately took out his phone and transferred 1 million yuan to Lu Yana. Lu Yana was also dumbfounded. Originally, she only wanted to help Yi Chen buy a car, so she had proposed to transfer him 200,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, she had an extra million yuan in pocket money. What does her husband do? How come he is so rich? She had heard from other students that his parents' company had shrunk, right? And his wealth had also shrunk quite a bit. How could he be transferring hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan at will? Lu Yana was also curious, but she was also happy that her husband was capable. Hubby, where did you get all this money? Did I miss something? Didn't I hear that your family was going bankrupt before? The way you are, I'm beginning to suspect that I married a local tyrant. Lu Yana teased with a smile. Don't worry about the money, just rest assured and be the young wife of our Yi family. My husband's money is definitely clean money. It was earned through one's own abilities. Isn't that right? Even if it's a system reward, it's earned through one's own abilities. Lu Yana heard this and her heart also set down. As long as it's a legitimate business and the source of money is clean, then she doesn't care. After all, she's also a confused egg and has no concept of money. She doesn't want to care about money. Chapter 26, Making money is for spending on your wife. She wasn't very good at managing money anyway, so it was best to have someone else manage it for her. It would be nice to have her own pocket money, and save her some worry. Yi Chen had already transferred 1 million yuan into Lu Yina's account while she was in a daze, and said imperiously, from now on, every month, your husband will transfer you pocket money. Don't save money for your husband, he's rich, just tell him what you want to buy and he'll buy it for you. Of course I will spoil my own woman, how can I let her suffer? Money is made to be spent, buy whatever you fancy. Lu Yana immediately threw her arms around Yi Chen and said, honey, you're so good. Yi Chen also hugged Lu Yana tightly and said, silly, you're my wife, if I don't treat you well, who else will I treat well? After discussing it for a while, the two of them decided that Yi Chen would have to go look at the car on his own. After all, Lu Yana was pregnant now, and her belly was getting bigger and bigger. She needed to rest more and not work too hard. Honey, are you going to take a break from school? Why don't we both take a 6-month break, and then go back to school after you give birth to the baby? I'm worried about you too. When the time comes and your belly is so big, it will be too tiring and unsafe to go back to class. Yi Chen also suddenly thought of this problem, so he asked for her advice. I'll just take a leave of absence, why do you have to take a leave of absence with me? Lu Yana asked a little puzzled. Because I want to go through thick and thin with you. By then, we'll graduate together in the presence of our babies, okay? Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Lu Yana snuggled into Yi Chen's arms with a happy face. At this moment, Auntie Zhang called them. Xiaochun, I have to go home for a while. My son has brought his girlfriend home, so I'll be gone for a few days. Can you handle things here? If not, I'll be back for 2 days. Yi Chen, Auntie Zhang, don't worry, we can handle things here. Don't worry about us. Auntie Zhang, I'm relieved to hear that. I haven't had time to go shopping for today's meals, so you'll probably have to eat out. Yi Chen, it's okay, Auntie, don't worry about us. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen rubbed Lu Yana's head and smiled, saying, Auntie Zhang is going home for a few days, so we'll have to cook our own meals for the next few days. Now, let's go to the supermarket and buy some food. Lu Yana reached out and held Yi Chen's hand, smiling and saying, okay, let's go together. I hope that in the future, every meal, every season, we can be simply happy together. The two of them held hands and got into the car together, and after about 10 minutes, they arrived at the largest supermarket in Fragrant City. It was the first time that both of them had gone grocery shopping, and they were not familiar with the market, so they could only go to the supermarket to look at the fresh ingredients. The two of them went straight to the fresh meat section to take a look at the main dish they were going to cook that day, and then went to buy vegetables and snacks. The two of them discussed as they walked. This steak looks quite fresh, why don't we have steak for lunch? Yi Chen picked up a piece of steak and said to Lu Yana. Great, since you're cooking anyway, I'll eat whatever you cook. Lu Yana said with a smile. The two quickly finished buying the groceries they needed, having steak for lunch and fish for dinner. Yi Chen was about to drag Lu Yana away after they finished shopping. But Lu Yana suddenly tugged Yi Chen back, wait a minute. We've moved into our new home, and there are still a lot of things we haven't bought. Let's go over to the living area and see if there's anything else we need to buy. Yi Chen couldn't help but wonder. He had shopped at the supermarket with his parents before, and they had bought everything, including toothbrushes, face towels, and slippers. What did they need to buy now? Yi Chen didn't lack anything, but since his wife wanted to buy something, naturally he would accompany her. Yi Chen thought about it and nodded, let's go take a look and see what you need to buy. Chapter 27, Buying Couples Items. So, the two of them walked together to the living area on the second floor of the supermarket. Lu Yana picked up a pair of white slippers and asked Yi Chen, "Do you think these are nice?" Yi Chen was puzzled. "Aren't these men's slippers?" Could it be that she was afraid that she would become fat after getting pregnant and wouldn't be able to wear her current slippers anymore, so she came to buy men's slippers? But don't they also have larger sizes for women's models? Why not buy one size larger? Yi Chen asked in puzzlement, "Aren't these men's slippers? What are you buying them for?" Lu Yana laughed, "Who said they were for me? You picked them out for you." Yi Chen froze for a moment. "You picked them out for me? Haven't we already bought them for the house?" Lu Yana was a little excited. "Those weren't the ones I picked out for you, and these are the ones I picked out for you now. Besides, I'm going to buy a pair that's exactly the same as yours." In fact, Lu Yana also suddenly remembered that she wanted to buy matching shoes for the two of them. Not only that, she also wanted to buy matching pajamas, matching outfits, and so on. She wanted to get closer to Yi Chen. In the future, when their child came out, she could even buy a whole matching parent-child outfit. Yi Chen also saw through the little woman's little mind, so he let her have her way. So, Lu Yana picked up the powder blue slippers on one side again and asked, "What about these? Actually, I quite like pink." After saying this, Lu Yana also pouted, as if she were dissatisfied. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile, and let her be. Probably every woman has a pink, girlish heart. And this can also increase the affection between the two. Pink is okay too. Just buy it if you like it. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen with disbelief. "You're willing to wear pink?" Yi Chen shrugged. "It's just for wearing at home, not for wearing outside, right? If my wife buys it, I'll definitely wear it." Lu Yana was instantly excited and said, "Hubby, you're so nice." The more Yi Chen heard these words, the more he liked them and the more comfortable he felt. Then the two of them walked over to the place selling couples' clothing. They bought couples' clothing for pajamas, jackets, toothbrushes, face towels, underwear, etc. Seeing her so happily selecting, Yi Chen also smiled. Yi Chen had never really shopped in the supermarket with a woman other than his own mother, so he also patiently accompanied her as she shopped, and after selecting, pulled a large pile of things in the shopping cart to the checkout counter to check out. The card was successfully swiped. At this moment, the system rang. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spoiling his wife, and the reward will be returned to the host 10 times the amount of the bill. Yi Chen's phone beeped. Oh my god, 10 times, that's over 100,000 yuan. It's okay. It's just that when Yi Chen was holding the loot, he felt that he had to buy a car as soon as possible. It's really troublesome to go in and out without a car. It was almost 1:30 p.m. when the two of them finished shopping at the supermarket, so they definitely wouldn't have enough time to go home and cook dinner. So the two of them also found a Chinese restaurant to have lunch, and then took a taxi back to take a nap. In the evening, when Lu Yana was still asleep, Yi Chen started preparing the ingredients early in the evening for a candlelight dinner for Lu Yana. While Yi Chen was busy in the kitchen, Lu Yana tried on the couple slippers and couple pajamas. "Honey, try on the slippers. Do you think I look good in these pajamas?" Yi Chen put on the slippers that Lu Yana handed him. They were pink slippers, and it was the first time he had worn them. "Ha, I never thought that there would come a day when my wife would satisfy my girlish heart with pink slippers." After Yi Chen put on the matching slippers, he stood up and gently pinched Lu Yana's blushing face from excitement. "They really look good, this color, I've never tried it before. It just feels a little strange, haha." Yi Chen laughed, and Lu Yana laughed along. But then again, Yi Chen is a straight man, and now he's actually wearing pink slippers. Chapter 28, completing the task of spoiling his wife. But being able to wear matching slippers with the person you love is a kind of happiness. She never expected her husband to actually wear pink matching slippers with her, and a wave of sweetness welled up in her heart. "So, do you like my pajamas?" Yi Chen said with a smile. "Of course they look good, you picked them out." Lu Yana giggles sweetly and looks into the kitchen. "What are you doing?" "I can smell something delicious." "Yi Chen, I'm preparing dinner. I've just made a salad, but I didn't use any watermelon. Go and watch TV over there for half an hour or so, and I'll be done in no time. The steak is already marinated, so I just need to season it and fry it up." Yi Chen has already finished the borscht, which is warming in the rice cooker. This borscht is very nutritionally balanced, so Yi Chen plans to let Aunt Zhang make it occasionally. Right now, he is boiling pasta in a pot and has prepared the seasoning on the other side. Finally, all that's left is to fry the steak, because he has already set the table in advance, and all that's missing is the fire. With this advanced cooking skill rewarded by the system, he can easily make anything with any ingredient. This technique is really quite awesome. Yichen took a bowl of salad and pushed Lu Yana over to the TV while saying, "Hurry up and sit over here. I'm going to close the kitchen door. I'll be frying the steak in a minute, and even with the hood on, I'm worried that the smell will make you sick." So Lu Yana had no choice but to take a bowl of salad and sit in front of the TV, leaving Yichen alone in the kitchen to cook. Dinner was ready in about half an hour. Yichen served the nicely arranged steak, and the smell made Lu Yana unable to hold back any longer and she came over. "Wow, it smells so good." Lu Yana couldn't help but praise as she looked at the neatly arranged steak. She could now see that Yichen had prepared a candlelight dinner for her. She was instantly moved to tears. "Honey, you're so good. I'm so lucky to be your wife." Yichen smiled and said, "You're just sweet talking. Sit down first, I'll serve the food soon, and there's also a serving of spaghetti inside." Yichen also carefully cut Lu Yana's steak first, lit the candles, and poured himself a glass of red wine. "You're pregnant, you can't drink. I'll get you a glass of lemonade, hot. Cheers to our happiness." Lu Yana raised the glass of lemonade and toasted Yichen. "To our future happiness." "Thank you, honey." Yichen laughed. "You can start eating now, you little glutton. I knew you couldn't hold back for long." Lu Yana laughed. "Well, you're such a great cook. I feel like your cooking is even better than Michelin chefs." Yichen was quite happy to hear his wife's praise. "Hurry up and start eating." Lu Yana was really hungry when she saw such delicious rice, and who could resist the delicious food her husband cooked? She really felt like she couldn't stop eating. So the two of them buried their heads in their food. After they finished eating, Lu Yana very consciously put away the rice bowl, but Yichen whispered, "Put the bowl down. You're pregnant, how could your husband let you do the housework with a big belly? You should go sit down and rest. Leave everything to your husband." Yichen said this while pushing Lu Yana over to the TV and handing her the remote control. He really treats her like a princess. This touched Lu Yana's heart. She glanced down at the pink slippers at her feet, then at Yichen's, and suddenly felt that she was truly very happy. "I'm really so happy and lucky to have such a good husband." Lu Yana was almost moved to tears. Yes, how many husbands in other families just come home and ignore their wives, but she has found such a good man in Yichen who can cook and do the housework. At that moment, the system in Yichen's head rang. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of spoiling his wife, and the host is rewarded 100,000 yuan. My goodness. Is there a reward for that? It seems that I really understand this system more and more. Chapter 29, Taking their relationship to the next level. Yichen got up relatively early the next morning. After washing up, he went downstairs to the kitchen and made breakfast. He then went back to the room to wake Lu Yana up. It was a little after 9 o'clock. He knew from books that eating breakfast before 9:30 was good for both the baby and the expectant mother, so he always tried to get everything ready before 9:30 and wake Lu Yana up then. As he was thinking about pushing the door open, Lu Yana pushed the door open and walked out of the room. Last night, probably because she drank too much in the afternoon and went to bed early, she also got up early. The two looked at each other face to face and smiled at each other. At first, Lu Yana was still a little hesitant. After all, they were not very familiar with each other, so they would avoid each other a lot, unless they were asleep. However, after the two had confessed their love for each other and spent a few days together, Lu Yana no longer minded Yichen seeing her without makeup. After the two had finished breakfast, Yichen also received a system reward of 100,000 yuan. While being good to his wife and child, the system will also reward him accordingly, so why not? "Wife, I don't have anything to do today, why don't we go look at cars together?" Yichen asked. "Look at cars? I don't know anything about cars, I only look at the appearance," Lu Yana replied. "It doesn't matter, if you like it, buy it, my husband has money." Lu Yana couldn't help but laugh. "Wow, if you like it, buy it, you have a lot of money now? I can buy a luxury car worth tens of millions if I like it? Buy. As long as my wife likes it, I'll buy it on credit," Yichen said with a generous air. "Even if it really is a luxury car worth tens of millions, I can buy it, I can't afford not to. I don't want to take out a loan, you go buy the car, those salespeople all like it when you take out a loan, and those loan interest rates are high." Lu Yana disagreed. "Then I'll go with you to look at it. It's okay to buy a practical car, not necessarily an expensive one. A car is just a means of transportation. I don't think it's necessary to buy an expensive one." What do you think? Lu Yana also didn't know how much money Yi Chen had in his pocket. However, Yi Chen was still a senior student, and he had also spent money on buying a house before. The family had also experienced an economic crisis, so it was estimated that he didn't have much money on hand. That's why he said such things. But in fact, that's really what she thinks. After all, the car is really just a means of transportation. There's no need to buy something too expensive, as long as it's economical and practical and looks good. Yi Chen also smiles with relief. Yes. So, honey, you need to go look at it, otherwise I might just buy whatever, and I budgeted a few million. The family definitely needs a nanny car, another car for getting around, and a grocery cart for Auntie Zhang. 3 cars, a few million should be enough. Millions? Even 3 million is a lot. You must be making a lot of money. Honey, you're really good at making money. Lu Yana couldn't help but marvel at Yi Chen's words. After all, 3 million is not something an ordinary family can come up with. It's not $300, nor $3,000, it's 3 million. Even if you buy 10 cars that cost 300,000, that's still enough. And now Yi Chen is saying that 3 million will buy 3 cars? On average, that's 1 million yuan per car? She didn't know how much money Yi Chen actually had left in his pocket. What if he spent it all and there was no money left to raise the children in the future? After all, she was pregnant with triplets. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana's cute face full of shock and couldn't help but smile. I already told you, your husband, me, is rich, no shortage of money. So don't worry about buying it. Let's take a taxi together and go buy a car. It'd be best if it's a ready-made car that we can buy and drive away with. I've really had enough of waiting for the bus every day these past few days. It's much more comfortable having your own car. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen's generous appearance and found it funny. It's true that when it comes to buying a car, men are all as excited as if they've been injected with adrenaline. It's probably just that every man has a dream of buying a car. Now that it can be realized, naturally they are excited and thrilled. Chapter 30, Buying a Car. Yi Chen took a taxi directly to the largest luxury car dealership in Fragrant City, Minghui Car Dealership. Yi Chen had already fully researched this famous car dealership last night. This car dealership has everything, domestic and imported cars, so it is the best choice to come here to look. Moreover, Yi Chen looked at quite a few car models last night. Now he just wants to experience the scene and test drive the cars to see what it feels like. He has almost 10 million yuan in his hands to buy a car. As long as it is not one of the custom versions, the money in Yi Chen's hands is more than enough. Honey, do you have a favorite car? Lu Yana looked at the various brands of cars in the car dealership, and there were many brands of cars inside that she had never seen before. After all, Lu Yana had not usually been interested in cars, and she had no experience working in society. Therefore, the vehicle information she could recognize was only those of the big brands, such as BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Porsche. Yi Chen laughed and said, just take a look first. If you like it, your husband will buy it for you. He has enough money in his hands to buy 8 or 10 million luxury cars, so he is naturally confident. If his wife says to buy it, he will just pay for it. Seeing Yi Chen's generosity, Lu Yana also felt relieved and went to look at the cars. As long as she looked at similar ones, a few 100,000 would be more or less the same, right? Her husband said that there were 3 million, so that should be fine. So she pointed to the latest model of the red Mercedes-Benz Mini. If I'm going to drive it myself, then I'll take this one. You just said you wanted a nanny car, so I'll get this one. It's not too expensive. Lu Yana really wanted to buy one of these models. After all, she would have to raise a child in the future, and now Yi Chen didn't have a job, and the money was running out. It would be better not to spend it recklessly. Oh dear, this car won't do. When the baby is born, even if it doesn't ride in your car, if you go out with friends, buy things, or want to put something away, it won't fit. It's better to buy a 4-seater with a compartment or something. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive, just pick another one. At this time, the salesman next to Lu Yana also had sparkling eyes, thinking that this order is promising. So he immediately paid her compliments and started to introduce her to the cars. From her initial brand to Porsche and BMW, he went through the entire car showroom. After looking at them all, he said, all the other cars are so cool, but let's get a more low-key one, the Mercedes-Benz GLC I just introduced. Lu Yana also compared many cars, and this one is the one that looks a bit more low-key. Those Porsche and BMW sports cars look like they were driven by nouveau riche. She herself has always liked to act low-key, and this car looks good even in the high-end configuration for less than 600,000 yuan, and the exterior and interior look good. Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head and say, honey, this car isn't even a million yuan. To buy it, you have to buy one that's over a million yuan to call it a luxury car. Pick another one. Lu Yana just shook her head, no need to look, just take this one, I'm tired of looking too. Yi Chen couldn't help but quickly go over to support her, as if he was afraid she would get hurt. Are you okay? Then don't look, just buy this one? I've just chosen one too, I'll buy the same model as yours, and then we can swap our cars and drive each other's, a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT that's similar to yours. For Auntie Zhang, let's get her a Mercedes-Benz Mini, it's also convenient for parking. Are you serious? But we haven't even bought the nanny car yet, and you've already bought 3 cars. You really spend money like water. Yi Chen laughed and said, money is earned to be spent. Besides, buying these cars only cost a little over 3 million, which is not much. To be honest, I've been married to you for a few days now, and apart from a proposal ring, I haven't really given you anything of value, so as your husband I still feel quite guilty. But the salesman beside him was beaming with excitement. He had sold 3 cars in one go. How could he remain calm? Immediately, he invited Lu Yana and Yi Chen to the pantry. He immediately brewed a pot of tea for them, and Yi Chen very thoughtfully asked them to prepare a glass of plain water for Lu Yana. She was pregnant, so naturally she couldn't drink strong tea. Chapter 31, A $1 Million Luxury Car. The salesman immediately picked up his calculator and got ready to do the math. He then said to Yi Jin and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Yi, are you saying that you want the top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz AMG GT? Yi Jin, of course we want the top-of-the-line model. I want all 3 cars to be top-of-the-line. In fact, Yi Jin had already decided that once the cars were delivered, he would drive the one that Lu Yana had chosen, and let her drive the one he had chosen. Great! The male salesperson replied with a smile, slowly taking out a pen and paper and various tools to start calculating. The Mercedes-Benz AMG GT top model is 3.68 million, the new Mercedes-Benz GLC is 480,000, and the Mercedes-Benz Mini is 350,000, for a total of 4.51 million. You see, Mr. Yi, the male salesperson tentatively asked Yi Chen. His heart was also very excited at this time. With this single order, his commission would also be quite a lot. At least until then, the male salesperson had never imagined that 2 people dressed so plainly and simply would suddenly want to buy 3 cars, and that the total price would already reach more than 4 million. Don't you get any discounts when you buy a car? Yi Chen is not a fool, and of course he has to bargain when buying things. After all, no one's money just blows in the wind, does it? Seeing that the other party was also a wealthy and generous person, the male salesperson immediately went to get the manager. After hearing what the male salesperson said, the manager of this car dealership immediately came out and cheerfully greeted Yi Chen and the other person. May I ask if Mr. Yi is going to pay in installments or in one lump sum? Naturally, it's a lump sum. Yi Chen replied indifferently. It's only a few million, and he still has money in his card, so he doesn't feel the need to pay in installments. The manager said with a smile, we still have a great discount on the cars we are buying now. The interior is all free. How about this? I will make the decision, and since you seem like a generous person, how about 3 cars for a total of 4.28 million? My God! 230,000 less all of a sudden? Is the profit on this car that big? Yi Chen couldn't help but wonder in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He asked Lu Yana, wife, what do you think? Lu Yana was shocked by the total price of the 3 cars. Just one car costs more than 3 million yuan, which is really expensive. It's okay. You decide, I'll listen to you. Lu Yana didn't know how much Yi Chen had earned. At this time, she just felt that Yi Chen was really rich. After all, even if you are in business, there are still many people who cannot come up with more than 4 million yuan at once. Can I drive the car away now? Yi Chen asked the manager. As long as you pay the money, sign the contract, and complete the formalities, you can drive it away directly. The manager said with a smile. Then, swipe your card and sign the contract, Yi Chen said indifferently. Just as he finished paying, the system beeped. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task of buying your wife a car. The system will reward you 3 times the total purchase price. Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned. He was about to die of anger on the spot. Damn it! System, are you playing with me? Why didn't you tell me earlier that buying a car would get such a high reward? If I had known, I would have just bought a luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars. What a joke. Soon, Yi Chen received the system's reward of 12.84 million yuan. When the people at the car dealership had finished all the paperwork, it was almost 1 o'clock. Yi Chen took the most expensive car and had the others delivered to his home with the license plates attached. When they returned home, Lu Yana still couldn't believe it. She had actually come home in a car that cost more than 3 million yuan. Honey, how come you're so rich? Lu Yana couldn't help but ask. Anyway, up to now, she still doesn't know that her husband is actually so capable. Not only did he buy a house for tens of millions of yuan, but now he says he has more than 10 million yuan in his bank account, and now he's even willing to spend almost half of his savings on a car. Don't worry, your husband is really rich, and you don't have to save for your husband in the future. Yi Chen whispered. After all, he was also feeling guilty. After all, this was money from a system reward. Chapter 32, Trusting Yi Chen. It seems that in the future, I really need to invest in something or other to make my money more reasonable. Although Yi Chen has already told Lu Yana that he is investing, he has nothing tangible to show her, so for now, he can only keep her sweet-talked. Lu Yana can only say this: I definitely hope that you have the ability to make money like this. I still choose to believe in you, honey. Lu Yana quickly went up to Yi Chen and hugged him tightly. This is her husband, and even more so, the father of her babies. She will definitely believe in Yi Chen. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the prenatal checkup and the 4D ultrasound. Auntie Zhang's husband had fallen while working and couldn't move, and there was no one to take care of him. It would take about 100 days for the injuries to heal, so Auntie Zhang had no choice but to take a leave of absence for half a month, and she would only return to take care of Yi Chen when her husband could walk and take care of himself. Fortunately, Yi Chen had nothing to do now and could still take care of Lu Yana, who was pregnant. However, Yi Chen has already started looking for a candidate for the post of postpartum care provider and nanny. After all, when the 3 little ones are born in the future, they will definitely need a nanny, otherwise the couple will definitely not be able to take care of them all. Now that he is not short of money, he cannot let his wife and children suffer. That morning, he had already got up early to prepare breakfast before waking Lu Yana up. Lu Yana is now becoming more and more of a sleepyhead, and she has also developed a bit of a childish temper, and is more dependent on him. All girls have a little temper, let alone a pregnant girl, so Yi Chen also tries his best to care for his wife. In these few days, Yi Chen has also received a reward of more than 2 million yuan for caring for his wife and child. Roughly speaking, his personal savings have reached nearly 20 million yuan. Now, making money is the only thing that can give him motivation. After all, he has to support a family in the future, not to mention the money for formula and diapers, but also the need to hire several nannies. It's really hard to get by without money. After breakfast, the two drove quickly to the hospital. The baby in her belly is almost 6 months old, which is almost 24 weeks. The abdominal circumference has more than doubled. Today, they have an appointment for a 4D ultrasound. Yi Chen carefully supports Lu Yana, treating her like a precious baby. If she were any bigger, it would be difficult for her to come to the hospital. Lu Yana also protected her belly tightly. Now she is already as big as someone who is 7 months pregnant, and naturally her lower abdomen is also growing significantly, and there have been huge changes in her physiology. She already anticipates that in the later stages she will definitely not be able to even walk out of the door, and now she is only 6 months pregnant and her belly is already so big. At the same time, she is also very worried about what might happen during childbirth. After all, triplets are really rare. Yi Chen seemed to have guessed what Lu Yana was thinking, so he told her, "Don't worry, everything is in good hands." Lu Yana tightly gripped Yi Chen's hand. She was also afraid. After all, this was her first pregnancy, and it was normal to be afraid in the face of the unknown. The two went directly to the place where the ultrasound was being taken, waiting to be called. Soon, the two were called into the ultrasound room. The female doctor was actually the same one who had examined Lu Yana before. After the 3 of them exchanged greetings, the examination began. The female doctor gently asked Lu Yana to lie down, and Yi Chen also spent some effort to get in there with her. He helped Lu Yana lie down gently on the bed, and the female doctor gently squeezed some coupling agent on Lu Yana's belly, then picked up the probe and gently swept it around. Yi Chen had already been recording the video on his phone, wanting to record this moment so that he would have a beautiful memory to look back on when he got old. "Well, the babies are all very well behaved," the female doctor said while looking at the screen. "Well, let's turn sideways and take a look at this shy baby." The female doctor gestured for Lu Yana to lie on her right side. Chapter 33, Powerful Baby Heartbeats. Another probe was taken, and all that could be heard was a strong and powerful thumping sound coming from the instrument. Even though Yi Chen and the others usually use small fetal heart monitoring instruments to listen to the heartbeat, they are still as excited as ever when they hear the baby's heartbeat. Listen, this is the first baby's heartbeat. Let's listen to the second baby's heartbeat. The female doctor, Quan He, smiles very gently. Pounding, pounding, pounding. The heartbeat is very fast and strong. You hear it, don't you? Listen to the third baby's heartbeat. This baby is a bit shy. The female doctor's probe is twisting. There's no escape, listen. The female doctor finally found the little one's heartbeat. The heart rates of all the babies are very good. Very healthy heartbeats. The female doctor changed to another probe. Now let's take a look at the baby's limbs and head. All you can see is a sudden moving picture on the instrument, and the position where the probe is touching seems to be the amniotic fluid. The female doctor's probe also felt around for a while before she saw the baby's face. Look at the eyes and nose, you really look like your husband. What a high nose. Yi Chen was recording the video at the time, and he was also afraid of disturbing the doctor. At this time, he heard the female doctor praise him, and he was very happy. Thank you, doctor. He held the phone up, not wanting to miss any moment, and recorded it all. He could show it to the baby when it grew up. The female doctor also smiled. You and your wife are both so good looking, and the baby will definitely be very beautiful when it comes out. Suddenly, the female doctor's probe seemed to be kicked by the baby. The female doctor also laughed happily. What, you think so too, do you? After that, the whole process went very smoothly, and the babies all cooperated on their own. After getting the 4D results, they went back to see the doctor they had an appointment with. Lu Yana also went to see Dr. Lai, who had examined her before, so he was familiar with her situation. Dr. Lai was also very surprised when he saw Lu Yana. After all, this was the only case of triplets he had encountered in his more than 20 years of practice. The three exchanged brief greetings. Dr. Lai took Lu Yana's 4D report, looked at the data, and then carefully compared it again. He then told Yi Chen and Lu Yana, the babies are developing very well, but they are almost at the end of the pregnancy now. Try to eat lightly to avoid the babies gaining too much weight, as this will be very hard on the mother. Eat less fatty and sugary foods, and try not to eat cakes, chocolates, and the like. The doctor gave detailed instructions to the two of them, and finally added, pay attention to what you should pay attention to. If you don't want to exercise now, try not to go for a walk, because your stomach will get bigger and bigger. Also, you can book a single bed now. If you have triplets, it is very likely that you will have a cesarean section, so you can come to the hospital to give birth after the full term. After all, the belly will get bigger and bigger in the later stages, and if forced to give birth vaginally, it is still too risky for triplets. Yi Chen was also worried about this, and now that he had listened to the doctor's advice, he immediately planned to book a single room first to avoid too many people and disturbing others when the time comes, and triplets really shouldn't be crammed into one room with other people. Lu Yana just sat aside, waiting for Yi Chen to complete all the formalities. After all, she really didn't want to move anymore at the moment. It's really going to be difficult in the future. With triplets, not only will there be an extra scar on your belly after giving birth, but I've heard that it will also become wrinkled and won't be as elastic as before. Naturally, the triplets will also be made even bigger and uglier by the belly of someone else in the same pregnancy. As she thought about this, she stroked her belly while tears welled up in her eyes. In the future, I don't know if Yi Chen will dislike it. Lu Yana actually realized that her thoughts had changed dramatically. Everything was about Yi Chen first, and everything was about Yi Chen and the child first. Just like now, the more she thought about it, the more she wanted to cry. She also suspected that she had postpartum depression. She worried about this and that all day long, and she lived every day cautiously. Chapter 34, I will never dislike you. So when Yi Chen came back, she immediately told him about her situation. Yi Chen was also a little worried, but fortunately Lu Yana told him everything. Otherwise, even if he knew she would worry about the baby, he might not have thought that she would get prenatal depression. Maybe it was also because he usually paid too much attention to the baby and ignored her inner thoughts. He should not do that in the future, and should always put her first, of course taking care of the baby as well. Yi Chen then carefully reassured her, don't worry, how could your husband ever dislike you? If I ever did, would I still be human? Your husband will never, ever dislike you. You can rest 100 million times assured. You are my most beloved wife. Look, I even put your name on the car. In a little while, I'll put your name on this house too, and sign a marriage contract, so that if we ever divorce, I'll be the one who leaves with nothing. Is that okay? Lu Yana quickly pressed Yi Chen's mouth to stop him from continuing. What are you talking about? I'm just worried. I forbid you to say that. Okay, if my wife doesn't want me to say it, I won't. Be good, and don't ever have such extreme thoughts again. After all, you are the woman who gave birth to my children for me. You also know what kind of person I am, right? How could I possibly do such a thing that goes against nature? Yi Chen quickly soothed Lu Yana softly. After all, prenatal depression can be serious, and it's not just after childbirth that you can get depressed. Pregnant women need to pay close attention to their emotions throughout their pregnancy. After all, your wife is the person you will spend the rest of your life with. A few days later, Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yana's parents also came to visit the young couple. They came this time to help them with the suspension of studies procedures, which they were the parents to handle for them. After all, Lu Yana is also pregnant, and it is ultimately inconvenient. Now Yi Chen and Lu Yana have both applied for suspension of studies in advance, and they will not return to school until a year later. Auntie Zhang has also returned to work, and the couple's lives are getting more and more comfortable. The family is together and happy. One morning, Lu Yana's phone kept vibrating. Lu Yana was still asleep, but the sound of the vibration woke her up. She had forgotten to turn on airplane mode before going to bed. She picked up her phone and saw that she had about 20 missed calls and dozens of messages. The messages were mostly from her best friend from university, Gu Engying. Lu Yana couldn't help but wonder what was so urgent that Engying had called her so many times. Lu Yana immediately returned a call to her best friend. Nana, you finally returned my call. Gu Engying seemed very angry on the phone. Lu Yana asked, what's wrong? Why did you call me so many times? Gu Engying yelled on the phone, you want me to ask you, don't you? I'll tell you, I'm really angry right now, very angry, the kind that can't be appeased. How could you get married and have a secret baby without telling me? Do you still consider me your best friend? Lu Yana was shocked. How did you know I got married and had a baby? Gu Engying was really angry with her. You really hid it well. But you know, someone at school saw you go to the hospital for a checkup with a man, and you were wearing a big diamond ring. And another man went with you to buy a luxury car. And someone also revealed that the man is from our school. All of this has been spread on the school forum and all online platforms. Everyone in the school knows about you too, and you've even taken a leave of absence together. Oh my God. It seems like everyone guessed correctly. Combined with your previous behavior and the fact that you haven't come to class for so long, you must be pregnant. Lu Yana glanced at Yi Chen, who was eating breakfast, and Yi Chen also asked in sign language, who? Lu Yana just smiled at Yi Chen. Chapter 35, Telling the School Beauty's Roommate. At this time, only Yi Chen and Lu Yana were left in the living room. Yi Chen's parents had helped Yi Chen complete the suspension procedures and then went back. They were now preparing to let Yi Chen take over their company. As long as Yi Chen came for an internship a month in advance, they would be able to come over and bring their grandchild together. Lu Yana's father also went back, leaving only her mother, who now went shopping with the nanny. Lu Yana was holding her phone in her hand at the moment, whispering into the phone, they guessed correctly, I did marry Yi Chen, who is the same age as me, and I really am pregnant. However, there was no sound from Gu Engying at the other end of the phone for a long time, as if she had thought of something. It was that night, the night you didn't come back to the dormitory? Lu Yana blushed and said, Gu Engying sighed, so you just got married? You don't even have a wedding, don't you feel sorry about that? Does he love you? Lu Yana took out her phone and sat down on the sofa before slowly explaining, well, it's not that. Because I'm pregnant with triplets, we decided to wait until after I give birth for safety reasons, and then have the wedding. Yi Chen promised me that I won't miss out on anything. Our relationship is also very good, and I can feel that he also likes me. Don't worry, how could the man I choose be bad? As Lu Yana said this, she glanced in Yi Chen's direction again. Gu Engying couldn't help but gasp at her words. What? Triplets? You're such a pig. Lu Yana was so angry at her words that she wanted to hit someone. You pig, your whole family is a pig. I'm really pregnant, and I don't want to hit anyone, they're all three cute little lives. Gu Engying sighed again, alas, such a delicate flower has been stuck in the cow dung. And she's pregnant with triplets. I don't care, I want to be the godmother of the baby. Lu Yana also laughed and said, "Don't be so mean to Yi Chen. He is quite handsome, and I've told you that I like this type of guy. The godmother position is definitely reserved for you, don't worry." Guangying, so when are you free? Can we go out and have a good chat? Or where is your home, and I'll go to your home. Has Yi Chen bought a house yet? Please don't tell me it's a small, run-down house with a big family living there. I heard that his family went bankrupt, is that true? Lu Yana, his family is not bankrupt, don't listen to other people's nonsense. Yi Chen bought a house a long time ago, and I am currently living at number 8, Royal View Garden in the city center. I do have a large family living together, and his parents are very nice to me. Yi Chen is an only child, so I guess we will live together after the baby is born. You can come and visit me when you have time. I am now almost 7 months pregnant, and my belly is too big to go out. Guangying was shocked. Number 8, Daijinjuan, in the city center. That's a villa. I must find you to hang out with when I'm free in a few days. I really want to see a big villa owned by a rich family. If you want to eat something or want me to bring you something delicious, just let me know, I will definitely satisfy you. Okay. Let's not chat for now, I still have some things to do in a while. I'll find you to chat with when I'm free, so you won't be bored at home every day as a pregnant woman. So the two of them said goodbye to each other and hung up. Lu Yana had just put her phone back in her pocket when she turned around and saw Yi Chen staring at her intently. What's going on? Yi Chen asked, seeing this. I just heard some things over the phone, is it true that people know about our marriage and your pregnancy? Lu Yana also directly confessed to Yi Chen. Well, someone saw me going to the supermarket with you when I was pregnant, and now everyone in the whole school already knows, everyone is talking about it and speculating. Yi Chen, so do you want them to know? Lu Yana, why are you asking me like this? Yi Chen, you are the only recognized school beauty of our university, and I am just an unknown nobody. Being with you will definitely have a certain impact on you. So, will you? Yi Chen, how can you think like this? In my heart, you will always be the most handsome. Marrying you is the happiest and luckiest thing in my life, you know. You are the best. As she spoke, her face turned red. At this moment, Yi Chen and Lu Yana also made a resolution in their hearts. Chapter 36, News that spread throughout the school. At this time, Yi Chen's phone also rang. It was a WeChat message from his roommate, indicating that he should read the message in the dormitory group. After comforting Lu Yana a little, Yi Chen sat down and started reading his phone. Yi Chen, I heard that you married the school beauty queen and had a baby with her. Is this true? My goodness. I heard that the beauty queen's family is quite wealthy. She's a rich and beautiful woman. You're a lucky guy. Isn't it so? The school flower of our university. You're really lucky to have a good-looking girlfriend from a wealthy family. Mr. Yi. Tell us, what can we do to win a woman of such high quality? Can you give us some tips? Yes, let us learn from you, and see if we can hook up with a beautiful and wealthy girl, and reach the pinnacle of life. You? Forget it. Yi Chen is at least good-looking and comes from a good family, but you, loser, who would ever look at you? Even if you were blind, you wouldn't look at you. Stop daydreaming. Right, and look at Yi Chen, he's better than you in every way. Yi Chen really couldn't stand it anymore, this flattery was going to the moon. So he replied. I told you before that I would marry Lu Yana, you just didn't believe me. We really got married, with a certificate, it's legal. Yi Chen's words sent them into a state of shock. I'm going. I really thought you were bragging. After all, not everyone can get the school flower. I was surprised too. I really didn't think it was true, and I didn't usually see you interacting with the school flower. I really didn't think you were that fast, that you would marry the school flower after just a month or two. It's really shocking. So you guys really even have a baby? I'm still more curious about this. I heard from others that Lu Yina's stomach should have been about to give birth at that time. Yeah. This timing doesn't add up either. You brat wouldn't be a cheap father for the sake of beauty, would you? Yi Chen just returned a colon, he really wants to be mad at these people. Cheap father? He would only do it if he had a hole in his head. He, Yi Chen, is a pure man. When I told you, she was already pregnant, and I just found out, that's why I told you about getting married. I'm a man, how could I be this fool? Everyone saw this and was silent for a while. Good boy. You've married the school beauty. You're really fast. But, really, you're quite something, and I really admire you. Exactly, since you're getting married, why don't you have a wedding? Yes, at least invite us to a celebration dinner? Yi-Chen quickly replied, it's not that I don't want to have a wedding, but Nana is pregnant with triplets, so if we rush it, it's better to wait until after the baby is born. Don't worry, I'll invite you to the wedding banquet. Or if you're free, I'll invite you all out for a big meal. Yi-Chen's relationship with his roommates was still pretty good, so for the sake of his friends, he just said he would invite them to a meal. After getting Yi-Chen's reply, Lu Ming and his two roommates also stopped pestering him, and they all said they were waiting to be invited to a big meal. Only then did they calm down. Yi-Chen then put down his phone and looked over at Lu Yana, who seemed to be looking at something. So he leaned forward and asked her, what are you looking at so intently? Lu Yana quickly put away her phone and looked at him nervously, no, nothing. Yi-Chen saw her flustered and panicked, so she must be hiding something. What is it? You still have to hide it from your husband? Yi-Chen leaned directly in front of Lu Yana and asked. It really isn't anything, Lu Yana said sheepishly. When suddenly Yi-Chen's phone started beeping non-stop. Chapter 37, Holding Hands and Growing Old Together. Yi-Chen looked at Lu Yana with a smile and said, let me check my phone first to see who sent me so many messages, and you get ready to confess to your husband in a moment. After Yi-Chen finished speaking, he picked up the phone next to him and started checking it. It was his roommate who had sent him a message urging him to check the group chat, so he immediately clicked on the group message. The more he read, the more interesting his expression became. He saw that there were more than 10 photos in the group, all of them about him and Lu Yana. There were photos of her wearing a diamond ring on her finger, and photos of them wearing matching outfits and slippers together, as well as some sweet photos of their daily lives. And the last one was the confession message Lu Yana posted in the university social confession group. The message read, to hold your hand and grow old with you, Yi-Chen, I love you, your Yana. Oh my god. Yi-Chen had planned to announce his marriage to everyone, but he didn't expect to be delayed by his roommate. Lu Yana, on the other hand, had beaten him to the punch and sent out the confession. What they both wanted was the same thing. So, he took his phone and walked over to Lu Yana and asked her, Nana, you and I were thinking that I, as a man, would be the first to confess my love to you, but I didn't expect you to beat me to the punch. Lu Yana looked at him with a silly smile, I have seen many other men confess their love to me on the app, but you are my man, so of course I will be generous and admit it to everyone, telling them that you are my favorite man. Yi-Chen hugged Lu Yana tightly, really moved by this little woman, and almost in tears. He picked up his phone, opened the confession group, typed with his fingers in his hand, and sent a message. I love you too, Nana. There were constant messages of congratulations from alumni, and on the other end of the phone, Li Aiwei was seething with anger. Yi-Chen let go of Lu Yana and said solemnly to her, silly, let your husband do this kind of thing in the future, okay? Lu Yana replied with a smile. A few days later, her best friend Gu Yingying showed up at the door. And Yi-Chen happened to go out that day to treat his roommates to dinner. Oh my god. When will I be able to live in a mansion like this one, with over 200 square meters? My sister-in-law Gu Yingying stood in front of the villa's gate, her eyes shining with excitement. It's actually not that big, with a small courtyard at the back and room for 2 cars at the front. The actual floor area is only about 100 square meters. Although it is small, it is a 3-story house with a half floor. The total usable area is about 200 to 300 square meters. I really envy you. Whoever spread the rumor that Yi-Chen's family went bankrupt, I really want to punch them. I was worried that you would give up even bread for love, but it doesn't seem that bad now. Lu Yana smiled and invited her best friend into the villa. At that time, Auntie Zhang also came out to greet Gu Yingying, prepared tea and snacks for the two of them, and then went about her business. Lu Yana's mother also came down to greet her. Oh, it's Yingying. My daughter Nana often mentions you to me. You're so pretty. Gu Yingying also said very graciously, thank you, Auntie, for your praise. After chatting about some family matters, they went to the backyard to take care of her flowers and plants. After all, these two young people have finally got together and want to whisper sweet nothings to each other, so it's best to be sensible. My goodness. Nana, even your mother is living here with us? Gu Yingying asked with a surprised expression. Yes, I'm living on the 2nd floor because I'm pregnant. When the baby is born, there'll be a nursery on the 2nd floor, 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, 1 for Yi-Chen's parents and 1 for my parents, and the aunt will live on the 1st floor. There are 2 smaller rooms on the 3rd floor, and I plan to hire 2 nannies. My goodness. This really is a big family living together. Gu Ying marveled again. When the child grows up, do you have to switch to a bigger villa? I don't know, I haven't thought about such long-term things yet, let's talk about it when the child grows up. Chapter 38, Happy Life. Lu Yana wore a happy smile on her face, which made Gu Ying feel envious. Does Yi Chen have a job now? Or is he still relying on his parents? I'll tell you, no matter how much money this family has, it's really not as good as being able to earn your own money. You must bring his potential into play and prevent him from relying on his parents. Lu Yana, however, smiled and said, "Don't worry, Yi Chen is a responsible person. He is not someone who will rely on his parents. He even bought this house by himself, without spending any of his parents' money. We bought the house a long time ago, so we moved in right after we got married." Gu Ying couldn't help but be shocked. My goodness. I really didn't expect it. Yi Chen is really something. He started his own business before even graduating from university? What does he do, anyway, that he makes so much money? Gu Ying was really curious. After all, at their age, many people still rely on their parents' money to go to university. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen had already bought a house while he was still in university. He said he partnered with others to invest, and also bought stock funds and other things, making a lot of money. You also know that Yi Chen's family used to be quite wealthy, but there was a bit of a situation this year, as you may have heard, but it wasn't to the point of bankruptcy. Lu Yana said this with a face full of pride. That's right, her man is so capable, and as his wife, she is also proud. Come on, you're so smug. Gu Ying also said immediately. Then who first proposed marriage? Gu Ying asked curiously. He did. Lu Yana replied. Lu Yana thought back to the situation at the time and told her good friend everything. Gu Ying nodded in agreement. I really didn't expect it, that Yi Chen is quite responsible and responsible. If he were like those scumbags, who forget their wives as soon as they pull up their pants, what would happen then? Keep your voice down, my family and his family don't know how we got married, I didn't tell them, don't let my mom hear. Lu Yana quickly covered Gu Ying's mouth and told her to keep her voice down. Gu Ying immediately stopped talking as well, but her eyes fell on the large diamond ring on Lu Yana's hand. In fact, the diamond ring was not big or small, it was about 2 carats. It was a proposal ring, bought by Yi Chen. She wore it all the time after getting married, but she had gained a lot of weight recently, and her hands seemed to have started swelling a bit, so the ring could barely be worn. Lu Yana handed Gu Ying her hand to look at, and a happy smile appeared on her face. This is the engagement ring he gave me the day we got our marriage certificate. Yi Chen said that when we got married, we would buy another pair of wedding rings. It looks good, right? He bought it secretly by himself, and I quite like it. Gu Ying also let out a sound of admiration. Indeed, love really makes people blind. Our big school flower has actually fallen for a man. You're pregnant now, how do his family members treat you? Gu Ying asked in a low voice. After all, she had also heard people on the internet say that there were conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, and so on. She was also worried that Lu Yana would encounter such problems, so she was also a bit nosy. No, his family members are all very nice, and his mother especially likes me. Everything is thought out for us. Yi Chen's family members are quite easygoing and very understanding. You can rest assured that there will definitely be no conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law in the future. Lu Yana even looked happy when she talked about her mother-in-law. Yes, her husband is so outstanding, and even the people in her husband's family are so nice to her, what more could she want? The two continued chatting, and it was estimated that today, Gu Ying would also stay at home and eat dinner before leaving. Chapter 39, Back at school, they flaunted their affection for each other. In the evening, Yi Chen finally returned. Yi Chen had left in the Mercedes-Benz worth over 3 million yuan, but when he returned, he only saw Gu Ying taking a walk in the courtyard with Lu Yana. Yi Chen had gone out to eat with his roommates at noon, and since he was driving, he didn't drink. So he dropped off his roommates before returning home. At that moment, Gu Ying was staring at Yi Chen, watching him get out of a low-key yet luxurious Benz. My goodness! Is Yi Chen's family that wealthy? He's driving a multi-million yuan Benz. It's the latest Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Even the low-end model costs more than 3 million yuan. Judging from the interior, it must cost more than 3.5 million yuan. Gu Ying is well-traveled and well-informed, and she is very familiar with cars. At this time, Yi Chen had also walked up to the two of them and said with a smile, "Honey, I'm home." Hello, you must be my wife's good friend Guingying, right? Yi Chen extended his right hand to Guingying, indicating that he wanted to shake hands and say hello. Hello, I'm Guingying. Wow. You're really lucky to have married our school beauty. Guingying had naturally met Yi Chen at school, so there were not so many rules for the two of them to greet each other. Yes, I am indeed lucky. So are you going to stay for dinner tonight? Yi Chen asked. Yes, I plan to eat and drink here before going home tonight. Guingying replied. Yi Chen smiled and said, So, is there anything you want to eat tonight? I'll go buy it? I'll go. Yi Chen, you're actually going to buy groceries? I really can't tell. Lu Yana also pulled Guingying at this time and said, I just forgot to tell you, our Yi Chen makes delicious food. You're in for a treat tonight. I thought he would eat with his friends, but I didn't expect him to come home to eat. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said, I can't bear to leave you and the baby. Ouch, my goodness. Can you stop forcing me to eat dog food? Although I'm a single dog, I'm not the kind that eats dog food. Guingying rubbed her shoulders while protesting. Usually in this situation, the protest is invalid. Lu Yana walked over and gave Yi Chen a sweet smile while hugging his arm. Yi Chen wrapped his arms around Lu Yana's back and gave her a sweet smile. Although she was now pregnant and her figure had become much plumper, it still could not stop him from looking at her with love. Guingying immediately ran away, as she really couldn't stand this kind of dog food. However, seeing that her best friend was able to marry such a good husband, she was also happy for Lu Yana and sincerely wished her well. In the evening, naturally, she also stayed to eat dinner before leaving. Yi Chen also found out what Guingying likes to eat through Lu Yana, so he simply prepared a seafood feast. He originally wanted to eat out, but considering that Lu Yana's pregnancy was showing and her stomach was too big, it was not very convenient to go out to eat, so they stayed at home and Yi Chen took charge of the cooking, preparing a seafood feast to entertain Guingying. Guingying's eyes sparkled as she looked at the seafood in front of her. When it comes to food, how can anyone hold back? She shouted, Everyone, I'm going to be rude. Then she picked up a hairy crab with both hands and started eating. She said, Nana, you're pregnant, you can't eat so many hairy crabs, I heard that it's not good for the baby. Lu Yana also smiled and looked at Yi Chen, who was busy in the kitchen. She said, Don't worry, my husband has already cooked other dishes for me, so you can just eat. If it's not enough, cook some more, there's still some in the fridge. Why don't you just stay at my place for a couple of days? I'm bored at home too. Guingying said while eating, No. Although I get to eat every day here, I still have to do my internship. It would be better if you took a break from school, but I can't do that. Lu Yana had to let it go when she heard this. Chapter 40, The three babies are overweight. Soon, Lu Yana will be more than 8 months pregnant. During her latest prenatal checkup, she already felt overwhelmed. The estimated weights of the 3 babies from the ultrasound were 5 pounds, more than 4 pounds, and 4 pounds, which were relatively average. Whether at night or during the day, she always had to go to the toilet frequently, she couldn't sleep well, her spirits were low, her whole body was swollen, and she could hardly walk. So the whole family discussed it and decided to go to the hospital first, and then the doctor said that they could be delivered immediately when the time was right, so that neither the adults nor the children would have to suffer. So, while she was still able to walk, Lu Yana was admitted to the maternity hospital in advance. Everything was booked in advance. Originally, she had planned to hire a postpartum care provider for 3 months, but then she thought about the large family at home and decided to hire 2. The postpartum care providers were hired for 3 months, including the time when Lu Yana was hospitalized, and they came early to get used to the situation. When the day of the birth finally arrived, it was fortunate that the postpartum care providers were there, so everyone didn't have to panic. Although Yi Chen had read the parenting Bible thoroughly, he still forgot things at critical moments. Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yana's parents were also welcoming a new life for the first time, so naturally they were also indescribably nervous. Everyone nervously waited outside the operating room. There was a pile of maternity bags and other things on the seat, as well as milk powder, diapers, etc. Lu Yana's family, is Lu Yana's family here? At this time, a nurse in the operating room suddenly walked out and shouted. Yes. Yi Chen immediately walked forward, I'm her husband, what's wrong? What happened? Yi Chen was so scared that his voice began to tremble, and he hurried forward. The nurse laughed, It's fine, both adults and children are safe. Yi Chen finally let out a long breath. I was really scared to death. Because they are triplets, 2 of the children were not born at the correct weight, so they will first be sent to the neonatal department for a detailed examination. If there are no problems with their bodies, they will be brought back here. You need to sign here first. This is the admission notice. The nurse continued. Yi Chen was also a little nervous. Beautiful lady, there shouldn't be a problem, right? The doctor said there wouldn't be a problem, that's why we're planning to perform a cesarean section. The nurse also said objectively, I can't answer this question for you, because if the baby accidentally inhales amniotic fluid or has other problems during birth, further tests will be required to find out the results. But I just took a quick look at the baby, and it sounds very loud, so there shouldn't be a problem. You don't need to worry too much. Yi Chen was also on tenterhooks, as he was also quite nervous about his child. He was definitely worried that something might be wrong with his child, but hearing the nurse say that put his mind at ease a little. After quickly signing the form, the nurse walked back into the operating room. At this point, the nurse wheeled the baby out so that the parents could meet their child. Yi Chen also saw his 3 children. The nurse told them that they were 2 sons and a little daughter. Yi Chen looked at his 3 children, his eyes suddenly softening. Somewhere in his heart, it was suddenly filled with something, and his heart was full. Suddenly, the system beeped. The host and the child met for the first time, and the system rewarded each child with 1 million yuan in formula money. At this time, money meant nothing to Yi Chen. He just wanted his children to grow up safe and healthy. Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yana's parents also quickly took out their phones to take the first photo of their 3 children. Yi Chen asked with some concern, Nurse, why hasn't my wife come out yet? The nurse said to Yi Chen, because the anesthetic was a bit too strong, she has to stay in the operating room for 2 hours for observation. Now, which one of you will come with me to take the baby to the neonatal department? It would be fine if one of you stayed here. Lu Yana's parents quickly started to worry, Nurse, is my daughter okay? Nothing bad has happened, has it? I only have 1 daughter. The nurse said, don't worry, Auntie. We doctors are taking care of it, and she'll be fine soon. We're just keeping an eye on her in the operating room as a precaution. That's good, that's good. Lu Yana's parents were also terrified. So Yi Chen's parents accompanied the 3 babies to the neonatal department, while Lu Yana's parents and Yi Chen stayed outside the operating room waiting for Lu Yana to come out. Chapter 41, The Baby is Born. After 2 hours, Lu Yana was finally wheeled out of the operating room. However, she was panting heavily and seemed to be having some difficulty breathing. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he saw this. Nana, are you okay? Nurse, what's wrong with her? Yi Chen was very nervous. He was really worried that something would happen to Lu Yana. Sir, don't worry. The anesthesia is slowly wearing off. It just started a little too strong, so there will be some symptoms. Right now, Ms. Lu is breathing through her mouth, and she will slowly get better. It's not a big problem. When the anesthesia wears off, there will be symptoms of trembling all over the body, so there's no need to worry too much about that. Everything is fine now. You can go back to the inpatient department with her and just take care of her. Soon, the group followed the nurse as she wheeled Lu Yana back to the inpatient department and back to her room. However, Lu Yana was still in a lot of pain, and could not breathe through her nose, so she kept breathing through her mouth. When they returned to the room, Lu Yana really started to tremble. The postnatal care nurses also returned with them, and they all told Yi Chen and Lu Yana's parents, Mrs. Yi is fine now, so everyone can rest assured. We postnatal care nurses have seen this situation many times, so Mrs. Yi doesn't need to worry. The anesthesia will wear off soon, so just keep warm. You're shivering now, so don't catch a cold. So a postnatal care nurse surnamed Li went up to her and covered her up well, tucking in the corners so that she was completely covered. Lu Yana breathed heavily while trembling and asked, is the baby okay? After she finished, she let out a long breath, as if she had used up all her strength. Yi Chen quickly walked over to her side, grabbed the hand that was attached to the fore, and said, don't worry, our baby will be fine. They're just going to get some tests done and then they'll be back. Don't worry, you just need to calm down now. Although Yi Chen's own heart was very chaotic and worried, in order to reassure his wife, he had to pretend to be very calm and that nothing had happened. After all, his wife had just undergone a major operation, so it was definitely necessary to reassure her first, and the physical condition of the children had not yet been checked, so everything was unknown. At this time, Yi Chen's parents also returned, their eyes full of worry. Seeing Lu Yana come out of surgery at this time, her eyes were also red. Yichen saw how his parents were, and quickly reassured both sets of parents, Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry, Nana will be fine once she recovers. The postpartum nanny smiled as she watched Yichen's family being so affectionate. After about 2 hours, Lu Yana finally recovered, her nose slowly clearing up, and she was finally able to breathe freely. Lu Yana was finally free from such pain, and she was lying in bed, silently crying. When Lu Yana's parents saw this, they were also heartbroken. Everyone was worried about their child, and as long as the child was fine, everything would be fine. Yichen also silently wiped her tears and gently reassured her, don't worry, it will be fine. Lu Yana's nasal voice was very heavy, well, I heard them crying very hard in the delivery room, but I just couldn't help worrying. Yichen didn't know what to say either, so he just asked, the doctor said that if you haven't passed gas yet, you can only drink congee water. I've already asked Auntie Zhang to cook some at home, and my father will be home to pick it up in a while. You've just had surgery, so you should rest and get some sleep first. When I first saw the babies, they were all very well behaved, staring at us with their big eyes. It was just that the nurse had to take the babies to the neonatal department at that time, so I didn't have time to take a closer look. But we did take a few pictures. Do you want to take a look before you go to sleep? Lu Yana was excited and said, quick, let me see my babies. Chapter 42, A Loving Family. Yichen smiled and took out Lu Yana's phone, tapping to open the family group Loving Family. The group owner is Ye's mother, and she is the one who named the group. It is full of ordinary photos of the family members, and more than 10 photos of the babies have been posted, including one of them crying in the elevator. The little ones look quite smart in the photos. Lu Yana smiled as she looked at the photos. It seems that the babies are fine. Lu Yana played the video of the babies crying over and over again until she fell asleep listening to the babies' cries. She was really tired, but she was also very worried about the babies. That was how the night passed. Early in the morning, Ye's father drove over to bring Lu Yana breakfast, a small bowl of thin millet porridge. After all, the doctor had ordered that they only drink porridge water, but Lu Yana would be starved if she only drank porridge water. The doctor came to the ward early in the morning and brought them good news. The children were fine and healthy, and they could be transferred from the neonatal department to be in the same room as their mother today. The whole family was overjoyed. This was great news indeed. Yichen and Lu Yana were also relieved. After eating the rice porridge, they finally got a good night's sleep. When Lu Yana woke up, the children had already returned, and they all gathered around the children to study them. The 3 children had just finished taking a bath and were pushed back, so they were now sleeping comfortably. Ye's father is usually relatively taciturn, but when he sees his 3 grandchildren, his smile is about to crack to his ears. He also smiled and asked, wife, do you think this granddaughter's eyebrows and face look exactly like Yichen when he was a child? Ye's mother-in-law smacked him, keep your voice down, don't wake the baby. She said, that's Jinchen's daughter, and they say daughters take after their fathers, so it's only natural. Ye's mother-in-law chuckled softly again, these 2 boys look just like Lu Yana, they're really good looking. All 3 of the babies have high foreheads, they're all very smart. Lu's mother-in-law also came up and whispered, yes, the 2 boys really look like Nana when she was little. Oh, my little babies. Lu's mother also looks at the 3 children with a face full of affection. The 3 children are also sleeping soundly, and one is even eating his little hands. Lu's mother asks the nanny, could it be that the children are hungry? Do they need to be breastfed? The nanny says, usually, after a bath, if the children feel comfortable, they will fall asleep. If they haven't been breastfed before the bath, they will soon start crying and asking for milk. I wonder if Mrs. Yi has prepared breast milk. If you want to breastfeed, you can feed them when they wake up. If you have 3 children, you can only breastfeed them mixed, feeding one at a time. Lu Yana had just woken up at this time. She was very happy to see that the babies in the stroller were all by her side. She tugged Yichen a little and held back the pain in her body. I want to see the baby. Yichen quickly held her down. You're not feeling well right now, I'll hold the baby for you. Yichen was also worried that Lu Yana would tear her wound, so he pressed her back into bed. It's okay, didn't the doctor tell me to walk around a bit? I can bear it. No, I've already checked the information and asked the overbearing mother-in-law. People don't get out of bed and walk around until 3 days after giving birth. You can't do it yet. If you want to see the baby, let your husband hold it for you. Lu Yana saw that he was determined, so she had to give up. After all, although she now had an analgesic pump around her waist, the contractions were really killing her. Today, she was even pushed by the doctor, which made the wound even more painful. So, Yi Chen also ignored the fact that the baby was sleeping, gently picked up his little daughter and came to her. At this moment, the system rang. Ding! The host is holding the baby for the first time, and is rewarded 100,000 yuan. Chapter 43, The baby pooped on her husband. Lu Yana kissed her daughter's cheek, smiling with love. This is her child, flesh that has fallen from her body. She just kept smiling, but she was crying. Yi Chen was also shocked. Honey, why are you crying? The baby is fine, isn't it? Lu Yana said, I'm moved to tears. I can't believe I gave birth to a child. And I gave birth to 3 of them. Although Yi Chen felt that this soft thing was amazing, he also felt that children were a magical thing after all, just like Lu Yana's sentiment as a mother. Suddenly, his hands felt warm, and his nose was filled with a sour stench. Yi Chen's hands went numb. This was the child pooping. He only saw his youngest daughter's face turn red, and she began to whine and then started to cry. Lu Yana looked at the child, then at Yi Chen's face, which had turned a deep purple, and couldn't help but laugh. Wow, it stinks. Wife, smell it, this sour smell is really something. So Yi Chen aimed his daughter's bottom at Lu Yana's nose, who quickly covered her face and laughed, saying, hurry up and change the diaper. Yi Chen's parents, Lu Yana's parents, and the aunts all laughed heartily. However, Lu Yana's laugh caused her wound to hurt, and she was covered in cold sweat and in pain. She said, ouch, I can't take it anymore, my wound hurts from laughing. Yi Chen was shocked and never teased Lu Yana again. Honey, are you okay? Lu Yana slowly calmed down and said, hurry up and wipe your daughter's butt clean. As punishment, you must wipe your daughter's butt yourself. It was still April, and the weather was not very warm, so the heating was on in the whole room. The nanny said, if the baby girl poops, I suggest that it is more hygienic to wash her bottom with warm water. After all, baby girls have special physiological characteristics that can suddenly breed bacteria. Lu Yana reacted only after hearing Auntie Li's words. Yes, Yi Chen is a man after all, and her own baby is a girl, so it is better not to let her father help her daughter wash her bottom. So Lu Yana said, then I'll leave it to you, Auntie Li. The other auntie, Chen, immediately took the baby, and Auntie Li went into the bathroom to get hot water. Yi Chen smiled at this, my son, come and punish me when you poop. Yi Chen laughed and helped Lu Yana make the bed. At that moment, suddenly, there was a stinky noise coming from the 2 boys. What is this? Is it that horrible? Both of them at the same time? You brats, you're not being nice. Are you both holding in a poop to punish your father? Yi Chen let out a long sigh. Lu Yana tried her best not to laugh, but she couldn't stop giggling. Ye's mother was also laughing out loud. Let's see how you like being a father. In the past, I raised you with so much love and care. Today, you've become a father too. You really have to work hard from now on to earn money to support your family. Mom, I've always worked hard. Anyway, I have to change the diapers of my 2 sons. Yi Chen also pretended to look aggrieved and walked over to his 2 brats. The 2 aunts were washing their little girl's bottom, while Yi Chen was wiping the bottoms of his 2 sons. However, Yi Chen was new to fatherhood and was naturally clumsy, but under the guidance of Ye's mother, he successfully completed the task. However, he got the little quilt wrapped around the eldest son all over with shit, so he had no choice but to change it for a new one. As for the youngest son, he was wiped clean without any problems. The eldest son and the youngest son are also very easy to tell apart. The eldest son weighs a bit more, over 5 caddies, while the youngest son is a bit thinner, 200 to 300 grams short of 5 caddies. Now it seems that this older brother did not bully his younger siblings in his mother's womb. Chapter 44, Going Home for Confinement. And because Lu Yana had a cesarean section using stitches that needed to be removed, the family also decided to wait until Lu Yana had the stitches removed before going home. In this way, Auntie Zhang or another auntie would help cook the confinement food and meals for the several of them at home and bring them to the hospital, while Yi Chen and the others took turns staying with Lu Yana in the hospital. Yi Chen had also wanted to go to a postpartum care center before, and after doing some research, it wasn't because of money that he didn't go. The main reason was that it wasn't convenient to go to a postpartum care center, which is why they hired 2 postpartum care nannies. Now the 2 postpartum care nannies are very good and professional, and they have good character. In this hospital, there are also doctors to help take care of the baby and Lu Yana, and there are foot baths, acupressure, and massage therapists in the hospital every day. In addition, Yi Chen also got in touch with the female clerk at the supermarket and made an appointment with a lactation consultant who could provide home services. Everything was ready, and Lu Yana would definitely not have to suffer. After all, he had seen a lot of those small videos about the hatred of confinement, so he would never allow such a thing to happen. It wasn't until the third day that Yichen came back one day and happened to catch Lu Yana breastfeeding her daughter. Lu Yana's face flushed, and Yichen was also very embarrassed. After all, although the two had had physical intimacy, Yichen was also drunk that night, and he really had no recollection of what had happened that night. Seeing Lu Yana sitting there breastfeeding, he was really embarrassed. It was just that the two postnatal care workers and Ye's mother and Lu's mother didn't have anything to do with each other, and Ye's father and Lu's father naturally avoided it and went out for a stroll somewhere. Yichen said awkwardly, "I'd better go for a walk outside." The postpartum care nanny Auntie Li also laughed and said, "Mr. Yi, you and Mrs. Yi have already gotten married and had a child, but you're still so shy?" Auntie Chan, Ye's mother, and Lu's mother all laughed along. It's true, they're already husband and wife, but still, how can they not laugh? Yichen was also a little embarrassed. He didn't know whether to go or not. Lu Yana blushed and said, "Go sit over there for a while, I'll finish feeding soon." Lu Yana's movements were also very awkward, and she was slightly stiff when holding the baby. Yichen had no choice but to obey his wife's orders and walked over to the coffee table, where he sat down absent-mindedly. In just a few days, he had become the father of 3 little brats, and instantly felt like he had grown up and matured a lot. From now on, the responsibility on his shoulders will be even heavier. Looking at Lu Yana, who was lovingly watching her children feed, his heart warmed. With a wife and children, and a wife who loves her children so much, he should be content. All that's left is to focus on making money and raising the children well. After thinking about it, Yichen let out a heavy breath. He had already accomplished half of the major events in life, starting a family and establishing a career, and now only had to establish a career. With 3 children, the pressure was quite high. After all, he also has to work hard to make his children second generation rich, and to let his wife live the life of a young mistress. The day of discharge from the hospital soon arrived. After removing the stitches, Yichen wrapped Lu Yana from head to toe, making sure that she would not catch a cold or get any postpartum diseases during her confinement. When they returned home, Yichen also directly picked up the newly delivered Lu Yana and carried her all the way up to the second floor, while the babies were handed over to their parents to hold, and the postpartum nannies helped carry the things out of the car. The 2 nannies were also stunned when they saw the villa in front of them and the luxury car worth millions. Even if they had served with other people before, it was just in some rich areas, living in the community, but they had never really worked in a villa before, so they were inevitably surprised. The 2 of them couldn't care less about being surprised, and quickly carried everything into the villa. Yichen carried Lu Yana up to the master bedroom on the second floor. Lu Yana said, "Actually, I can walk down. My wound doesn't hurt so much anymore." Yichen said, "No, what if you pull on the wound? You just had the stitches removed this morning, I can't take the risk." Chapter 45, Rest Well. Lu Yana smiled like a happy little woman. "So am I heavy? When I was pregnant, I weighed 165 pounds. I weighed over 120 pounds when I went to the scale the other day. It's not heavy. My husband doesn't think it's heavy at all. Even if you weigh 160 pounds, my husband won't think it's heavy. I will still love you," Yichen said with deep affection as he hugged Lu Yana. "By the way, when the stitches were removed, the doctor said that I would need regular dressings every day, so you might have to change them for me." Lu Yana said, a little embarrassed. After all, it was relatively close to that area, and if Yichen was to change the dressings for her, then she would have to lift up her clothes, so that was where Lu Yana felt embarrassed. After all, the 2 of them really hadn't had any more intimate actions when they were conscious. "It's okay, just tell me what to do. Should I change them now?" Yichen asked. "No, it's not necessary. Let's do it before going to bed tonight. The doctor will change it in the morning. I also need you to buy gauze and those big cotton swabs, and iodine. The doctor said that iodine doesn't hurt when applied to a wound, so it's good to use it." "Does your wound still hurt?" Yichen asked with some concern. "If I don't poke or pull it now, it doesn't hurt. It's fine. The wound is almost scabbed over now, but it's a little itchy." "That's good. So, should I go buy you gauze and other things now? It seems like we don't have those big cotton swabs at home." Yichen asked. "Yes, go ahead." "Okay, take care of yourself. I'll go buy it for you. If you don't know what to ask for, you should ask the pharmacist." "Okay, be careful driving," Lu Yana instructed. Yi Chen silently wrote down in his mind the things Lu Yana had just asked him to buy, then went downstairs to say hello to his parents before driving directly to the pharmacy to buy the things. Pharmacy. Yi Chen asked, a little overwhelmed, "Excuse me, do you have gauze here?" The female clerk said, "Yes, which kind do you want?" "My wife had a cesarean section, I want to buy the kind to cover the wound." The female clerk suddenly realized, "Oh, a cesarean section, right? There is a long strip shape, which is most suitable for people who have had a cesarean section." "I don't know how many you want?" Yi Chen didn't know how to answer this question, because he hadn't asked how many days the wound should be covered. So he said, "Then I'll take 30, and also give me 30 of those large cotton swabs." "That's it, give me some bottles of iodophor, and let's check out together." Yi Chen had no choice but to count the items to make sure he had the right amount. In this way, he walked out of the pharmacy with a large bag in his hands, in the stunned gaze of the female clerk. Ding! The host rewards 100,000 yuan for caring for his wife. Yi Chen couldn't help rolling his eyes. "System brother, can you be a little more reliable? Why don't you reward me for hugging my wife? I buy some gauze and you reward me with a hammer? Why are you always rewarding me in such an irregular way?" Yi Chen also couldn't figure it out. The system was really too unpredictable. But fortunately, as long as it was something good for his wife, the system would definitely reward him. After returning home with a large bag of gauze, Lu Yana couldn't help but smile. "What are you doing? The wound will be almost healed after being covered for 10 to 15 days. If you keep covering it, the wound will not heal well. Iodine-based bandages are better, otherwise the wound will get infected." "Oops, I don't know, I've never bought it before. It looks like confinement lasts about 30 days, so I bought 30 pieces. Look, the saleswoman said that this is good for cesarean sections. If you use other gauze, it will fall off easily, but this won't. It's very useful. Why don't I put one on for you now?" No, I'll put it on tonight." Lu Yana quickly refused. She was just joking with Yi Chen, and she really didn't expect him to be such a serious person. But fortunately, her husband is good to her and treats her well, which is something to be happy about. In the future, she will really have to rely on her husband. Chapter 46, Bathing the Baby for the First Time. In the afternoon, it was time to bathe the baby again. Yi Chen held his little daughter in his arms and looked at the soft, white and tender little thing in front of him. Yi Chen's heart of a loving father began to overflow again. He really wanted to give her a kiss. But he had to hold back. After all, the child was still very young, and there were too many germs on adults. Children have poor resistance and are prone to illness. Yi Chen looked at his little daughter in his arms with love, buried his head in her little quilt, and sniffed the milk smell hard. It really was so fragrant and so nice. This milk smell was just as nice as the one on Lu Yana. When he thought about it, Yi Chen paused for a moment. Lu Yana also had this kind of milk smell on her body because of her breast milk. When he was holding Lu Yana today, he was also attracted by the milk smell on her body. Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yana's parents each held their eldest and youngest sons, while the two sisters-in-law were filling the water for the children to bathe. Yi Chen still felt that his youngest daughter was the sweetest. After all, daughters are the most attentive, while those two brats only know how to bully their father. The first time, they had already pooped a big pile of shit on him. Yi Chen was both angry and amused at those two brats. The hot water was poured, the clothes were ready, and the bath towels were in place. The three little ones are also ready to take a bath. However, the eldest son seems to have a problem taking off his clothes, and he cries loudly while doing so. And as soon as the eldest son cries, the second son also cries. It seems like they are holding a baby cry competition. Mommy quickly comforts the eldest son, holding his hands tightly. "Oh, my dearest eldest son, don't be afraid, Grandma is here." Ye's father also looked at his eldest grandson with love on his face, while Lu's mother also comforted Ye's second son in the same way as Ye's mother. Yi Chen's little daughter, however, was looking around with big, round eyes, as if she was curious about everything. Lu Yana was also attracted by the sound of her child's crying and walked over to Yi Chen with a smile on her face. "What's wrong with the eldest and second sons? They're crying like that in the bath, they've got a big temper." Yi Chen said to Lu Yana with a smile, "That's right, you're still my little sweetheart." Lu Yana also came over, stroked her youngest daughter's little face with her hand, and said, "You're a good girl." After glancing at her two sons, who had already quieted down, she walked over to them and said, "You two should learn from your sister." At this, Ye's mother said, "Nana, don't come over here, you can't touch this water that hasn't been boiled during your confinement, it's not good." Lu Yana smiled and replied, "Mom, I know. I'm here to take pictures. You guys take a bath, and I'll take a picture of this scene and post it to the group so you can look back at it." So Lu Yana took out her phone and started taking pictures while pressing it against her eldest son's face. The three little babies quickly got into the water too, and Yi Chen also turned on his phone to play some nursery rhymes so that the children could listen to them while taking a comfortable bath. It really was comfortable. You can tell by the baby's reaction, he closes his eyes with a contented look and wants to go back to sleep. At this moment, Yi Chen's system rang. Ding, a reward of 100,000 yuan for bathing the baby. All of this seems to be within Yi Chen's expectations. After about a few minutes, the baby's bath was finished, and after being in the water for 2 or 3 minutes, it was time to get up. After all, the baby's skin is tender, so it can't be soaked for too long, otherwise it will damage the skin. Lu Yana took photos and videos from time to time, recording the entire bathing process of the three babies. After the three babies finished their bath, they were still grunting and grunting while getting dressed, eating with their little hands. After getting dressed and wrapped in a blanket, they all fell asleep. Fortunately, when buying clothes, she bought both boy and girl colors, but now baby clothes are gender neutral. However, the pink clothes and blankets are now used by the baby girl. Lu Yana also took the photos and returned to the room. Chapter 47, Accidentally Caught My Wife Breastfeeding. After about 30 minutes, all three babies cried. The sound of the youngest daughter crying was like that of a little kitten, which was really beautiful to hear. Yi Chen held his youngest daughter and looked at the other two. He thought to himself, girls really are girls. Even their crying is so beautiful. They will definitely grow up to be sweethearts. At that moment, the postpartum nanny, Auntie Chen, came over with a bottle of milk that had already been prepared. "Mr. Yi, it's been more than 3 hours since the last time she drank milk, so I guess the baby is hungry too. You can feed her. This time, it's the little one's turn to drink breast milk." Yi Chen responded, "Okay, I'll hold her and feed her." After all, there are 3 babies, and Lu Yana's milk is definitely not enough to feed 3 babies, so they take turns feeding each time, and the other 2 babies are fed formula. Yi Chen held his little daughter and gently pushed open Lu Yana's door. As soon as he opened the door, Yi Chen's eyes widened and he involuntarily swallowed. At that moment, Lu Yana was milking. Yi Chen's eyes were about to pop out. Lu Yana also noticed that Yi Chen was staring at her, and then looked at the action in her hands again. She immediately turned her back and hurriedly said, "Honey, why didn't you knock when you came in?" Lu Yana was so embarrassed that her face turned red. "Ah, I'm sorry, I forgot." Yi Chen only reacted at this time and quickly closed the door. In fact, Lu Yana is currently in the postpartum period, and everyone knocks on the door before entering. After all, there are many family members, and there will be a lot of inconvenience. Lu Yana shouted, "You can come in." Yi Chen then dared to push the door in, and it was a close call. Fortunately, Lu Yana's expression was only slightly flushed, her face had returned to normal, and her tone did not sound too critical. Lu Yana said, "It's just that the interval was too long, so my milk is a bit full. Give me the baby." Yi Chen was also a little embarrassed, "Okay." He placed his daughter in Lu Yana's arms, and smelled the milk on her body. It really was too heady, just like the smell of the children. Yi Chen backed out and closed the door. However, the scene just now kept flashing back in his mind. Yi Chen even gestured with his hands a bit, and judging from the situation, it should be enough to feed his youngest daughter. Thinking about this, Yi Chen immediately dispelled these bad thoughts from his mind and went back to the next room to check on the 2 brats. The door to the baby's room was open, so Yi Chen walked right in. He saw the 2 little brats slurping their milk, and their babyish expressions really made him want to squeeze them. "Mom, give me the big treasure, I'll try feeding him." At that moment, the second treasure seemed to hear Yi Chen come back, too, and spit out the bottle in his mouth, babbling something there. Lu's mother also smiled, "You see, your second treasure also wants your father to feed you, right?" Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh, "You 2 brats, you want to tire your father to death." Although he said that, Yi Chen still took the 2 children, holding one on each side, while Ye's mother and Lu's mother put the baby bottles in the babies' mouths. Only then were the 2 babies willing to continue breastfeeding. The little smacking mouths made Ye's mother and Lu's mother look at the 2 babies with love. At that moment, the system rang. The host breastfed the baby and the system rewarded 100,000 yuan. Ye's mother also smiled. Yichen, what if in the future your two babies can't see you and don't want to breastfeed? Yichen, there's nothing I can do about it, I'll just have to be a professional nanny. I can't let the kids go hungry. After that, the whole family laughed. Sometimes happiness is just that simple. A family that is happy together is happier than a family with mountains of gold and silver. Yichen was more than willing to feed the babies. After all, the system would reward him 100,000 yuan every time, which was much better than going to work, right? Chapter 48, Love Your Wife Well from now on. You have to feed her every 2 to 3 hours, that's 24 hours a day, and then you'll have around 600,000 to 700,000 yuan a day. Where can you find a job that pays 20 million yuan a month? But Yichen doesn't feed the baby every hour. He also needs to sleep and do other things. He feeds the baby about 3 times a day, which is about 10 million yuan a month. After dinner, Antli, the postpartum nanny, brought a bucket of boiled water, which had almost cooled, and knocked on the door to enter Lu Yina's room. Mrs. Yi can wash her hair today. This is cooled boiled water. I put sliced ginger in it and boiled it. It's especially good for warding off the cold. Yichen said, Is that all I need to do? Can I use shampoo? Yes, that's fine, Antli replied. Then let me do it. Give me the things. Yichen took the large bucket of cool boiled water that Antli was holding and some waterproof tools. Antli said with some surprise, Okay, I'll help you get this done first, and then I'll go out. So, under Antli's guidance, a waterproof cloth was spread out next to the bed. Lu Yina was also shocked as she watched Yichen. She never expected that Yichen would help her wash her hair. She slowly climbed into bed and lay down. Put this on first, then it won't be easy to get your clothes wet. Antli placed the cloth that seemed to be for washing hair at a barbershop on Lu Yina's shoulders, straightened it out, and said, Just be careful not to get your clothes wet inside, but do it quickly because you can't do it for too long, or the wind will get into your hair. So, Antli retreated from the room, leaving Lu Yina and Yichen alone in the room. Yichen gently let Lu Yina's dark, beautiful hair down and gently smoothed it. Then he wet her hair with water, squeezed a little shampoo and gently massaged and rubbed her hair. Neither of them spoke, but the air was full of sweetness. Lu Yina suddenly said, Yichen, you're so good. Yichen was also taken aback. Why didn't she call him husband, but his name? It felt so serious. Yichen also teased, breaking the awkwardness between the two. Yes. Husband. Lu Yina also smiled happily, knowing that she had met such a good husband in fathering Yichen, and that she was really very lucky. Luckier than winning the lottery. Suddenly, Lu Yina stopped laughing and said very seriously, Husband, do you know? When I was in the delivery room, I thought I was never going to make it. Yichen said, Silly, don't think about it, it's all in the past. Well, but I was really scared at the time, because when the doctor was giving the anesthesia, I was a bit resistant to it, and the doctor's words scared me, mainly because if I was resistant, I would have to give birth by C-section or something. And the anesthesiologist also gave too much anesthesia, I couldn't breathe, and I was very sleepy after the anesthesia, the doctor kept waking me up, I turned my head and saw the pulse monitor, as soon as I closed my eyes it turned to 0, I was really scared. I was afraid that I would just die on the operating table, that I would be separated from my baby before I could even look at him once more. So I did my best to keep myself awake, I was really scared. As he spoke, Yichen immediately grabbed Lu Yina's trembling hand, Honey. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I had no idea that you had encountered such a dangerous situation on the operating table. Yichen was also very moved, and tightly gripped Lu Yina's hand. At that moment, he could see the small bruises on Lu Yina's chest. His heart ached, and he gently stroked the bruises. Lu Yina slapped him, What are you doing? Wash your hair. Yichen embarrassedly withdrew his hand. I'm just worried about you. I only told you this because I wanted to talk to you about it. I didn't want to worry my parents, so I didn't tell them either. Lu Yina whispered. Yichen, from now on, my husband will never let you suffer like this again. We already have 3 children, that's enough. Chapter 49, You're so good, honey. Yichen had already decided at that moment that he would protect Lu Yina well in the future and never let her suffer again. He would also protect his children and all his family members, so that they could all live a happy life. Yichen had not forgotten the midwife's instructions, so he quickly washed Lu Yina's hair and dried it little by little. Then he asked the midwife to come in and tidy up, and the two of them went to look at the sleeping baby again. It was already past 9 p.m. Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yina's parents had already gone to bed, and the 2-month-old babies were being watched by the nanny and the babysitter. When they saw Yi Chen and Lu Yina walk in, they all smiled and told them to keep their voices down. These babies are quite well behaved, unlike other babies who don't know the difference between day and night. They just eat and sleep, and they can still play during the day. When it's time to drink milk, they cry a little louder. The first night back home, they slept pretty well, and the adults finally got a good night's sleep. Although they had a single room in the hospital, they were still in the hospital, and it was still quite noisy with people coming and going outside, and people never slept soundly. Yi Chen and Lu Yina moved their feet lightly and walked over to the beds of the babies and took a look at the 3 little pigs. They grunted and stretched a little, and then yawned. The more they looked at them, the more they liked them. Lu Yina also yawned at this point, and said to Yi Chen, "Honey, let's go to sleep too. The babies will probably wake up soon and need to be fed, and I'm really sleepy too." Yi Chen had no choice but to look at the piglets with the smile of a caring father, pat Lu Yina on the back, take her hand and go back to the room. Lu Yina stretched out on the bed. "Oh, I'm so tired. I'm finally home to get a good night's sleep. I know I still have to get up to breastfeed, but I'll feel more at ease sleeping at home." Yi Chen also sat back on the bed and laughed, "So we really made the right choice not going to a postpartum care center. Yes, I recognize my bed. While I was in the hospital, I was too tired to sleep except after the anesthesia wore off. I haven't had a good night's sleep since then. I'm really sleepy. Let's sleep together then." Yi Chen quickly got into bed, pulled the covers over himself, and was about to lie down. But then Lu Yina suddenly whispered in alarm, "Hey, honey, we forgot something." "What? What else?" Yi Chen tried to remember, and suddenly remembered something, saying, "Right, we still have to clean your wound." Lu Yina nodded and said, "Yes. Hurry up, clean it up and go to bed." So Yi Chen walked over to the dressing table, took out iodine and long bandages from the bag, and also took out 2 large cotton swabs in a small bag. He walked over to Lu Yina, who was already lying down. When Yi Chen came over, she silently showed the wound that she had covered with gauze when she was in the hospital. Lu Yina was still a little shy, not only because the wound was so close, but also because she had seen it when she was in the hospital. The wound was really ugly, and she was afraid of what Yi Chen would think after seeing it. It wasn't that she disliked it, but it was just too ugly. Yi Chen, however, didn't have any other thoughts, and slowly peeled off the tape. It was just that the tape was stuck on really tightly, and there was already a red patch on the skin, which seemed to be a sign of some kind of allergy. Lu Yina also endured the pain of the tape being ripped off with great difficulty, because it would hurt even more when cleaning the wound later. Yi Chen glanced at Lu Yina and saw her holding back the pain. He said, "If it hurts, just say so. Take your time, husband, and do it gently, and it won't hurt so much." Lu Yina gave him a glare. "You'd better just rip off the tape quickly and give me some relief." Yi Chen also laughed. "Ha, good. That's right. That's it, just say everything, so that your husband knows what you need and don't need. Don't hold back on anything." Chapter 50, the couple have a heart-to-heart talk in bed. Lu Yina was also very surprised by the change. In the past, she would never have spoken so candidly in front of Yi Chen like she did today. It seemed that there had been a bit of a change in their relationship. Yi Chen looked at her and laughed. "Ready? I'm going to tear it off. 1, 2, 3, rip. SSSHH. Lu Yina gritted her teeth. Yi Chen laughed and laughed, but suddenly stopped. Because he saw the shocking scar on Lu Yina's lower abdomen. Although the scar was stitched with cosmetic stitching techniques, it still left a 15-centimeter long scar here. How could it be done completely invisible? Moreover, there was still some redness and swelling on the wound, as if it had been pulled, and some small bloodstains had seeped out. Yi Chen paused for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Does it hurt?" Lu Yina was taken aback and said, "Actually, it doesn't hurt very much now. Occasionally, it still hurts when I pull on it. It's been 9 days now, and the wound just itches a little, but otherwise I'm fine." Yi Chen said, "It's good that it doesn't hurt." He silently opened the iodine and dipped a large cotton swab in it, and began gently cleaning the wound for Lu Yina. How could it not hurt? A cesarean section involves opening the abdomen with a scalpel, 10 layers at a time, and sewing them back up again. How could it not hurt? Yi Chen cleaned the wound while gently blowing on it. Lu Yina looked deeply into the eyes of the man she loved and smiled blissfully. Over the past few days, her greatest realization had been: she had married a wonderful husband. And she had wonderful in-laws. And she had given birth to 3 angelic children. She was truly blessed. At this moment, she is nothing but happy. After Yi Chen finished helping her clean up, he then proceeded to put on the large bandage. "Wife, it's already done," Yi Chen said softly. Lu Yana responded, then let Yi Chen help her pull up her pants, pull down her shirt, and then cover her up with the quilt. "Honey, do you find breastfeeding tiring?" Yi Chen asked, leaning over as he joined her in bed. "It's okay, apart from not being able to sleep well, I still quite enjoy breastfeeding." "You really like breastfeeding?" Yi Chen asked. Yi Chen thought about it for a while, and then blurted out what was on his mind. "I was thinking, why don't we just stop breastfeeding? I don't want to see you get up in the middle of the night to breastfeed, I don't want to see you not get a good night's sleep, and I don't want you to be so tired." Lu Yana quickly said, "I'm not tired, it's really quite good. If I had given birth to a child, I would probably have breastfed exclusively too. I really like children, and I'm happy to breastfeed them. In fact, it's okay to be tired a bit. For the sake of the child, I'm willing to do anything." Yi Chen said, "Yes, breast milk is still quite good, it's good for the child's body and strengthens their resistance. But it's hard on you, you don't sleep well at night, and you don't get a full night's sleep during the day either because you breastfeed. My husband doesn't have any ulterior motives, he just doesn't want to see you so tired and struggling. He wants you to get better quickly and recover. Then we can go back to school together this year and graduate together." Lu Yana smiled and said, "Husband, thank you for thinking of me so much, but you may not understand the desire of a mother to breastfeed her child. I feel better when I breastfeed my child. After all, as you said, we probably won't have any more children in the future, so this is the first and last time I'll breastfeed my child." Yi Chen also lay down and embraced Lu Yana. "Then do as you like. As long as you're happy, I don't want children, but if you like children and want to have more, then I'll support you, right?" Suddenly, the atmosphere became a bit ambiguous. A man and a woman, hugging on the bed, discussing having children, that's still quite tempting. Not to mention, the woman next to him is so beautiful. Yi Chen took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the desire in his body. However, at this time, Lu Yana kissed Yi Chen's face. Chapter 50. When you're playing with fire. Yi Chen's face tightened, and his breathing began to become a little rapid. "Nana, don't." After all, Lu Yana had just given birth and was still in the postpartum period, so how could he be so impulsive? Absolutely not. But if Lu Yana continued to tease him like this, he was really worried that he would lose control. So, he must try hard to control himself and not lose control. "Just kidding." Lu Yana tightly embraced Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen didn't say anything else, for fear that if he did, he would break his guard. He let Lu Yana hug him, her soft body pressed tightly against his. "Oh my god. How can I bear this? The person lying next to you is a goddess-level school beauty with a slight figure. Stop thinking about it." Yi Chen tried hard to calm the fire in his body, and the two slept quietly in the same bed. In the middle of the night, Lu Yana also got up twice to breastfeed. After feeding, Lu Yana dragged her tired body back to bed and fell asleep directly. Yi Chen also felt very sorry for her. To be honest, he didn't want Lu Yana to work so hard either. After all, it wasn't as if they couldn't afford formula milk. However, it was also true that breast milk was indeed good for both the mother and the baby. In addition to being good for the child, breast milk also has great benefits for the mother, which can quickly restore her figure and cause the uterus to contract quickly. The only thing is, it's not very good for that. Well, that's what Yi Chen was thinking. Early the next morning, after a long sleep of several hours, the babies all woke up crying. After washing their faces and brushing their tongues, the postpartum nannies fed the babies again. Lu Yana also got up, because she also had to breastfeed her child, otherwise her milk would go bad. She was holding her eldest son and feeding him, but while she was doing so, she started to poop. Lu Yana was suddenly smothered by the stench of her son's poop, and she covered her nose. She quickly yelled, "Hubby, come quickly, DeBeo has pooped again." Yi Chen hurriedly walked in. At this time, Lu Yana was still breastfeeding, and all Yi Chen could see was the snow-white expanse of her chest. Lu Yana was also stunned, and she forgot to enlarge her son's coming out. The two were at an impasse for 2 seconds, and Lu Yana quickly turned around and pulled her son off her. After everything was done, she handed her eldest son over to Yi Chen. However, when her eldest son saw that there was no milk to eat, he started whining again and looked like he was about to cry. Yi Chen quickly caught his eldest son and quickly exited the room, going to the baby room next door to calm him down and change his diaper. Bao and Xiao Bao had already finished breastfeeding, but since his eldest son was still hungry, he started crying. "Oh, my dearest eldest son, you can eat soon. First, let's change your diaper. Mommy is waiting for you, so don't cry." Yi Chen comforted him while quickly changing his diaper. The second and third children were smaller than the first when they were born, but after being fed for more than 10 days, they have both grown a lot. The first child is already big, so he is also growing bigger and bigger. Sometimes it feels a bit difficult to hold him, and I guess he is now more than 7 catties. After Yi Chen finished, he rushed to Lu Yina's room with his eldest son, who was still crying. "This little guy has a lot of energy, he can't stop crying even when you slow down a little bit, and you have to take care of him," Yi Chen said helplessly. Lu Yina took the baby and said gently to her son, "Be good, mommy is here." The little guy was quite sensible, he knew his granary breast had arrived, and immediately stopped crying. See, he knows he's bullying his father. Yi Chen was a little angry, he really loved and hated this son. Lu Yina laughed, "The baby is just hungry, he's not bullying you at all. If you give him a bottle now, he won't make a noise." After saying that, she turned her back to Yi Chen and started to feed the baby. Yi Chen also sensibly left. Chapter 52, Naming the Babies. At lunch, Ye's father asked Yi Chen and Lu Yina, "Son, Nana, have you thought of names for the babies yet?" Yi Chen was a little confused. "What? Not yet? Do we have to name them so soon?" Ye's father's face was serious. "Kid, you need to go to the hospital to get the birth certificate. You need the birth certificate to register the baby with the authorities. So you need to pick a name first, got it?" Lu's father also laughed. Yi Chen is a first-time father and still doesn't know anything. "Have you thought of a name, in-laws?" Ye's father gave Lu's father a knowing smile and said, "I have a few names for everyone to consider. You can see which one sounds better, or you can also say which one is better for everyone to consider." Lu's father just smiled and didn't say anything more. Lu's mother said, "Naming a child is a big deal, so you mustn't be careless." Mommy then said, "How about this, we two old folks will come up with a name for the first child, you two will come up with a name for the second child, and we will leave the name for the youngest child to Yi Chen and his wife. Then we can all voice our opinions, so that we don't have to rack our brains trying to think of 3 names. What do you think?" Lu Yana smiled and said, "Mom, that's a good idea. Naming a child is indeed a tiresome task, and it must be done carefully. I agree with this approach." Lu's mother also smiled and said, "That's good, just let each person think of one, not bad, I agree with my daughter-in-law's idea too. Then that's it, go home and think of one for the afternoon, and then have a family meeting after dinner tonight." Ye's father made the decision right there. "My dear family, Nana, in our family there is no such thing as generations, just call him whatever you like, there are no such strict rules, our family is very easygoing," Ye's father said. "That's good, then you can just let your hair down," Lu's mother said with a smile. After finishing lunch quickly, Lu Yana also returned to her room with Yi Chen to prepare for a nap after a short rest. Yi Chen was looking up names in the dictionary and on his phone, so it seemed that he was quite concerned about naming his daughter. Lu Yana felt a little sleepy after finishing lunch, but just as she returned from eating, she noticed that her breasts were a little engorged. Seeing that Yi Chen was sitting so attentively at the dressing table looking at his phone, she didn't disturb him and just used the breast pump on her own. Lu Yana's milk supply is actually quite abundant. Sometimes after one baby has finished eating, the other baby can still be half full, so it won't be long before she has enough milk for 2 babies. However, with so much milk, it is easy to imagine how big her breasts have become. Sometimes Yi Chen will also stare at her breasts, which makes Lu Yana feel very embarrassed. After she has finished expressing milk, she will store it in the small refrigerator on one side. This small refrigerator was specially bought for storing milk. In the bathroom compartment, Lu Yana also bought one to store her skincare products. It was because of this small refrigerator that she wanted to buy an extra one to facilitate storing milk. Lu Yana also felt that recently, there has been more physical contact in their relationship, but the two of them have also slowly begun to behave like a real couple, and they don't seem to resist things as much anymore. At least sometimes, although it can feel a bit awkward, with more frequent occurrences, naturally, one will slowly get used to it. Just now, Yi Chen had actually noticed Lu Yina's actions. He had secretly noticed in the corner of his eye that Lu Yana had been milking in front of him. Fortunately, Lu Yana was facing away from him, so he didn't have much time to daydream. Soon, he had already found a name that he was satisfied with, so he said it out loud and sought Lu Yina's advice. Wife, I've already thought of a name for our daughter. What do you think of the characters Yu and Qing? Lu Yana thought about it for a while and said, I think they sound nice. Chapter 53, The Baby Has a Name. Yi Chen was also a little excited. After all, this was the first time he had named his child, and naturally he felt a strange kind of excitement. Yu means beautiful, clever and graceful, and has a beautiful meaning. Qing means sunshine. I like the idea of my daughter being smart, beautiful, and sunny, but I also hope that she is healthy and happy. Yes, who doesn't want their children to live happily and carefree? Lu Yana naturally thinks the same way. As long as the children grow up with her by their side, and as long as the family lives happily together, then she is content. Well, it's a very good meaning, and I quite like it too. Yi Chen was having a hard time deciding, he just didn't know whether to call her Yi Yuqing or Yi Qingyu. Honey, what do you think? Yi Chen asked Lu Yana. Lu Yana repeated the two names over and over again, and then thought about it some more. Let's call her Yi Yuqing, that will sound better. Okay, let's call her that. Yi Yuqing, that's a nice name. Yi Chen happily said twice, then the nickname will be Little Sweetie. I love Little Sweetie the most. When she grows up, she will definitely be a cute and sensible little girl. At this time, the system rang. The host successfully named the baby. Reward 1 million. Oh my god. 1 million for a baby? If I knew, I would have named all my children together. But I'd better not. You can't be too greedy, having one is enough. Besides, 1 million is not a small amount. As he thought about it, he felt a sense of joy well up in his heart. Yi Chen then began to look forward to the future, thinking about the happiness he would feel when he was 50 or 60 years old, wearing a Warmth brand overcoat and socks bought by his daughter. As he thought about it, he began to giggle again. Lu Yana was naturally very happy too. Her husband valued their child so much, which was a sign of his love for her. And as the saying goes, if you love your child, then you must also love your wife. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen, who was smiling foolishly, and smiled softly. After all, the two of them loved each other, which was better than anything else. And it was good for the child too, because parents who love each other are good for the physical and mental health of their children. Yi Chen chatted with Lu Yana about other things, but when he saw that Lu Yana was sleepy, he let her go to sleep. After waking up, Lu Yana had to get up again to breastfeed. During the past 10 days of confinement, she only went downstairs to eat, and sometimes she had to ask Yi Chen to bring her food to her room. In her room, she slept and ate, fed her baby, and it seemed like she didn't do anything else. She often left the washing of bottles, changing of diapers, and other chores to Yi Chen, who was happy to do them. But even though she didn't do anything, she still lost a few pounds because of it. This is probably another benefit of breast milk, it's easy to get back in shape. Now she weighs 118 pounds, and at 168 centimeters tall, she looks slightly overweight, but the fat on her face has also gone down a bit. She didn't use a belly binding belt because it was uncomfortable, and she plans to spend the 2-month confinement period sitting around, and then find a yoga class to go to after the confinement period to get back in shape. While in the hospital, her best friend Gu Yingying had already visited her, and as a godmother, she naturally gave the children 3 big red envelopes. And this is the only person who knows she gave birth. Yi Chen hasn't told anyone else yet, so when Lu Yana's body recovers, everyone will go out for a nice meal and discuss the wedding as brothers. After all, when the time comes for the wedding, they will have to rely on their brothers to help make the scene a bit more lively. However, Yi Chen felt a little excited just thinking about holding a wedding with Lu Yana. He knew that Lu Yana also really wanted a perfect wedding. After all, she was a woman too. Naturally, she also wanted her wedding to be grand. Yi Chen glanced at his pocket and thought about the wedding budget. It was estimated to cost around 10 million. Forget it, this is something that can't be thought about for at least a few months. Chapter 54, The names of the 3 treasures have been decided. It was soon time for dinner. Yes, father asked, in-laws, have you thought of any names yet? Lu's father said, well, almost, but let's see what you've come up with first, and then we can finalize it. Yes, father smiled and said, that's good, after dinner, we can discuss it slowly. Yes, father didn't ask Yi Chen at all if he had thought of a name for his youngest daughter together with him. Yi Chen guessed that his father had thought of all 3 names. After all, he was overjoyed to be meeting his grandson. Soon everyone finished eating. Auntie Zhang had cut a large plate of fruit salad for everyone, but Lu Yana's portion was made with fruit that had been boiled in water and was still steaming hot. Naturally, Lu Yana was relieved and started eating. Ye's father couldn't hide his excitement and asked, "Has everyone thought of a name yet?" Yi Chen said, "Yes." Lu's father said, "Well, I've also thought about it." Ye's father said, "Okay, I'll go ahead and tell you the name I've chosen. The big treasure's name is Yi Ruebwa. What do you all think?" Lu's father nodded, and everyone followed suit. The character Rue means profound and knowledgeable, and the character Bo means rich and broad. Both are meaningful. Ruebwa is a great name. Lu's mother is a teacher, so she immediately explained the meaning of the name to everyone. "My mother-in-law is educated." Ye's father laughed. Yi Chen, however, spoke up at this point. "I agree with this name, it's not bad." "What do you think, wife?" Lu Yana said, "I think it's okay too, let's just go with what dad wants." Ye's father looked at his daughter-in-law and his son's wife, both of whom agreed, and naturally he smiled happily. Ye's mother said, "Then let's do what the old man wants, and Debao will be called Yiruebwa, and his nickname will be Debao." Everyone gave their approval with both hands. At this point, Mrs. Lu stood up and said, "According to the meaning of the name just given by the in-laws, Rue means wisdom, Ming means bright, and Shang means holy. It has a good meaning, so how about calling the second child Yi Rue Ji?" "Good. What a wise, bright, and holy name. I approve." Yi dad immediately clapped and said it was good. Seeing that her son-in-law was satisfied, Mrs. Lu naturally smiled with satisfaction. Mommy said, "That's a nice name, I approve too." Yi Chen, "Nana, what do you think?" Lu Yana said, "Well, I think it's fine." Yi Chen, "Don't ask me, I definitely approve." When Yi Chen's parents-in-law asked him to name the second child, he actually had a selfish motive, which was about the child's surname. After all, Lu Yana is the only daughter of the Lu family, and he guessed that his in-laws understood his meaning and wanted to have the second child bear the Lu family name. They just didn't expect the in-laws to be so understanding, and now both Ye's parents looked even more highly of the two in-laws. At this point, Ye's mother said, "Then the second child will be named Yi Rueji, and his nickname will be Erbao." Unanimously approved. Yi Chen also stood up at this time and said, "Lu Yana and I have come up with a very nice name for the little one, Yi Yuqing. What do you think? Isn't it nice? Yi Yuqing? The character Yu means beautiful and the character Qing means sunshine." "Yes, that's not bad," Lu's mother explained. Indeed, educated people just know, without having to look it up in a book or dictionary, the meaning of the characters, so that everyone can understand the literal meaning simply. Mom Yi, Dad Yi, and Dad Lu all nodded. "Yes, that's good. Then the baby's name will be Yi Yuqing, and the nickname." Yi Chen quickly interrupted, "The nickname will be Xiao Bai Bai. This is my little darling." Lu Yana also laughed so hard she almost choked. "Don't get so excited, Mom definitely knows this is your little darling." Everyone laughed, and the family meeting was over. The 3 baby names were settled. Tomorrow, Yi Chen could take these names and bring the documents to the hospital to get the birth certificate and register the baby. Chapter 55, All Wishes Fulfilled at Once. Early the next morning, Yi Chen took a note with the names on it and some other documents, such as the marriage certificate, to the hospital to get the birth certificate and register the baby. After all, it will be a month and 10 days, and they will have to go to the vaccination station for the vaccine. The nurse had already sent them a booklet when they were discharged from the hospital, telling them to get the vaccine a month later, and then once a month. But Lu Yana will have to stay in bed for about 2 months, so it is most important that she recovers well. When Yi Chen arrived at the hospital, there was already a long queue, just like when you give birth to a child. Yi Chen also waited for about an hour before it was his turn. When the nurse handed him some information, she looked at Yi Chen with surprised eyes. "Wow! Your family gave birth to 3 children at once?" The young nurse asked with a smile. "Yes, haha." Yi Chen just smiled and replied. "The news of your family's 3 babies has spread throughout our hospital. Your triplets are the first in Xiangcheng, which is really very rare. And they were conceived naturally, too. Usually, only twins are conceived with IVF, and triplets are really very rare." "You already have the names?" the nurse asked. "Yes, we want to register the children quickly and get all the documents ready." Yi Chen replied. "Well, that's good. Just wait a little while, the birth certificates for 3 babies will take a little longer." The nurse patiently replied. Those behind in the queue also heard the nurse's words and couldn't help but marvel. My goodness! 3 children at once. That's quite an output. Yes, you are really blessed. Are all 3 of your children boys or all girls? Yi-Chen just smiled and said, 2 boys and a girl. I'll be damned. You've got everything you wanted at once. The man behind him exclaimed. Yes. My wish is also to have 2 sons and a daughter. That's the best. Yi-Chen just laughed and nodded. So is it hard for you to raise your children? Yes. Can you eat a can of milk powder a day? Seeing that these people kept asking endlessly, Yi-Chen just laughed and let it pass. After all, he didn't know them well and didn't want them to know so much. Yi-Chen waited for about 15 minutes before he finished the birth certificates for the 3 children. At that moment, the system rang. Congratulations to the host for successfully applying for birth certificates for the babies. Reward the maternal and child brand June 1st baby with 20% of the shares. Yi-Chen is used to the system's rewards. He already has nearly 30 million in his pocket, and now he's been rewarded with the shares of a company? Yi-Chen immediately took out his phone to check how much the maternal and child brand is worth. He was shocked when he found out. The brand's market value is 30 billion. Then, if he calculates it based on his 20% stake, the system has given him a total of 6 billion this time. If he sells his shares now, he can get 6 billion in cash. However, Yi-Chen would not sell his shares so easily. This is a good investment, and even if he shows it to his family, they will definitely believe what he says. And, most importantly, being a mother and baby brand is very profitable. With his 20% stake, the annual dividends will definitely not be small. He's going to be rich. Yi-Chen was completely immersed in his joy, but the man behind him was already urging him, so he reacted. He couldn't care about being happy anymore. After getting the birth certificate, Yi-Chen had to drive to the police station to apply for household registration. When he arrived at the application hall, he found that there were really a lot of people here. There was also a long queue, but fortunately Yi-Chen had brought everything with him, otherwise he would have to run home again. As the seal was placed, the system rang at this time. Chapter 56, Giving Nana a Big Villa. Congratulations, host, you have successfully registered your children. As a reward, you will receive 200 million yuan and a 1,000 square meter townhouse in the city. It is located at number 6 Yulong Bay. The house deed and keys will be delivered tomorrow. Yi-Chen was shocked again. Yulong Bay. It is the legendary rich district. Anyone with a net worth of a few billion in Xiangqing lives there. There are both buildings and villas there, and a building alone would cost tens of millions of yuan. The place Yi-Chen is living in now is nothing compared to that. Yi-Chen is currently living in a villa community that is a little far from the city center, but that is the real city center. My goodness! The villa there is worth 200 million yuan, and it is 1,000 square meters. If the 4 parents live in together, and there is a room for each child and a room for the nanny, that should be enough. It's just that the children are still young and can't sleep in separate rooms yet. Wow, that's really great. Yi-Chen suddenly thought of something and asked the system. System, whose name is written on the house deed for this house? Yi-Chen was thinking of buying a villa for Lu Yana, and now that the system has rewarded him, he can also write the house in Lu Yana's name. Reporting to the host, it is written for the couple. Can the name be changed? Yi-Chen asked tentatively. Yes. Then change it to my wife's name, just hers. Received, host, now changing for you. The system's mechanical voice replied. Yi-Chen finally let go of his worries. After everything was taken care of, it was already around 1 o'clock. Because the place to apply for the household registration book was really far away, it was almost as if they had to follow Yi-Chen's parents to the company, which would take half an hour. When they returned at noon, Lu Yana had already finished eating and gone back to sleep. Auntie Zhang had left some food for Yi-Chen. Recently, Ye's parents still occasionally went to the company, and they had also begun planning to move the company headquarters here, because they didn't want to run back and forth, and it would be really nice to see their grandchildren every day. Moreover, the facilities in this neighborhood were also quite good, so after dinner, they could take a walk with their grandchildren, play a game or something, and have some fun. 3 grandchildren, just thinking about it made her smile in her sleep. So, communication is already underway, but the rent in the city is too expensive, and the couple is considering it very carefully. While Yi-Chen was eating, his mother came downstairs and sat next to him, talking to him about things. Yi-Chen, you don't have a job yet, what are you going to do? I think your father means for you to take over the family company. Yi-Chen smiled and said, Mom, are you worried that I won't be able to support my wife and children? Mommy also laughed. Of course, at least if you work in your father's company, you will still have a proper job. I also understand a bit about those stocks and whatnot you mentioned. Mom has also often told you that in life, you still have to be down to earth. Now that you have a wife and children, the responsibility on your shoulders is also heavy. You can't always rely on your parents, you must be able to provide for yourself. Right now, your parents are still young and can still rely on you a bit. In the future, you will still have to rely on yourself. Yi Chen also nodded his head as he listened. The reasoning is sound, but he also wants to make a name for himself. Besides, the children are still too young. 3 children at once, even if you hire a nanny to take care of them, they still need their biological parents to grow up healthy, both mentally and physically. Therefore, this is one of the reasons why Yi Chen has not worked since Liu Yana gave birth. I guess Yi Chen will wait until the children can walk before he feels more at ease. However, if it means taking over his father's company, then he is not opposed to it either. After all, his father is getting old, and now that they have 3 grandchildren, naturally he wants to stay at home and take care of them. So this is also a problem. He is reluctant to leave his baby, and he is also reluctant to see his parents work so hard for the family. After all, he can't just tell his father to close down the company, which has been his father's life's work for more than 10 years. Although it is not very large and has recently experienced some setbacks, it has managed to survive after all. Therefore, he now has to consider this issue carefully. Chapter 57, Yi Mom's Shock. Yi Chen also replied, Mom, I know, I'll consider what you just said. You may not know, but I can have 20% of the shares in the national chain maternity and baby brand June 1st baby. Yi Mom was shocked. What are you talking about? I've been watching the morning news lately about that maternity and baby brand chain, and it's a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. You brat actually have 20% of the shares? That brand has only become popular in the past 2 or 3 years. I think it has something to do with the government's policies on people's livelihood. The country is now promoting the 2-child policy, and even the 3-child policy in the future, so these companies have begun to develop rapidly. In other words, you started investing 2 or 3 years ago, when you were just starting university? Mom Yi is still shocked. 20% of the shares. That's billions of dollars. Even if you sell all their assets, you won't have billions. Yi Chen was also flustered at this point. He hadn't thought of this either. So he quickly went over it in his head and started playing the tiger's eye. It's just friends, there were only a few of them at the beginning. One of them wanted to open a store, and then slowly it grew to be so big. At first, the annual income was quite good, and millions were invested. Within a year, several franchises were opened in this province. The annual franchise fees collected were nearly 100 million, and everyone was very in favor of this expansion method. Well, for franchises, they all have to buy from us, and over the course of a few years, they have grown together to become so big. And now, in just over 2 years, they have grown to such a large scale. I never expected this either. I now get dividends of hundreds of millions every year. Yi Chen also tried to make his words as vague as possible, and then he just left the rest alone. After all, when it comes to business, it all depends on luck. After all, he does have 20% of the shares in his hands, so he is not afraid of being interrogated by Ye's mother. The process is just to fool the two of them. If they ask in detail, then he will just have to say that he is not involved and that it is just a friend who is operating it. After listening to Yi Chen's sophistry, Ye's mother suddenly realized, I see, so why didn't you tell your family? Back then, the family had money, but not anymore. It is really starting to decline now. But it's true, the world is now the young people's world, and what worked for us in the past no longer works. That's why your father wants you to take over the company. Yi Chen said, Mom, I have a regular income now, so you don't have to worry about me not working hard. I'll raise the kids, and as for Dad's company, didn't you say you were moving here? If you encounter any problems that require money, just let me know. I don't have a lot, but I have tens of millions. But I just bought a villa for Nana today. Ye's mother is shocked again. What? You bought another one? This villa is still in good condition, why did you buy a new one? Ye's mother really hasn't had a good chat with her son in a long time, and she didn't realize that her son was so capable that he bought one villa after another in the city. Yi Chen said, yes, that house is quite big. I was thinking that in the future you, Dad, and Nana's parents would all live together, and when the children have grown up, won't they each need a room? So I went and bought a villa today that is 5 times bigger than this one, so there's enough room for the whole family to live together. Ye's mother's eyes went wide. 5 times bigger than this one? That's 1,000 square meters. My goodness, I really didn't realize that you were so rich. Tell me, where did you buy the villa? Yi Chen giggled. Villa 6 in Dragon Bay. Ye's mother was shocked again. Dragon Bay. I heard that it is a wealthy area, and the villas there are calculated in billions. You brat. Why did you tell your mother now that you have made so much money? Chapter 58. You're actually so rich. Ye's mother also let out a scream. Yi Chen covered his ears. Mom, I've invested in more than this room. I have other things, but it's not convenient to tell you now. What? There are other things? Ye's mother was also too surprised to speak. This was the first time Yi Chen had confessed the source of his wealth in front of his family, and there would be more in the future. He didn't know what the system would reward. Right now, there are only tens of millions in his pocket, which is still a lot. Yi Chen said, well, to be specific, I'd rather not say. Anyway, you only need to know that your son doesn't lack money. If dad needs money, I can still transfer it to you. Before, your company didn't explain things to me clearly, so I just thought you could handle it. I didn't realize that the family had lost so much money. Anyway, Yi Chen wouldn't dare say that he knew the family was short of money. After all, he had only recently gained access to this system, and naturally he wouldn't dare say such a thing. Ye's mother gradually calmed down, but her tone was a little surprised. Mom can handle this on her own, but you, as long as the source of the money is clean, Mom won't ask too many questions. You absolutely must not do anything illegal, understand? Mom, Ye's worries are not unnecessary. After all, suddenly learning that her son has become a multi-billionaire, although not a tycoon, he is also worth billions. I know, Mom. Although I have been hiding from the family to do business and invest in stocks and other things, I definitely dare not do anything illegal. I can make so much money entirely because I'm lucky. Yi Chen's words, that all my money is due to luck, are indeed the truth. If he were unlucky, the system would not have chosen him. Then he might still be relying on his family, supporting 3 children, and might have to work hard for the rest of his life just to support his family on a salary of just over 10,000 yuan a month. Or he could work for his father's company, but his father's company has also been in a slump in recent years, and he would still have to work hard to support his family. Yi Chen thought to himself, now that he has money and a house, it is really thanks to the system. Otherwise, he really couldn't support his family. Ye's mother got a response from her son and knew that her son also had his own things to do, so she didn't force him to come back to work at the company. Since you are the owner of a mother and baby brand, why don't you buy your own children's products in your own store? As the boss, you should get a discount or something, right? Then the milk powder that these 3 children need to eat can also be saved a little. You have no idea. The milk powder these kids eat is imported, and it costs hundreds of dollars a can. It's quite expensive. Does your store sell this brand of milk powder? You have no idea. In the past 10 days or so, these 3 kids have been eating a can of milk powder a day. They've already eaten 2 boxes. I was just talking to you and now I remember, you need to buy milk powder today. They also need to change to bigger diapers, as Big Bao is growing fast. Luckily, the small-sized diapers are all used up, and now the second and third children are using medium-sized diapers. The eldest child can't use medium-sized diapers anymore, as he is more than a catty heavier than the 2 younger ones, and all that flesh has grown on his tummy. When Ye's mother talks about her 3 grandchildren, her eyes really crinkle up with laughter. Yi Chen has just returned and has just finished eating. He is really tired, and has to get up at night to feed the baby and so on. He had wanted to take a good nap to rest, but as soon as he heard that his child's milk powder was almost finished and the diapers were almost used up, he immediately decided to go for a drive. However, he suddenly remembered that the mother and baby store in the supermarket he had visited with his wife Louie was Liuyi Baby. He had also spent quite a lot of money there last time and had already become a platinum member. Chapter 59, Big Spender. Speaking of this platinum card, it also depends on how much you spend, and then a discount is given. If you buy more things, the discount will naturally be larger. If you spend less, you will naturally get the basic discount, which also saves the hassle of bargaining. Yi Chen quite likes this model. After all, it can increase sales and turnover. After all, it is his own store, so he doesn't really care about these discounts, and he doesn't need the money anyway. So he quickly took out his wallet and found the business card that the saleswoman had handed him before leaving. Sure enough, it could come in handy. Now that he didn't want to go out, it was quite convenient to find a phone number and have her deliver the goods to his home. Besides, it wasn't far from where she worked, so she could definitely deliver within half an hour. So he dialed the number. The female salesperson answered the unfamiliar phone call, and a sweet voice immediately rang out. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Yi-Chen didn't waste any words and said directly, "Hello, I am your previous customer, I need home delivery service now, is it convenient now?" It was just after 1 p.m., and there was not much foot traffic, so there was no problem with delivery. The female salesperson replied, "Hello, yes, what would you like to buy? Do you have the brand Idwa milk powder there? And the same brand of diapers?" "Hello, yes, how much would you like?" The saleswoman asked. "Give me 4 boxes of milk powder, and 2 medium-sized packs and 5 large packs of diapers." Yi-Chen thought, the milk powder is about 1 can a day, which is only the amount for a baby who has not yet reached the month mark. The baby only drinks 180 milliliters at a time, and if the baby grows a little more, it is estimated that it will drink more than 1 can a day. So I bought a bit more milk powder. 4 boxes of milk powder contain a total of 24 cans, which is estimated to be enough for just over 10 days. So if you earn money from selling milk powder, and each can costs a few hundred yuan, then you would earn more than 10,000 yuan a month, which is still quite expensive for an ordinary family. Although there are cheaper brands of milk powder, they are still more than 100 yuan a can, otherwise it is not safe to eat. So many mothers still want to breastfeed as much as possible, and saving money is still the main problem for them. As for the 2 packs of medium-sized diapers, on the one hand, the second and youngest children are still using them. There are 48 sheets in a pack, and if each person uses 8 sheets a day, it will last for a week. Children grow fast, so if they can use the large size after a week, they will buy 5 packs of the large size, so even if the eldest child can't use them, the second and youngest children can continue to use the large size. Since having children, Yi-Chen has become more careful with his spending, even if it's not because of a lack of money. After all, money is really money, so you should save where you can and not waste it. The saleswoman couldn't help but feel happy when she heard Yi-Chen's words. "This is a big customer. Excuse me, sir, where would you like this delivered?" "Number 8, Royal View Garden." "Number 8, Royal View Garden. That's a villa." The saleswoman's eyes lit up, and she thought to herself, this customer deserves excellent service. So she immediately agreed, "Yes, sir, I'll go to the warehouse to pick up the goods now, and I expect to be at your home within 30 minutes. May I ask, sir, if there is a gate in your community? I'm worried that when the delivery arrives, it won't be able to get to your door." Yi-Chen thought about it and said, "I will call the doorman and explain to them. When you arrive, just report my address." Saleswoman, "Okay, sir." After hanging up with the saleswoman, Yi-Chen immediately called the doorman and explained the situation. Then he went back to the second floor to see his wife and children. After all, he had been gone for so long, and it felt like a year since he last saw them. He really missed his 4 treasures. Chapter 60, A Big Gift for You. Yi-Chen hurried upstairs after finishing all this. He had already heard the loud wailing of his eldest son. As soon as he got upstairs, the crying got even louder. He hurried over and saw Lu Yana carrying his eldest son back to their room, preparing to breastfeed him. Lu Yana asked, "You're back? Did you get everything done?" Yi-Chen hurried over and saw that Debeo was howling with his mouth wide open, so he said, "Yes, it's all done, including the household registration. You go ahead and feed him, I need to talk to you about something." Lu Yana said, "Okay, this Debeo really is impatient, he can't wait a moment. I'll go feed him now, we can talk later." Lu Yana couldn't wait to go into the room, but she didn't close the door. Now that Lu's father and Ye's father generally rarely come to the second floor, it is to avoid embarrassment, so Lu Yana's only defense against anyone is Yi-Chen. However, Yi-Chen's relationship with her is now so intimate that it is like an ordinary couple. Sometimes, what should be seen, he will see it too, so it doesn't matter. Yi-Chen watched Lu Yana walk into the room, but she didn't close the door. She just turned her back to him and slowly lifted up her shirt to feed the baby. A strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart, as if it was slowly sprouting. Yi-Chen helped Lu Yana close the door and walked over to the next room to go see Erbao and his little darling. "Erbao, little darling, Daddy's home. Did you miss Daddy?" The little darling seemed to recognize his voice, so he stopped drinking his milk, spit out his pacifier, and then gave Yi-Chen a couple of grunts before eating his pacifier and drinking his milk again. Erbao, on the other hand, walked in with a sideways glance at Yi-Chen. Instantly, the 2 nannies, Auntie Li and Auntie Chen, were amused. These two little ones are really smart, and they have been clever since they were little. Yi-Chen was also very happy, and directly went into action, holding one in each arm. Now that the children were a little older, they had also learned to hold the bottle and drink milk themselves, but they were very clever. After feeding, Yi-Chen also held the two and slept for a while. After the nanny had cleaned the bottles, Yi-Chen let the nanny take each one back to sleep. Now Erbao and Xiaobao still wake up and play for a while at noon, and they are still awake during the afternoon bath. This rest time is still pretty good, at least they don't have to stay up late at night to keep the baby company, and everyone doesn't have to work so hard. Yi-Chen is beginning to feel a little overwhelmed holding two babies weighing 6-7 pounds. After all, at the beginning, they only weighed about 5 pounds. But in just a dozen days, these two little ones have already grown almost 2 pounds. Newborn babies really do grow fast. Oh yeah, didn't someone say that babies need calcium supplements? Ask the doctor during the 1-month physical examination to see if they need supplements, and what kind of supplements they need. After all, when it comes time for the physical examination, they will definitely need a full body checkup, and supplements should be added according to the condition of the body. He walked lightly out of the baby's room and was about to open the door when he saw Lu Yana holding her child and opening the door. Yi-Chen quickly helped her open the door. Lu Yana made a shushing gesture at him and then returned to her child's room, carrying her child and placing him in the baby bed. Then she walked out and gently closed the door. When she came out, she saw Yi-Chen standing in the doorway and asked, "Do you have something to tell me? Is it something important?" Yi-Chen smiled and pulled Lu Yana into the room, saying, "Let's go inside and talk." After they entered the room and closed the door, Yi-Chen said with a smile, "Actually, there's nothing much, just that I've given you a big present." Lu Yana asked with a smile, "What big present is so mysterious that you have to close the door to talk about it?" Yi-Chen said, "I just want to share it with you. You'll be very happy to hear it." Yi-Chen also played up the suspense at this point. He leaned into Lu Yana's ear and said, "I bought you a villa, and your name is on the deed."